lost boy. 1. A departure. Glenn. Glenn and Sarah walked the safe road out of Gracia in companionable silence, with Ripper trotting between the two of them on almost silent white and pink paws. As much as it hurt to leave Wolfpine behind, Glenn wanted to remember this moment forever. He dreamed about leaving Gracia from the moment he knew it was possible, and now he was finally doing it. He was walking out of his low-level starter zone and on to bigger things. He just hadn't imagined how much he'd regret leaving everyone he loved behind. The walls made by this split in Gracia's high and impassable cliffs rose higher until they were taller than even Wolfpine's Chapel of Celis. The safe road remained wide, flat, and well-kept. A few resourceful patches of grass and weeds broke its light gray cobblestones here and there, but the road remained visually attractive. The safe stones were built directly into the cliff walls themselves, a part of Gracia's very mountains. Their blue flames burned brightly in the shade. These, at least, would never tumble over. The merchant's wagon approached not long after they entered the valley. Glenn and Sarah stepped far to the right, as was custom in Luxdera, to allow the wagon to pass them on their left, the wagon's right. The finely dressed merchant watched them warily as they passed, then smiled and waved once he spotted their blazer tabards. Through it all, the man's eyes remained on Sarah and her wolf. He didn't even seem to notice Glenn, which Glenn found acceptable. Traveling Luxdera with a beautiful blonde-haired blazer and her snow-white wolf would make Glenn even more invisible, which was exactly what he needed if he wanted people to not remember the brutalist in the full-face steel helmet. Once the wagon moved on, he and Sarah set off again. The cliff walls rose even higher. Glenn noticed for the first time that the road now sloped up. As the wagon moved away, Glenn belatedly realized he had forgotten to use soul scan on the merchant driving it. It didn't matter that it felt a little wrong. He needed to reach level 15 as quickly as possible, and he'd just thrown away another chance to do that. At least he'd finally gotten the 5 experience from using his new skill on a cliff spider before they left Gracia. That, plus his scan of Volpor, had him leaving Gracia at level 12 with 81,547 of 90,000 experience. Decent progression, given almost nothing in Gracia offered him experience. "How far is it to the other side?" he asked. "To Evelan." "An hour or so at a leisurely walk," Sarah said calmly. "While it's tempting to relax with these high walls around, that's exactly what you don't want to do. The choke point between zones is the perfect place to ambush travelers. That makes it popular with bandits and others who rely on thievery to make ends meet." Glenn had never considered the fact that they could be ambushed on the safe road. How does that even work? Bandits can't harm their targets thanks to the law of consent, and blazers probably travel through here often enough anyone attempting to do so would quickly get arrested. Sarah glanced at him, lips quirked in amusement. "You mean you didn't read about it?" "No books about banditry in Wolfpine. I would have read about it if I could, though Richard would have wondered about my interest." Sarah looked ahead. "It's primarily nonviolent, and relies on becoming enough of an inconvenience that it's cheaper for merchants to bribe any bandits they encounter rather than resist. Bandits can't harm travelers physically, but they can steal or destroy their cargo, damage their wagons, frighten their horses off, or even simply block the safe road with logs or powerful skills, especially in a choke point like this one. So merchants bring items to appease them, or simply purchase passage by paying a toll of crescents." Glenn grimaced. "That sounds horrible, and they can't even fight back." "Unless you're a blazer or someone else in authority," Sarah agreed. "It's why blazers always travel safe roads even when it's more convenient to travel overland, and why some of us regularly walk them even when we don't have anywhere to be. The penalties for theft and property damage are steep if you're caught, but that doesn't deter people who are desperate or hungry or clever." Glenn considered the ramifications of what Sarah had explained. "Like shadowers, they could just run away and hide." "Not from me," Sarah reminded him, "but from some, I suppose." Of course, as a ranger, Sarah had tracker's vision, the same skill that allowed Becca to lead them both to Azalea Whitetalon over 2 years ago in Gracia. It allowed Sarah to unerringly track any target her level or lower for 1 hour. Tracker's vision was how Sarah had tracked Zack through the alleys of Lakebrook and captured him, which was the impetus for Zack and Anna finally deciding to team up with the Blazers to level Soulseer. She'd been a level 23 sharpshooter then, and now Sarah also had a very scary wolf. So many events had spun out of that night weeks ago when Zack tried to break into the Argent Call archive in Lakebrook and ended up captured by Sarah. A divine plague had appeared in the Temple of Balance beneath Crackpaw Mine. Zack had returned to Gracia with a party of high-level blazers to become a soul seer and ensure the divine plague didn't again wash across Wolfpine. Zack had seemingly died when assassins hired by the Church of Celis tricked him into contracting rake poison. Yet Zack hadn't passed on to the next world as they had thought, but instead found himself trapped in some sort of void likely contained in the class crystal now residing inside Glenn. And Glenn, of course, had taken up the Soulseer class completion quest from Zack, appeasing the Pantheon at the cost of being forced to leave Wolfpine and his family behind. His parents would grieve over his death for many years. The thought of how they would hurt continued to pain him deep inside, and he was careful to keep any hint of that pain from Sarah. She had enough to deal with. Even the excitement of exploring the abilities of his new class and the chance to finally become a blazer as he'd always dreamed couldn't fully make up for what he'd lost. Yet others had lost far more. Marion Hawkshadow had lost 19 levels when a devourer, a demon from the Six Hells, wrapped around and nearly killed her. Sarah, then Svara, had lost 9 levels. Jacob Coverfall had lost his life, ensuring all of them survived. Even had their losses not been so much greater than his own, it was not Glenn's way to wallow in self-pity. Moving forward was always the best course, especially with so many lives at stake. All of Evelan depended on him leveling Soulseer to 15 before 2 years elapsed. He had to stop becoming Calamity of Evelan. Also, there were positives. Finally being able to freely level and be with Becca was a significant positive of Glenn's new quest. According to Sarah, it would be a few more weeks before Becca returned from her mission in Aquarine to deliver a private letter that would encourage the Aquarine Blazers to help Anna level Soulseer, but she would return. After 2 very long years of snatching days when they could and longing for each other from afar, the distance the gods imposed on them on the day after Glenn turned 16 would end. Every time Glenn's grief over the loss his parents might feel threatened to grow too strong, he thought of what it would be like to level alongside Becca. She would keep him going. He would make sure she knew that, as well as how much he appreciated her when they were reunited. It would only be weeks now, after all. Weeks, not years. "Everything all right?" Sarah asked quietly. He smiled at her. "Everything's fine, sorry. Just thinking about all the things I want to do when we get to Lakebrook. It's still hard for me to imagine a city of, is it 2,000 people?" "Those that live there," Sarah agreed. "The actual population swells beyond that with passing adventurers and others, but yes, it's a bit bigger than Wolfpine." "A bit," Glenn agreed ruefully. "How do you even find your way around in a city that large? Do you carry a map everywhere you go?" "I'll teach you the basics of navigation when we arrive. There are 4 major streets which crisscross the city, and understanding where those will take you will allow you to get most anywhere you want to go. There's a huge number of options for eating, sleeping, vendors, and so on, and you'll come across those most anywhere you go. It's not like you need to remember one specific place." "Right," Glenn said. "Makes sense. Also, it's best to find a merchant you trust and stick with them. Given how many adventurers pass through Lakebrook on a daily basis, competition to sell life crystals is fierce. Fortunately, we're accorded special accommodations as Blazers. We have approved merchants who cut us the best deals, so finding a fair merchant is easier for us than others. The Guild handles that for us." "Sounds nice," Glenn agreed. "How many town guards do you have?" Sarah smiled at him. "Thinking about joining a new garrison?" "I've walked that path as far as I can," Glenn said wistfully. "I'm just curious about the logistics of protecting a town the size of Lakebrook. It was difficult enough to keep guards on the gate in Wolfpine with just the 8 of us, and we only had to watch over 60 residents plus visitors." "I don't know the exact number of town guards in Lakebrook Garrison, but I believe it's at least 60, Sarah said. "There's 4 main gates and a lot of streets to patrol." Glenn whistled softly. 60 town guards, that's hard to imagine. Just Lake Brook's guard garrison was the same population as all of Wolfpine. It was difficult to wrap his head around, though he had served in Wolfpine during several major festivals, including the Festival of Isden. He knew what it was like to handle a large crowd with a limited number of guards. In Lake Brook, they experienced crowds larger than the festival every day. The appearance of another pair of travelers put a halt to Glenn's musings. He needed to remain alert while they were on the road, not lost in thoughts of the past or future. They soon passed two more travelers who looked to be townsfolk coming down from Lake Brook to gather crafting materials. Despite his moral reservations, Glenn used Soul Scan on them both. He was unsurprised by all the details he stole without their knowledge. He was able to see their level, their class, which told him their profession and what type of crafting materials they'd be hunting for, and their skills. Were one an adventurer in disguise, like Jenny Amberson 2 years ago, he would have known that as well. Yet Glenn was surprised to see neither townsfolk had any sort of escort. He supposed an adventurer escort wasn't much good against bandits either. The townsfolk were likely simply hoping they'd be lucky enough not to be robbed. Unless an adventurer was a member of the Blazers Guild, they would be as powerless against mortal bandits as anyone they escorted. The law of consent cut both ways. So Glenn supposed it likely made more financial sense to simply pay bandits a bribe instead of funding an escort quest. Glenn realized then he hadn't checked his status sheet since they'd entered the transition between Gracia and Evelan. There was no reason to assume that using Soul Scan on townsfolk would behave differently from when he used it on adventurers or a new monster type for the first time. Both cases conferred 5 experience, but it would be best to be sure. Glenn opened his status sheet. Name, Glenn Greybreaker. Age, 18, level 12, class, Soul Seer. HP, 210 of 210, blood, 130 of 130, experience, 81,557 of 90,000. Strength, 23, divinity 10, vitality 21, wisdom 13, prowess 10, luck 10. Gear, legendary, class crystal, locked. Uncommon leather armor, uncommon steel helmet, uncommon leather boots, common commoner's mace, weighted, reinforced. Slotted skills, rare, fight me, town guard, Kaya, rare, guardian's heal, lifecaster, Celis. Experimental, Soul Scan, Soul Seer, Isden. Experimental, Spirit Scan, Soul Seer, Isden. Experimental, Soul Scout, Soul Seer, Isden. Slotted blessings. Rare, Regrowth, Town Guard, Kaya. Rare, Unyielding, Town Guard, Kaya. Experimental, Intertwined Soul, Soul Seer, Isden. Known skills. Rare, Guardian Smash, Brutalist, Anson. Rare, Public Address, Town Guard, Isden. Experimental, Soul Reveal, Soul Seer, Isden. Experimental, Spirit Reveal, Soul Seer, Isden. Experimental, Soul Peer, Soul Seer, Isden. Uncommon, Phantom Slice, Duelist, Vox. Known blessings, none. Quests, level 40, group, the Soul Seer's Path, epic. Even more than a week after the events in the Temple of Balance, most of which he'd spent running from hordes of cliff spiders as Ripper tore them to shreds, seeing his new name and class still felt unreal. He'd been a Redwood his entire life, but not any longer. Glenn Redwood died in the Temple of Balance beneath the Crackpaw Mine. He was Glenn Greybreaker now, and a Soul Seer. So far as Glenn knew, there were only 2 mortals with that class in all of Luxterra, him and Anna Bronzelight. To appease the gods and avert more calamities, both he and Anna would need to level this class to 40. Soul Seer was nothing like the classes he considered in his youth. Beyond his somewhat transparent status sheet, Glenn spotted movement. He closed his status sheet and evaluated the newcomers. He saw now they approached another party of adventurers, 4 people, a full party of veteran warriors traveling between zones. Glenn had seen dozens of adventurers in his 2 years standing guard outside Wolfpine's gates, yet they'd always been hurrying into or out of town, and sometimes come in wounded. This party wasn't that. They walked along leisurely, laughing, making jokes, and generally messing about. Despite his reservations about the morality of it, Glenn quickly scanned them all with Soul Scan. He gained 5 experience each time he used the skill on a mortal, though only the first time he used it. Even at a distance, he could read their status sheets easily, which must be some additional aspect of Soul Scan that was less apparent. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to read another person's status sheet from this distance. Owen Warhelm, a light-skinned level 17 brutalist dressed in battered steel armor, walked a bit drunkenly. He had his arm around Ashley Bloodbraid, a level 16 anchorite. She was a brown-skinned adventurer woman who easily supported his weight. Ashley wore only red fur shorts, fine leather boots, and a red painted leather strap as a top. That left the entirety of her shoulders, arms, and midriff visible, as well as some truly impressive tattoos. Her manner of dress and rippling musculature was appropriate for an anchorite. Every wound an anchorite took in battle made them stronger, so they tended to favor little to no armor. They simply dodged attacks using their impressive prowess, or actually allowed the attack to land, refocusing their energy and turning it back on their attacker. Most anchorites relied on their self-healing skills or the party's life caster to keep them alive, and were absolutely terrifying in battle. A duelist would stab a monster to death with a dozen cuts, while a brutalist would smash their head in. Only an anchorite would pick a monster up and then slam it headfirst into the ground, hard enough to snap its neck, in between laughing and taking swigs of mead. The other two members of the party were Brian Talltalon, a stern-faced, dark-haired level 17 lifecaster in moonlight robes, and Kate Everglow, a light-skinned, blonde-haired level 16 harmcaster in artfully cut black shadow robes. Of them all, Ashley intrigued him the most. She was an anchorite just like Joanne Ducrest, his fellow town guard back in Wolfpine, had once hoped to be. Glenn had always been curious how anchorites allocated their skill points. As they neared each other, he took a closer look at Ashley's impressive status sheet of attributes, skills, and blessings. Name, Ashley Bloodbraid, age 21, level 16, class, anchorite, HP 240 of 240, blood 50 of 50, experience 130,004 of 136,000, strength 22, divinity 9, vitality 24, wisdom 5, prowess 17, luck 9. Gear, uncommon hunter's leathers, reinforced, rare climbing boots, common healing potion, Slotted skills, uncommon adrenaline rush, anchorite Anson, uncommon stone punch, anchorite Anson, uncommon aura mend, anchorite Anson, uncommon pummel, anchorite Anson, uncommon launch, anchorite Anson. Slotted blessings, uncommon fighter's balance, anchorite Anson, uncommon numb, anchorite Anson, uncommon stone feet, anchorite Anson. Known skills, uncommon stone kick, anchorite Anson, uncommon bracing blow, anchorite Anson. Known blessings, none. So Ashley had one less strength than he did, and 3 more vitality. They were otherwise equally matched despite Glenn being 4 levels lower. He'd always been ahead of the curve in attributes, and Ashley must have missed out on some attribute gains during her climb. Despite his unease with stealing a look at a stranger's status sheet, Glenn was also impressed with how much he could glean from viewing it. Simply by knowing what Ashley currently slotted, what she hadn't slotted, her age, and her level, he could both look into her past and predict how she might choose to fight with uncanny accuracy. Ashley had reached level 16 at 21 years old, which was about average for someone who took adventuring seriously, but not too seriously. While the experience required to gain each level increased as one climbed past level 5, one also had the large experience bumps provided by completing quests, if one could find them. Ashley's current level was reasonable for someone without Blazer aid. Yet Ashley's skill selections were all over the place. It was like she hadn't planned her growth at all, or hadn't read how her skills and blessings worked before she chose them, or perhaps she'd simply planned her build one way, then decided to go with another. Glenn couldn't imagine doing that. The thought of wasting skill points made him feel physically ill. But not everyone felt that way. At a cursory glance, the 5 skills Ashley currently slotted all complemented each other. She'd obviously use Adrenaline Rush at the start of any battle to temporarily buff her strength, and then assault her enemies with precision strikes supplemented by activations of Stone Punch to send an enemy flying, or Pummel to finish them off, or Amend would let Ashley heal wounds and poison in battle, and Launch, while risky, could devastate and stun any enemy foolish enough not to dodge. Ashley had also, on the surface, chosen a decent set of blessings for her role as a knife and alternate shield. Fighter's balance and stone feet made her difficult to topple, making her feet like boulders. Numb ensured she felt little if any pain from enduring monster strikes. Yet she'd also taken both Stone Kick and Bracing Blow, which had no role in her current build. Slotting Stone Feet made Stone Kick all but unusable. Ashley could still kick, but not fast, and not with any precision. It was more like tossing around two giant bags of rocks using one's feet, and, worse, doing so while one were trying to stand on those bags. Also, Bracing Blow was a replacement for Stone Feet for anchorites who wished to remain mobile, not a skill to be used in concert with it. Bracing Blow let the anchorite absorb almost any strike, no matter how powerful, without losing their balance, though the anchorite had to time its activation correctly. Yet Stone Feet made Bracing Blow completely unnecessary, and most who chose Stone Kick paired it with Fighter's Dance instead, a blessing that aided the mobile. Ashley was built to stand her ground, absorb and shrug off damage, and strike back with terrifying force, yet she had two skills that she would almost certainly never use again. Two skill picks wasted. Even so, perhaps this was what it was like for adventurers who simply traipsed off to see the world without necessarily planning every skill and blessing out in advance. Perhaps everyone didn't read every book on adventuring cover to cover or plan out multiple leveling strategies with every moment they were free. Perhaps not everyone who adventured in Luxterra was, as Marion Hawkshadow had so succinctly put it as Glenn gaped at Mammoth Cloudcrusher, an adventurer nerd. To her credit, Ashley certainly seemed to be having a good time. It was only when he caught Ashley staring at him, grinning dangerously, that Glenn realized he'd been staring at her, or rather her status sheet. He'd been so engrossed in his mental journey of tracing her growth over time that he neglected to notice that, to her, he was simply gawking at her, or rather, at her chest, which was covered only by the strap of her huntress leathers. Ashley gave Owen, the big brutalist on her shoulders, a shove offer. "Looks like I just won myself another slack-jawed fan. At least someone appreciates my feminine wiles." Owen wobbled and nearly lost his feet as she shoved him off, then burped. "Feminine wiles, my ass. You're a beast, Bloodbraid." Sarah quickened her pace with Ripper, but Ashley easily intercepted them. She held out both hands, and on the narrow path provided by the safe road with high walls on either side, that was an impressive barricade. "Hold on, Blazers. We need your help." Sarah paused, eyes narrowed. "Help?" Ashley grinned wide. "We're desperately in need of some entertainment. You have to help those in need, right?" Brian Talltalon, the party's dour-looking lifecaster, glanced at Glenn, glanced at Sarah, and then stared at Sarah. He wasn't even subtle about gawking at her and her chameleon leather. While Glenn sort of understood, Brian looked so thirsty, he almost felt he should be offended on Sarah's behalf. Yet Kate Everglow, the dark-haired with purple streaks harmcaster in the shadow robes, had eyes only for Ripper. She cooed a quiet sigh. "Gods, that wolf is gorgeous." Glenn could have imagined it, but he could swear he heard Ripper growl with pleasure. "Can I pet your wolf?" Kate asked. "Please, please, please say I can pet your wolf." Sarah eyed her cautiously. "Up to Ripper?" "Ripper," the woman cooed. "Oh, that's such a strong name. I'm Kate. Can I pet you, Ripper?" Kate stepped forward and tentatively offered her fingers. Ripper glanced to Sarah, who shrugged. He then trotted over, sniffed Kate's fingers, and offered his head. Kate gasped and dropped to her knees, eagerly scritching Ripper's ears and chin. She just started fussing all over him. The wolf closed his eyes and panted happily. That traitor. "Hey, Blazer boy." Ashley marched right past Sarah to Glenn with her teeth bared in a wide grin. She eyed him up and down. "Since you're so taken with me, want to wrestle? It's been a while since I grappled with anyone who could challenge me. Seems to me you Blazers are all a bunch of sheep." Brian the Lifecaster slapped his face. "Please don't get us arrested," he sighed. "Again." "You shut your trap." Ashley planted herself a punch away and continued to block Glenn's path down the safe road. "There's no crime in challenging a Blazer to a friendly duel." Glenn didn't fail to notice Owen, their party's big level 17 brutalist, was now casually barring Sarah from proceeding down the safe road. Sarah glanced back at Glenn and incrementally shook her head. She didn't want him to make trouble. Even so, these adventurers weren't doing anything illegal. They were just drunk, and likely coming back from completing a quest. They were high on adventure and looking for a way to come down, in this case, with a post-battle duel. Glenn pulled off his steel helmet and tucked it under one arm. He'd have an easier time keeping them friendly if they could see his eyes and expressions. Ashley looked unimpressed. Careful not to touch her, Glenn raised one hand. "My name is Glenn Greybreaker, level 12 Brutalist." He and Sarah had agreed he would introduce himself using that level in class since it matched more closely with his slotted skills and current attributes. "I'm so sorry if I offended you. I was staring into space, not at you. I didn't—" Ashley roared with laughter. "You expect me to believe that? Why wouldn't you be staring at my tits? They're incredible. I'd be offended if you didn't gawk." Glenn cleared his throat and smiled, not sure how to respond. "Ashley Bloodbraid," she reminded him. "Level 16 Anchorite. What type of man are you?" Glenn tilted his head. "Could you be more specific? Are you just the type to gawk at a treasure from afar, or are you willing to brave all the dangers in the world to claim it? I'll promise you this. If you can beat me in a duel, I'll strip my top off right here on the safe road and let you gaze to your heart's content." "Here we go," Brian said mournfully. "It's only a question of whether we're arrested for assault or public indecency." Ashley leaned in close to place both rough hands on Glenn's shoulders. "There's nothing hotter than a man who can beat me in a fight," she said huskily. "So what about it? Duel me? You win. You get a sight worthy of the gods." She was serious about this. And gods, she was attractive. But what was he thinking? He had Becca waiting for him. Still, he saw no way to easily decline, not without offending her. Glenn cocked an eyebrow at her. "What about if you win?" Ashley thumped his shoulders and laughed. "I get to keep your clothes." She grinned wickedly. "If I'm volunteering to get naked, it's only fair you take the same risk. If I beat you, I'll let you keep your small clothes, but everything else you're wearing, that's mine." Sarah loudly cleared her throat. "I hate to insist, but we really don't have time for any duels. We're on a mission for the Blazers Guild. We need to keep moving." "Oh, is that so?" Owen asked drunkenly. "Well, 6 housewomen being arrested by you would be the highlight of my day." He offered both hands and grinned. "Name's Owen Warhelm, level 17 Brutalist. Any chance you could show me those gleaming silver cuffs you Blazers carry?" The fact that Owen had introduced himself and freely given his level and class reminded Glenn that, for most, that was the only way another person could glean such information. Owen also hadn't deceived them, which suggested he was a decent man, just a drunk one. Still, hearing Owen announce information Glenn already knew drove home just how sneaky Soul Seers could be. "Sarah Cinderflare, level 14 Ranger," Sarah agreed cautiously. "And no." Sarah could obviously handle Owen if it came to trouble, and Glenn didn't dare take his eyes off Ashley. She looked loath to accept his refusal, and this did provide an opportunity. There was one question about Soul Seer Glenn was now desperate to answer. By using Soul Scan, could he see the skills used by another mortal during a duel? "You're on," Glenn told Ashley. He knelt, set aside his helmet, stripped off his tabard, and then removed Becca's carrier. He stood, unarmed. "I'll fight you right here." Ashley gasped with what sounded like excitement. Sarah narrowed her eyes from where Owen stood blocking her path. She didn't tell Glenn not to duel the woman. She had to see there was no way to bypass this group of high-level and drunk adventurers without a little compromise, even if it ended up with Glenn walking into Evelan in nothing but his small clothes. Ashley stretched her arms high above her head, bending them as she showed off her impressive muscles. She cracked her knuckles above her head. "I knew you couldn't resist this." Glenn beckoned Sarah over. "I don't particularly care about our wager." Judging from what he'd already seen, he decided the best way to de-escalate this scene was to indulge her. Ashley's face clouded. "What'd you just say to me?" "You're a high-level anchorite who's obviously crushed her fair share of monsters with her bare hands," Glenn continued. "You're not just attractive. You must also be incredibly strong." Ashley's angry frown changed to a confused stare. So he just complimented her? "I simply appreciate the chance to wrestle someone as strong as you are," Glenn continued calmly. "The challenge alone would have made me say yes." He offered her his most charming smile. "Though, if I actually beat you, witnessing a vision from the gods would simply be a bonus." Ashley grinned wide. "With a body like yours and manners like that, we might both end up without our clothes." She set her feet and raised both hands. "But first, we duel." Glenn nodded. "Sarah, help me out of my armor." Features neutral, Sarah helpfully unsnapped the snaps that attached his leather armor. Ashley frowned as Sarah helped him out of it, then whistled appreciatively. "I appreciate the view, Blazer Boy, but you don't need to take your armor off. I don't want to break you." She smirked dangerously. "Unless you want me to break you." "You're not wearing heavy armor," Glenn pointed out. "Doesn't seem fair for me to have some. And feel free to call me Glenn, before or after I take you down." Owen laughed eagerly from behind Ashley. "Oh, it's on now. I like this guy." "I will, however, use a weapon," Glenn continued. "I'm not an anchorite, so I actually need one." He pulled Becca from his carrier and hefted her weight. Ashley nodded agreeably. "Can't argue with that. Seems fair to me." Ashley left unsaid that getting struck by a weapon would help her defeat him more quickly. It was doubtful even Glenn's punches could do enough damage to help her build up her strength fast enough. An anchorite like Ashley grew stronger each time they took a wound, which meant while they often started manageable, they could become an absolute terror as a fight dragged on. Even so, Glenn had no plans to simply roll over and let Ashley win this fight. Doing so went against his nature. He glanced to Owen. "Can I borrow your shield?" The brutalist frowned. "What's wrong with your shield?" "Lost it a few days ago," Glenn said. "Can't have a brutalist fighting without a shield." Glenn felt bad about lying about his class after they'd told him the truth, but he saw no other option. Ashley tilted her head. "You that soft?" "I'm not an anchorite," Glenn said calmly. "Just one of your punches would shatter my ribs, even through full leather armor. Or do you want our duel to be short?" Ashley laughed and nodded. "For all the good it'll do. Sure. Give the man a shield." Owen walked over and pulled his steel shield off his back, then offered it to Glenn respectfully. Brutalists, as those who spent most of their time getting hit to protect their party, looked out for each other. Glenn took Owen's familiar-looking shield and slid the straps onto his forearm. The straps, which were initially loose, tightened and automatically fit themselves to his smaller forearm. Another reminder that the gods were always watching, or, at least, involved in a mortal's day. Glenn looked to Ashley, then punched his fist into the shield loud enough to make a clang that echoed through the valley. This time, Ashley raised one eyebrow. She finally looked impressed. Glenn opened his status sheet and checked his key attributes. Strength, 23, 33 with bonus. Divinity, 10. Vitality, 21, 31 with bonus. Just as he'd hoped. Unyielding, worked just as it had when he was still a town guard. The moment he'd equipped Owen's steel shield, he'd gained 10 strength and 10 vitality. He now had strength and vitality comparable to a level 20 plus adventure. Ashley was only level 16. He also knew every skill and blessing she had slotted. 2. A friendly duel. "Here's the deal," Owen shouted for the benefit of everyone. "First one to lose consciousness loses the duel." "That's no fun," Glenn said. Owen paused, then frowned. "You had another idea?" "Getting knocked out isn't a fun way to end my day." Glenn offered Ashley another friendly grin. "Getting pinned, however, is a good time either way." "Close contact," Ashley said eagerly. "I'm liking the sound of this." Winner's whoever gets the other person on the ground and keeps them there. Glenn glanced at Brian. Your life caster looks like he's had a rough day healing you all. I'd hate to stress him further by making him heal a broken head. Brian offered a gracious inclination of his hand. You are a true gentleman. Kate now had her arms completely around Ripper's whole flank, which the wolf absolutely allowed. She made delighted noises as she contentedly rubbed between his ears. Ripper panted happily and blinked. The wolf looked so pleased with himself, Glenn couldn't help but shake his head. First one to pin the other wins, Ashley said. Duel me. A spectral wooden pole dropped out of the open sky. It landed between them. I consent to this duel, Glenn agreed. Soul scan. Thanks to Glenn's questionably fair skill, Ashley's status screen again displayed. The flag flying on the pole, a red flag with 2 crossed swords, fluttered as it counted down. 3, 2, 1. The flag vanished, and Ashley stomped forward. She didn't charge him. Once she entered a fight, an anchorite with stone feet moved slower than a cliff spider. Glenn fainted sideways as her brown spell bar flashed, then filled. He watched as she cast Adrenaline Rush, which barely took a blink. So he could see when a mortal used skills. He'd answered his question. Now he had a duel to win. Despite the fact that Soul Scan and Unyielding gave him what was possibly a somewhat unfair advantage, Ashley did have 4 full levels on him. Perhaps the difference in levels would balance out. Glenn rushed Ashley with Owen's steel shield, using it like a battering ram. She caught his charge with both hands, grinning dangerously, then tried to rip the shield away from him and finished the duel quickly. Glenn pretended to be yanked off his feet, then clocked her with Becca, his commoner's mace, directly in the nose. He feathered his strike so as not to immediately cave in her face. Despite being gentle, the weighted mace, lovingly crafted by Carl Coldbreaker, essentially crushed Ashley's nose. She gasped, eyes going glassy as she stumbled back. On her status sheet, her strength jumped from 22 to 24. He'd hit her hard enough to make her stronger. He dazed her. Even so, Glenn knew he couldn't knock Ashley over, not when facing the stacked blessings of Fighter's Balance and Stone Feet. Glenn ripped his shield from Ashley's grasp and stepped back. He watched without interrupting as Ashley cast Aura Mend. The skill healed the nose he just shattered with his strike, though a whole lot of blood dribbled down her lips first. Numb would keep her from feeling any pain. Ashley licked at the blood, grinning dangerously, and wiped at the recently broken and now fixed nose. Fun. Again? He asked. I can't pin you if you dance around like a 6-cursed auracaster. She spit blood and then bared teeth now stained red by it. But I can pin you if you're unconscious. Then thumped his bare chest. If you can hit me, you're welcome to try. Ashley yowled and stumbled forward with thunderous steps, moving as fast as she could with stone feet slotted. Glenn danced back until she moved fast enough to be off balance, then darted forward and slammed his shield into her. He heard bone crack as she stumbled back, as on her status sheet, her strength jumped from 24 to 26. He'd hit her hard enough to send a normal person, even an adventurer, flying into the wall and cracked a rib besides. Yet thanks to Fighter's Balance and Stone Feet, she'd kept her balance. Worse yet, each strike he landed without taking her down only made her stronger. Once he hit her a few more times, she'd be stronger than even he was with Owen's steel shield. Ashley cracked her neck and winked at him. That tickled, she breathed. Do it again. Maybe later. Glenn moved in. Your turn now? Ashley laughed and thumped her fists together. Then get over here, you tease. Glenn came in low, shield readied in one hand with his arm in another. Ashley crouched low as well, and to her credit, nothing she did physically betrayed what she planned to do to him next. A brown bar representing an activated skill flashed, revealing that she was even now quietly casting Launch. While it only took 2 seconds for the skill bar to fill, it was all the warning Glenn needed. Glenn snapped himself back just in time to avoid Ashley's rising fist. It rocketed through the space his chest had just occupied with enough power he felt the wind. Missing him sent her hopelessly off balance. He took advantage by slamming his shield into her again, sending her stumbling. He followed up with 2 more shield slams, both of which cracked more bone. As a few more chunks of Ashley's health bar charred black, her strength jumped from 26 to 28, then 28 to 30. She was almost as strong as him now at 33, and if he lost his shield, she'd crush him. Yet her inability to hit him even once had angered her enough that she simply came for him in a blind rage. That had been his strategy since their duel began. The moment before she completed the cast for Pummel, Glenn snapped his shield into place and braced. A storm of fists spattered Owen's steel shield with a clatter like hail on a window. Glenn even saw small dents appear in the metal from behind. From somewhere behind him, Owen groaned at the sight of his shield getting brutalized. Glenn weathered the storm with his impressive town guard strength, holding his ground when so many others would have fallen over. He waited until just before the last punch in her combo, a haymaker that could send a gloam wolf flying 20 paces if it hit, and yanked his shield out of the way. Ashley's last tremendous punch, which she'd thrown with enough force to dent a steel shield, instead whiffed. She'd literally tossed herself forward as Glenn swung his shield into her from behind with all his 33 strength. That brutal impact, combined with the momentum from her last punch, finally overwhelmed Stone Feet. He dropped her on her face with a loud yelp. Glenn hopped on Ashley from behind and grabbed one limp arm then the other. He pulled them behind her back and into stress positions he'd learned as a town guard. Ashley wouldn't feel that stress, of course. Numb made her oblivious to all pain, but that didn't free her arms. Once Ashley regained her senses, she growled and struggled futilely. Glenn sat on her back and waited for her to realize she was trapped. She might have 30 strength now, but Glenn had 33, and he was on top of her with her arms pinned behind her back. There was no way she could escape. She realized that as well as he did. Finally, she stopped struggling. "You're strong. Do you consent to end this duel?" Glenn asked. Ashley huffed. "I consent." Glenn instantly released her arms and hopped off her. The spectral duel flag lifted into the sky and vanished. Despite his very strong initial urge to offer a hand and help her up, Glenn instead retreated to a respectful distance. He didn't want her thinking he thought her weak. Now looking just a bit less amused, Owen lowered a hand instead. Ashley took it and got shakily to her feet. "That's what you get for challenging a blazer to a duel," Owen said ruefully. Before Ashley could respond, she gasped with pleasure. All the charring on the health bar turned green again. She beamed at Brian. "You lovely man," she said. "That wasn't necessary, but I appreciate it." Brian inclined his head. "Can't have you complaining about your aching ribs all the way to Wolfpine." Ashley laughed merrily, assuring Glenn that he'd done no permanent damage in their duel, then turned to stare at him with newly intrigued eyes. Instead of looking depressed or angry, she looked thirsty. She was suddenly blushing like a common-age girl after her first kiss. Glenn only then realized this was the one part of his plan he hadn't quite thought through. Was Ashley really going to strip her top off in front of him, in the middle of the safe road, while everyone watched? "Deal's a deal," Ashley said huskily. She reached back with one hand as if to undo the clasp on the top strap of her huntress leathers. "Won't have it said I welched on a bet." Brian sighed. "And here I'd hope to have yet another pair of trousers to add to my collection." Owen chuckled behind Glenn. "You promised not to arrest us for public nudity, Miss Blazer." Before she could pull her top off, Glenn stepped forward and caught Ashley's hand. He locked her hand behind her back before she could take it off. She struggled to free her hand, then grinned wider. Given how strong she was, it must be rare for her to encounter someone stronger. "Did you want to pull my top off?" she asked, voice low. "Because I absolutely consent." "Not here," Glenn said softly. She frowned. She almost looked hurt. "That's a sight I'd like to enjoy in private," Glenn whispered. He grabbed her other hand with the arm still equipped with Owen's shield. Even as Ashley futilely resisted, he bent her other arm behind her back as well. With both her arms now pinned behind her, Glenn stepped in close enough that he could feel her heavy breathing on his face. Ashley gasped. She wriggled experimentally, with her arms pinned behind her back, yet couldn't possibly free herself. As Glenn pressed against her, staring into her eyes, hers went wide. She went as still as if he'd used charm on her. I won our duel, so I decide where and when to claim my prize, Glenn said quietly. And I don't want to strip you down in the middle of a dusty road. My partner's in a hurry, so now's not a good time. But if I'm ever fortunate enough to get you naked, I'd like some time to appreciate the view. Glenn wouldn't think of actually making good on this promise, of course, but he doubted Ashley would accept anything less without feeling as if he'd slighted her. His main concern was to ensure everyone left this confrontation content to do so. If promising Ashley some fun later prevented her from honoring their bet in the middle of the safe road, this was the best option available to him. Ashley's face flushed bright red as she stared into his eyes. "Then where do you want me, Blazer boy?" she whispered. "Because a bet's a bet." Glenn glanced at Sarah. "Hey, Cinderflare?" She blinked. "Yes?" "What's the name of that tavern we all go to in Lake Brook?" "The Winnowed Minnow," Sarah responded with no hesitation. Glenn turned to Ashley, whose arms he still had pinned behind her back. He leaned in close enough to kiss her, but didn't. "So that's where I'll be. At some point," he said quietly. "When you get back to Lake Brook, look up Glenn Graybreaker at the Winnowed Minnow. If we're both around, I intend to claim my prize. Maybe we can even have a rematch in private." Ashley grinned lecherously. "Oh, you are merciless." Glenn released her hands and stepped back. "It was an honor to duel you." "Cheers," Brian said calmly. "And for the record, I've seen enough of Ashley to last a lifetime." Ashley walked over to her lifecaster and gave him a shove that sent him stumbling into Owen. "You shut it. You love putting your healing hands all over me." "Absolute slander," Brian insisted. "Kate," Sarah now looked a bit concerned. "Can I have my wolf back? We really need to go." Glenn belatedly glanced at Ripper. The wolf was now collapsed on Kate's lap, head cradled against her legs. He looked downright delirious. Glenn had to admit he felt just a bit jealous. Kate looked up from where she was both scratching between Ripper's ears and rubbing his belly. "Oh, of course. He's so strong and fluffy I just lost track of time." She gave Ripper what looked to be the gentlest of shoves. "Rise, you magnificent beast. We must part again, to my great sorrow." Ripper yawned, smacked his lips, and regretfully rose to his feet. He gave Kate a grateful glance before trotting back over to Sarah. Owen turned to Glenn. "Shield?" Glenn slid off the shield and offered it to Owen, then winced when he noticed all the new dents. "Sorry about your shield. I really wanted those blows going into good steel instead of my ribs." Owen chuckled in good humor as he strapped the shield across his back. "It gets beat up worse than that on a good day. Watching that duel was worth the repair bill." He offered his fist. "Blazers really are something. I figured it was all just talk, but you, impressive." Glenn thumped fists with the big man, one brutalist to another. "Appreciate the compliment." "And I'd appreciate a drink," Ashley shouted from ahead. "I'm stone-cold sober now, my hearties, and that's unacceptable." She offered Glenn a saucy wink. "Especially given my new thirst." Glenn cocked an eyebrow at her. "Always more to drink at the Minnow." She laughed and strode off without a glance back. "See you in Lake Brook, beast man." Glenn only now considered just what he'd possibly unleashed on himself. Would Ashley actually find him at the Winnowed Minnow? No, he'd simply find another bar to drink at. She would likely forget about this duel soon enough anyway, especially if she and her party found another adventure. Owen waved as he walked by, followed by a still dreamy-eyed Kate and a quietly grumbling Brian. Their party moved on down the safe road without anyone being arrested or any sign they'd bother other travelers. Glenn had, simply put, satisfied them. Sarah walked up beside him. "That was an interesting strategy." Glenn glanced her way. "I needed to de-escalate the situation without starting a real fight or someone getting hurt. It's how I handled incidents of drunken tomfoolery as a town guard. Focus on the person causing the problem, find a way to calm them down, then talk everyone down easy." "I'm not sure you calmed Ashley down, exactly." Glenn chuckled as Sarah helped him back into his leather armor. They were drunk, they were strong, and they weren't bad people, just, like they said, looking for entertainment. I knew we could handle their attention, and resisting would have only riled them up. Better we calm them down ourselves than inflict them on some poor traveler. Sarah snapped the clasp that would secure his armor around his chest. So that was your only motivation, de-escalating and protecting people. That and learning if I could see a person's skills when I fought them, which I absolutely could. During our duel, I saw every skill Ashley used before she used it, which gave me just enough time to avoid her. As you suspected, I'm pretty much a seer now. And the way you took her down? I planned that out before we even started. Now armored once more, Glenn walked over to pick up Becca's carrier and strapped it on. I could see she'd slotted stone feet, so I knew all I needed to win our duel before she threw her first punch. Soulseer is not just broken in regard to fighting monsters, but for dueling as well. While Soulseer itself doesn't have any particularly powerful offensive skills, Soul Scan makes up for that. Once dual classed, anyone can be an incredible fighter. So the reward from her wager influenced you not at all? Given Soul Scan essentially let me cheat in our duel, I wouldn't have felt right about claiming that. Glenn slipped on his blazer tabard. Even so, refusing her offer in the middle of her whole party might have embarrassed her. I figured a respectful delay would go over best. Sarah laughed and slapped him on the back. You're so impossibly thoughtful. And there's other taverns to drink at in Lakebrook than the Winnowed Minnow, right? So I'll just avoid that one for a few weeks on the off chance she comes looking. Sarah spun around and strode off. Will she give up that easily? I don't know. I feel like you may have made more of an impression than you intended. Had he? He hoped not. Even so, finding out a way to diplomatically decline Ashley's advances, if such occurred, was a problem for later. Glenn walked after her as Ripper fell into step beside him. The wolf tried to nip Glenn's hand, but Glenn just let him. He scowled down in mock disappointment. And what's with you, killer? One ear scritch from a pretty face, and you go all puppy on us? Ripper lowered his ears and looked ahead. He actually did look sort of ashamed. Glenn couldn't bear to see him that way, so he rubbed Ripper's back and gave him a little slap. You thirsty animal. You had that caster right where you wanted her, didn't you? Ripper panted happily and nipped Glenn's fingers. His trot went from cautious to proud. His tail didn't wag because he wasn't a dog, but it certainly wiggled a bit. It wasn't long before the high walls of the valley through which they traveled began to slope down once more. They were finally coming out of the pass between Gracia and Evelan. A trickle of pleasurable experience filled Glenn as he descended the shallow road, and he frowned. Was that discovery experience? He opened his status sheet. 81,677 of 90,000. Nice. He'd received 100 experience simply for setting foot in Evelan for the first time. That was as much as killing 10 monsters solo. Glenn read about discovery experience, of course, but never felt it himself. It offered nowhere near the pleasure of a level up or even turning in a quest, but was welcome all the same. He had a long way to go to level 13, but at least he continued climbing at a steady rate. He now needed a little over 8,500 experience to reach level 13, which he could easily acquire in half a year by hunting monsters his level or higher. Even if he split the experience between Becca, Leo, and Sarah, such a progression rate seemed well within reach. He'd also have the small ticks from Soul Scan along with massive boosts from any quest they managed to acquire and complete. Glenn knew now there was a lot of competition for quests in Evelan. Both normal adventurers and blazers coveted quests due to the large boost in experience they provided, not just the financial rewards. As Glenn had learned when he and Becca turned in the quest to save Azalea Whitetalon, one completed quest could offer the same experience as a huge number of solo monster kills. As the cliffs pulled away and stretched out to either side, Glenn got his first look at Evelan. It was gorgeous. He actually stopped walking just so he could take it all in. The safe road leading into Evelan descended from higher above the zone than it did when entering Gracia. It felt like he could see for leagues from up here. Many of Evelan's gently rolling hills resembled the Dewdrop Hills in Gracia, yet they were dotted with spots of color and copses of tall, leafy trees. Narrow lines of blue ran everywhere across them as well, the countless channels of clear, delicious water that crisscrossed Evelan in all directions. Mossy mountains rose to the east of the huge expanse of gentle hills, rising gradually in a manner almost similar to giant steps. To the west, a dense forest that looked similar to the deep-scorn woods nestled like a blanket around the bottom of two towering snow-capped mountains. This forest was squat, leafy, and filled with color. It made the deep-scorn woods look dingy by comparison. In the distance, just within sight, was Lake Brook. Glenn knew, objectively, it was still a day's walk or more to get there from here. Yet he could see it, even at this distance, which suggested the tiny rectangle of wood and stone was enormous up close. Unlike Wolf Pine, with its population of around 60 people, Lake Brook housed over 2,000, and that was just the townsfolk population living there, not counting the adventurers passing through. The midday sun gleamed off the huge expanse of sea, not far beyond Lake Brook. The three rivers that met beneath the city were visible despite the distance, and those rivers must be as wide as a town to be visible from this far away. Tiny gleaming shapes that might be massive boats gleamed. "You're impressed," Sarah said softly. "I'm impressed." Glenn glanced at her. "It really is a beautiful city." "We can reach Lake Brook tonight if we move until midnight," Sarah said confidently. "Given we're over a week late, I imagine they'll be a bit impatient for us." Glenn looked again to the city in the distance. "Let them wait." She frowned. "Why?" "I know Evelan is familiar for you, but it's my first time here. I don't want to jog through it until I'm so tired I'm just looking at my feet. I want to, well, soak it in." Sarah smirked. "Take a wrong step in the marsh, and you'll be soaking plenty. Yet I see your point. Given we're already 9 days overdue, one more isn't going to make a difference. It would be pleasant to simply stroll instead of rush. So we're agreed. We stroll." "We stroll." Sarah offered a firm nod. "And maybe do a bit of hunting on the way. I suppose we should see if we're capable of taking down monsters together that aren't level 3. Glenn smiled as he strode off. "That would be a good test of our abilities." He glanced at Ripper. "How about it, Rip? Want to tear up a monster a few levels above you for a change?" The eager snarl the wolf offered was practically a howling yes. 3. A Bandit in Need. He and Sarah strolled down the safe road through Evelan at a leisurely pace, with Ripper trotting along between them. The wolf's head darted left or right, his ears shifting forward and back as well. His nose twitched constantly. He must be hearing new sounds and smelling so many new smells. After another 30 minutes or so, they descended into the edge of the green rolling hills that made up most of the center of Evelan. Glenn spotted a clear stream meandering around the edge of the safe road, which reminded him he hadn't had a drink since this morning. He glanced at Sarah. "Safe to drink?" She nodded. "You'll never want for clean water in Evelan. The gods blessed it with endlessly clean streams. The only downside is it floods when you have any sort of rain. You'll quickly learn to find high ground in storms and be wary of flash floods. Sometimes you can get trapped on high ground for days, too, after a big storm, so always carry extra provisions." "Is that why you carry a kayak around in your unfilled bag?" She smirked slightly. "That's certainly one reason." Reaching the small and meandering stream would require Glenn to step off the safe road, but only a few steps off. He saw nothing that would attack. He knelt and popped the top of the canteen Sarah had given him, then drank deep. The water was still surprisingly cool, despite the fact that they gathered it first thing this morning. Once he'd drunk his fill, he lowered the canteen into the water to refill it. Soft lapping announced Ripper had arrived as well. The wolf eagerly slurped up stream water. Ripper seemed to like Evelan too, though Glenn imagined the prey animals here were much bigger and meaner. That was probably another reason Ripper would love it here. Glenn suspected the wolf, just like him, thrived on facing and defeating challenging opponents. He glanced at Sarah. "Want me to fill your canteen? Toss it here." She shook her head. "I'm fine, thank you." Her gaze then snapped past him, just before she visibly took a combat stance. "Glenn," she said warningly. Glenn rose and wiped water from his lips, then turned in the direction Sarah was looking. He spotted a single figure stumbling toward them at what looked to be the end of an exhausted run. The man was tall and skinny, with short red hair, and dressed in leather armor similar to Glenn's. He was obviously close to collapse. Glenn jogged toward him without thinking. He met the man just before another stumble would have taken him down. He felt lighter than he should be, but that was Glenn's impressive strength attribute in action. The man futilely pushed at Glenn, blinking like he was delirious. "Stop! Stop, I need help!" "Easy, friend." Glenn used the loud, authoritative voice he'd worked to perfect as a town guard. "Nothing is after you. You're safe now." He took one look behind the man to make sure no monster was obviously chasing him. "Now calm yourself. Tell us what's happened." The soft crunching of grass brought Glenn's attention to his left shoulder. He glanced that way to find Sarah, standing alertly. She'd run close to help this man, too, of course, also concerned that he might collapse. The man wheezed and worked to catch his breath. "Minotaurs," he managed. "Took him. The chief went to save him, but can't do it alone." "You're a bandit," Sarah said calmly. "What's happened to you?" Glenn frowned at her. This man was a bandit? How could Sarah tell that? And why would a bandit come running up to a pair of blazers in the middle of Evelan? "It was a whole tribe." The bandit still looked winded, but he regained his ability to stand. "They attacked our fort, killed several, took the boy." He took several deep breaths, then looked at them blearily. His eyes widened. "You're blazers." "We're blazers," Glenn agreed. "But we're not here to arrest you." He couldn't have the man panicked before they knew more. "Who have these minotaurs taken?" The man straightened as what might be relief flooded his features. "David Barleyglade, son of Thomas Barleyglade. Real nice boy. Thank the gods I found you." Sarah stepped forward. "Do you need help with the rescue quest?" "We don't have an official quest filed yet, but there's no time to waste. The chief's already gone after them, and the minotaurs could eat David at any time. We need your help." "We'll help you," Glenn said before belatedly glancing at Sarah. Had he spoken too soon? Sarah's no-nonsense gaze remained on the bandit. "Name?" "Kalen Lonewood, level 15 ranger." "Sarah Cinderflare, level 14 ranger." Sarah tapped herself, then pointed at Glenn. "Glenn Greybreaker, level 12 brutalist. Now take us to your camp. Let's talk on the way." "Thank the gods," Kalen said again. "I was worried I'd find no one until Wolfpine." As he lumbered off, it seemed obvious he was straining to keep even a leisurely pace. Glenn belatedly scanned Kalen with Soul Scan, which confirmed the man had spoken the truth about his class and level. His vitality was also lower than Glenn expected for a level 12 ranger, which explained why he looked so exhausted. Ranged classes, who didn't go out of their way to be struck while leveling, often had trouble gaining vitality as a result. Regardless, the fact that the man was telling the truth about his name, level, and class suggested he might be telling the truth about everything else. At least it allowed Glenn to trust the man a little more. The 5 experience he gained from using Soul Scan was simply a bonus. Also, despite his obvious exhaustion, Kalen pushed forward relentlessly. That told Glenn this matter was truly serious. Kalen looked ready to run himself ragged if it got help for his chief and his bandits. They all hurried off together, with Ripper loping easily at Sarah's side. "What bandit group are you with?" Sarah asked as they walked. "The Rose Hunters," Kalen said proudly. "Perhaps you've heard of us?" Sarah considered in silence for a moment. "Robin Rose Hunter broke out of the Lakebrook jail a few weeks ago, didn't she?" "So you have heard of us." Kalen sounded pleased. "And yes, that's the chief. She won't tell us anything about how she broke out exactly, but it wouldn't be near as entertaining if she did." "That's true," Sarah agreed. As Glenn glanced at her, a trace of a smile crossed her face. Did Sarah know something about how this bandit chief, Robin Rosehunter, escaped the Lakebrook jail? No one had ever escaped Wolfpine's jail as far as Glenn knew, so this Robin must be truly impressive. Or perhaps it was more difficult to contain adventurers of higher levels. Kalen puffed at his chest as he talked about his leader. "We've only been authorized for a few months, but the chief's already made a name for us. It won't be long before travelers the zone over are speaking in hushed tones of our exploits. Everyone will fear the fearsome Rose Hunter bandits." "I'm sure that will be the case," Sarah said mildly. "Now, you said Minotaurs abducted David Barleyglade. Where did they take him?" Kalen was actually jogging now, visibly focused on not falling over. Glenn circumspectly glanced between them in confusion, These bandits were authorized to rob people? Sarah certainly seemed to be treating the man like a fellow adventurer. What was this all about? Despite his confusion, Glenn knew this was not the time to ask questions. Not in front of a client, which he supposed Kalen was now. They'd just taken a quest, or he supposed a job since there was no official quest to be taken, to help Kalen's bandits retrieve this noble son, David Barleyglade. That seemed a worthy goal regardless of whether a quest existed or not. Despite the grim circumstances, Glenn couldn't help but smile behind his steel helmet. This was his first Blazer quest already. If they pulled this off, and Glenn knew they could pull this off, he'd arrive in Lakebrook with a significant quest already completed. So long as the Minotaurs didn't eat David Barleyglade, Glenn supposed. He wasn't sure if a spiritualist could use Resurrect on an adult who got eaten. Richard Deepscar, after all, hadn't been able to resurrect Jack Whitetalon after Volpor devoured the man and his daughter, Azalea. Kalen? Sarah prompted again. The man still hadn't answered her question where the Minotaurs had taken David Barleyglade. Right. Kalen slowed as he led them into the colorful and vibrant-looking woods Glenn had seen from the road. So the chief scored big on the last tournament of Dinah. That caught a lot of eyes in Lakebrook. Her win got us a chance to bid for the contract to abduct David, and the chief sweetened the deal with some wine we seized off some travelers passing through from Coalfield. We need to focus on the rescue, Sarah reminded him calmly. Right, yes, of course. Kalen wiped the sweat pouring down his face. So we held up David's wagon on the road and abducted him yesterday, just like in our contract, and took him back to Fort Rosehunter. We'd just gotten him comfortably restrained and settled in when a whole tribe of Minotaurs just came at us out of nowhere. There had to be at least 20 of them. Sarah lowered her voice in what sounded like sympathy. What happened then? Glenn paid close attention to Sarah and kept his mouth shut. As much as he wanted to ask more questions, Sarah already had Kalen's attention and was conducting this interview. He noted how she both offered sympathy and directed the conversation. We fought them, of course, Kalen said proudly. Weren't just going to give up our fort. Yet there's only 14 of us in the Rose Hunters, not counting the chief, and those Minotaurs were all level 16 or higher. We lost 5 people, and worse, the Minotaurs stole the bodies. We can't even take them to Lakebrook and pay for a resurrect. They'll all meet the forever death. I'm so sorry. The obvious sympathy in Sarah's voice seemed completely genuine. Kalen sniffled as he gamely jogged on ahead of them. Most of the others were so badly injured in the fight, only a few of us could move, and the tribe took out both our lifecasters in the attack. It's like those 6 cursed Minotaurs planned the whole thing in advance. Yet you found us, Sarah reminded him calmly, and we're here now, and we're going to help. Do you know where the Minotaurs went? The chief tracked them into the mountains. She ordered us to spread out and look for help. Sage went to Lakebrook for help, but I doubt she's even there yet. So it's just you two and me. Sarah glanced at Glenn and then back to Kalen. You're coming with us? Have to, Kalen said. Can't let the chief fight all those cows alone. I'm the only one who knows the path up into the mountains, and also I know our secret whistle. Glenn was not entirely able to help himself. Secret whistle? He could ask about that at least, couldn't he? A blazer wouldn't know a bandit's secret whistle. It's how we let each other know we're around, Kalen said confidently. The chief's waiting to hear it. She said to come right into the mountains with any help we could find. Glenn glanced at Sarah to see if she had any further questions. She offered a subtle nod, which he took as his cue to ask his own. You said you fought the Minotaurs when they attacked your fort. I assume you killed some of them. Do you know how many Minotaurs are still alive? Kalen grimaced as he led them into a colorful wood. It was filled with widely spaced trees with light-colored branches and beautiful multicolored leaves. We took down 6 of the goat-legged bastards, so maybe 12, assuming what attacked was their whole tribe. Glenn didn't like the odds that implied. And all of them level 16. Given Eveland's level band ran from 8 to 16, Minotaurs must be among the highest level monsters in the zone. Even 2 of them would be a challenge for a full party of equal level adventurers. Taking on 12 level 16 Minotaurs would be suicide for him and Sarah, even with Ripper's help. Yet they couldn't just abandon David. So this would need to be a stealth rescue. It would fall upon Sarah and maybe Ripper to find where the Minotaurs had imprisoned David and free him. Glenn would simply have to hide as close to the Minotaur camp as possible and be ready to run interference if the Minotaurs caught on. From what little Glenn had read about Minotaurs, Wolfpine had a few books about Evelyn's more famous monsters. They were known for their strength, hearing, and sense of smell, not their keen eyesight. Sarah could likely sneak silently among them. She could use her chameleon armor to blend into the mountain when needed. If the land was snow-covered, Ripper could blend as well. "Do you have any healing potions?" Kalen asked hopefully. He continued to lead them through the woods like a man who'd traveled through them all his life. Typical ranger. "I have a few in my bag," Sarah said. "Are your people that badly injured?" "Without potions, at least 2 won't live through the night. We have crescents, so if we can buy them off you, we'll provide what we can free of charge," Sarah said calmly. Glenn silently approved. For a group like the Blazers, acquiring the components to mix healing potions was trivial. They had many high-level alchemists. Charging for potions in situations such as this, where people might literally die without them, would be wrong. Kalen slowed and stared. "We can't ask that. We may be bandits, but we're not lawless." Glenn was still trying to wrap his head around the many contradictions in that statement before Sarah patted Kalen's shoulder and pointed forward. "It's Blazer policy to render aid to those who are injured. Doing so without recompense is my duty as a Blazer. So please, don't make it difficult." Kalen frowned and quickened his pace. "Well, all right, if it's your duty. And thank you." Glenn beamed at Sarah as they walked. She caught him looking, smiled a little, and kept her eyes ahead. Her exchange with Kalen and her obvious generosity reminded him how lucky he'd been to get such a competent and kind adventuring partner. They traveled another hour through the woods at a reasonable but steady pace until, almost out of nowhere, a small yet sturdy-looking fort of stone and wood emerged from the wilderness. It looked almost brand new, likely raised by builders in the past 10 years or so. It had sturdy walls of thick stone that reached almost 2 stories in height. 4 square watchtowers with arched windows stood sentry. The once massive and well-made doors, formed of heavy oak and reinforced steel, lay half-splintered in the gate. The Minotaurs must have battered them open when they attacked the fort. Doors like that could hold off a small army of mortals for a time, and even stand up to a battering ram. But Minotaurs themselves were battering rams. As Kalen said, there had been a tribe of them. 2 more bandits, both women in leather armor that matched Kalen's in both design and its light brown color, stood on the walls with bows ready. Were they rangers as well? One waved and jumped up and down as they approached. "You found Blazers!" the woman shouted. "I found Blazers!" Kalen shouted back. "How's Alan doing?" "Worse," the woman on the wall shouted back. "Hope you have potions." "We have potions," Kalen said quietly as he led them toward the fort. "Alan is our last remaining lifecaster. We stopped the Minotaurs from killing him, but they beat him up badly. He's been in and out of consciousness and absolutely can't cast. So if we give him a potion, he can help by healing others," Sarah finished calmly. "We'll see to him first, then pass out potions as needed to the others in critical condition." "Thank you so much." Kalen sniffed again as they entered the fort proper. "I know we're supposed to be on opposite sides of all this, by law, but you people are so nice." "Nothing wrong with helping a worthy opponent when tragedy strikes," Sarah assured him calmly. "You may be a bandit, and I may be a Blazer, but both of us are sworn to fight against monsters." Kalen nodded firmly. "Not all we challenge, remember that. So thank you, Miss Cinderflare." "Sarah," she corrected gently. "Sarah," Kalen agreed. "Alan's recovering in the chief's house." The interior of the fort had 4 buildings inside. The first was a big bunkhouse where the bandits most likely slept. A sturdy-looking 2-story house was likely where Robin Rosehunter, the bandit chief, made her home. Nearby, a covered crafting area with a forge, anvil, and tanning rack sat empty. Lastly, one final building looked to be a warehouse for stolen goods and provisions. These buildings, too, were all new and well kept, though the warehouse had a large hole smashed in one side. Glenn pointed. "What happened there?" "Minotaurs," Kalen all but growled. "Once they got inside the fort, they went right for the warehouse. It's where we have our guest prison, you see, and where David was sleeping." Guest prison. Glenn did all he could to not sound confused. Sarah walked them hurriedly toward the chief's house. It's where bandits keep their prisoners, remember, Glenn? Can't have prisoners sleeping on a hard floor or dirty straw. Right, Glenn agreed, though he really didn't get it. Wasn't making their prisoners sleep on a hard floor and dirty straw what bandits did to their prisoners? He was missing something important. Once they reached the house, Sarah spoke again. How many others are grievously injured? Kalen pulled a keyring from his belt and unlocked the chief's house, then opened the front door. 2 others. They're all inside. The bunkhouse is open to the elements, so the chief insisted we put the most injured inside the house on the guest beds. He led them inside. Sarah pointed to the side of the door. Ripper, stay. The wolf hung his head, but moved into position. He looked disappointed to be left outside. Sarah continued calmly as she followed Kalen inside with Glenn right behind her. I have 4 healing potions on me. We'll see how many it takes to get Alan up and around, then see to the others immediately after. Kalen hurriedly led them into a cozy, smoky-smelling wooden house that was nicely furnished with all sorts of expensive furniture and thick rugs. Alan can heal them after, miss. No need to use your potions on them once he's up and about. He started up a set of narrow stairs. Alan will likely be low on blood, and we can't risk someone passing him to death while he recovers. So let's get everyone stable and go from there. Yes, ma'am, Kalen said gratefully. They're on the top floor. Glenn had to slip slightly sideways to get himself up the stairs. They were almost too narrow for his frame, and while this house was cozy and well-built, it wasn't spacious. Still, the space inside the fort's walls wasn't that large either, and the builder had needed to save room for a bunkhouse, crafting area, and warehouse. Perhaps the chief had simply asked his house be smaller to make room. The hallway up top was short and had 4 doors, one at the end, 2 on the left, and 1 on the right. Kellen opened the single door on the right. He led them into a room with 4 comfy-looking but single-person beds. The sheets were stained with blood. 3 of the 4 beds were full. Kalen hurried over and knelt by a muscular, dark-skinned man with a mostly bald head. The man had torn moonlight robes. I brought help. Just hang in there, buddy. Glenn grimaced as he looked the other 2 badly injured people over. One, a man, had his eyes swollen shut, with the side of his once handsome head visibly dented. He must have taken a grazing blow from a minotaur's mace, any lower, and he wouldn't still have his head. The other was a woman who looked to be almost as old as Glenn's mother, Tanya. She was stripped to the waist, with her chest wrapped in bloody bandages. She breathed, but not well. Sarah reached into her unfilled bag and pulled out 1 potion after another. She handed 2 healing potions, small flasks filled with red liquid, to Glenn. See to the other injured. Glenn took the potions and went to the woman first. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw Sarah pull the 3rd portion from her back and kneel beside Alan. Help me tilt his head back. Glenn knelt by the woman, who was obviously not conscious due to her injuries. He slipped 1 hand beneath her back and neck, supporting her and her weight without issue. He eased her up into an almost sit. She groaned in pain as Glenn popped the cork on the potion. He pressed it to her lips. He pushed it inside her mouth, gently, then let her head loll back a little. He hoped the fluid would course down her throat without choking her. She coughed, then moaned, as a health bar charred almost all the way black appeared above her head. Soon she was drinking steadily. Soon enough, the potion was empty, and the woman looked far less pale, with her health bar above half. Sarah was kneeling by a now blinking Alan. The man still looked quite disoriented, but that was understandable. Glenn proceeded to the man with the dented head. He gave that man the other potion, noted the same dangerously low health bar, and watched as the man's skull literally reshaped itself into its proper form. Healing potions always fixed the worst injuries first. By the time Glenn finished with the man with the dented head, Alan was sitting up and breathing evenly. He raised 1 hand as if to cast flash heal, but Sarah took his hand and pushed it down. She firmly shook her head. Not yet, Sarah warned. You're too weak. You need food and drink and a bit of rest to recover your blood before you start casting. We've given potions to the grievously injured. Alan nodded with relief. Gods bless you both. I thought we were done for. Kalen rose and looked around. Now that they're dealt with, we need to go find your chief. Sarah rose and looked to Glenn. All done there? Glenn rose as well. I am. Now let's go rescue Mr. Barleyglade. 4. A scouting mission. Svara. Once Svara was certain Alan knew better than to start casting Flash Heal on everyone until he had something to eat and drink, she rose and looked to Kaelin. Lead the way. Kaelin led them out of the house, with Svara following and Glenn's big footsteps tromping behind them. Glenn certainly wasn't trying to be loud, but gods, the man made as much noise as a moose on a roof. He was definitely not sneaking into the Minotaur camp. Once they exited, Svara snapped her fingers. Ripper, heal. Her now oddly tame wolf fell eagerly into step beside her. Svara absent-mindedly scratched his head. It already felt so natural to have Ripper with her all the time, hunting at her side, that it almost made her feel as though she could finally move past everything that happened with... No. She couldn't think about her old partner now. She couldn't risk losing focus or getting too depressed. She had to focus on saving this nobleman's son and not getting crushed by minotaurs. As Kaelin led them out of the fort, the woman who'd shouted from the walls earlier ran up to join them. Oi, Kaelin, you going after the chief? Kaelin quickened his pace. We're going after the chief. Alan's up now. As soon as we can get the others walking again, we need that gate repaired. Get the others on it. Nuts to that, the woman said. I'm going with you. Kaelin huffed and turned on her. No, you're not, Diana. You protect the others. As Diana ran up to them, Svara gave her a subtle, evaluating glance. The tan woman was tall and thin, probably a little older than Svara, with well-defined arm and shoulder muscles. She wore leather armor and carried an archer's bow. She had dark hair wound into a ponytail that flopped across one shoulder before dropping down her back. Diana was likely around Kaelin's level, 15 or even 16, and a third ranger couldn't hurt, especially if they needed to take down minotaurs. The brutes were terrifyingly effective up close, but slow and ponderous. Filling them with enough arrows to stock a quiver was the safest way to take them down. Also, with this additional ranger along, they'd have a full party. Since Ripper was Svara's pet, he didn't count against their party limit. Svara would have eagerly taken as many bandits as were willing to join, but she doubted any of the others were ready to fight again yet. Those who remained in the fort would need to be ready to evacuate the wounded in case the minotaurs came back. She's coming, Svara said. That got a surprised look from Kaelin and an approving one from Glenn. If we have to take down minotaurs, we feather them from afar. The more bows, the better. Diana smiled triumphantly at Kaelin. See? Told you I'd be of help. Fine, just don't do anything stupid. Kaelin turned back to lead the way with a grumble. There's no need for any more of your heroics. We have blazers now, see? Diana smirked as she followed Kaelin. It's so nice that you care. Of course I care, Kaelin said, then winced and glanced at Svara. Because we're rose hunters. Fight for the chief and fight for each other. Galen smiled happily as he watched them from the back. That's a nice slogan. I like it. Thank you, Diana said proudly. The chief came up with that one. I wish we could just track the chief, Kaelin said mournfully. She'll find us, dummy, Diana assured him. Always does. Just remember your whistle. Svara caught Glenn looking at her again, still obviously bristling with questions. She glanced his way just long enough to assure him now was not the time to talk. He looked forward again. Did Glenn really not know how government-approved bandits in Evelan worked? She supposed they didn't have any such official system for theft and larceny in Gracia. The fact that they were now working with bandits must seem very strange to him. Svara let Kaelin lead, and once again considered the odd situation. Minotaurs were fiercely protective of their own camps and territories, but usually stayed in the mountains. For a full tribe to descend into the forest was rare, and while she could understand them attacking a fort if they came across it, a fort meant adventurers, which meant a threat on their doorstep, the fact that they'd taken a hostage was incredibly unusual. According to Kaelin, that had been their goal. What possible reason would a tribe of minotaurs have to abduct David Barleyglade? They traveled another few hours in relative silence until they reached the foot of the first big mountain stretching out of the forest. These two tall mountains were known as the Water Sisters. The snows they collected during the winter coursed off them in gorgeous chilly streams that fed both Eveland's natural waterways and often created new ones. Despite the chill on the upper peaks, the inside of each mountain was sheltered and held warmth well. Minotaurs, naturally, found the inside of the mountains the perfect place to live and mine precious jewels and metals, including the rare magicite ore needed to craft mage steel armor. Strong parties of adventurers could come steal those crafting materials and gems if they came in hard enough or sneakily enough. Like all monsters, there always seemed to be a decent number of minotaurs around, no matter how many fell in battle, though a single tribe rarely numbered more than 20. That meant that, as Kaelin had suggested, the whole tribe had attacked Fort Rosehunter and made off with David Barleyglade, while killing 5 people and stealing the bodies so they couldn't be resurrected. Svara had never heard of minotaurs doing anything remotely similar to this, and, in general, even intelligent monsters ignored the bodies of fallen adventurers, or they had in the past. As Kaelin led them confidently up a winding trail of switchbacks along the mountainside, Svara considered again what Glenn had told her about all the odd changes in Gracia in the last few years. Monsters that behaved differently than they had or were higher level than they should be. Dangerous quests popping up that were far too difficult for the zone. Even demons outside Wolfpine's walls. Based on all she'd seen and heard the past few years, Svara now had no doubt the gods were changing things up. Such changes would likely accelerate. The strange behavior of these minotaurs was yet more evidence the challenger gods, at least, had grown tired of humanity's stagnation. Svara had read about the gods making such drastic changes to monster behavior in the past, in the histories, though they'd not made this many changes this quickly in at least 500 years. She supposed it was just her rotten luck to live during a time when the gods tinkered with reality. The fact that Soulseer even existed as a class was all the evidence she needed that the gods had grown bored with the current state of leveling and strife in the world they'd created. The mountain winds grew in intensity as they climbed, as did the cold, yet Svara was so used to being constantly chilly that she barely noticed. Chameleon armor was designed to keep its wearer cool in temperate or tropical environments, and even though it covered its wearer from head to toe, it still remained far thinner than leather armor. Still, at least Kaelin wasn't casting surreptitious glances at her. Most men did that as soon as they noticed how tightly her thin armor hugged her form. Or perhaps it was just the secretive, besotted glances Kaelin kept directing at Diana when he thought she wasn't looking. The man really was smitten with her. For her part, Diana didn't look to mind the attention, so Svara hoped the feeling was mutual. Nothing worse than unrequited love. They talked little, wary of attracting monsters, as Kaelin confidently led them up the switchback. He eventually led them into a split in the mountains even Svara might have missed if she wasn't paying close attention. This ranger knew his territory. Better yet, the split blocked the chilly wind. "Pause here," Svara ordered. The party all paused, including Ripper. Svara reached into her unfilled bag and pulled out her fine fur cloak. She'd remove it before she snuck into the Minotaur camp, but despite the lack of the wind, it was colder than ever in these mountains. She couldn't risk getting frozen before completing a dangerous infiltration. The cloak was also a light gray, better than wearing green in these mountains. The cloak warmed her immediately. She then waved everyone back. "Ripper leads. He'll smell trouble before it arrives. Everyone else follows me. Glenn, you watch the rear." Everyone nodded. No one questioned. Svara snapped her fingers, catching Ripper's eye, and pointed. "Ripper, scout." Her wolf snapped eagerly and set off, proudly leading the party. Svara walked after him at a steady pace. Her windwalkers made little noise as they crunched snow, which didn't matter since Glenn continued to sound like a trampling moose behind her. That was why Svara had put him all the way in the back. She, Ripper, and the other 2 rangers were all very quiet. Glenn wasn't. Still, Svara suspected that the Minotaurs wouldn't hear Glenn stomping about unless he got too close to their camp. She had no intention of allowing that. She only wished they'd been able to acquire another shield for Glenn. They could really use his incredible town guard strength if it came to a fight. But saving David Barleyglade took precedence over getting new gear. Svara had no doubt the Minotaurs would eat David, if they hadn't already. Minotaurs were absolutely not picky when it came to food. And though she hadn't, and wouldn't, mention it to Kaelin and Diana, she suspected the 5 rose hunters the Minotaurs had taken had already gone into the cookpot. In a bit of horrifically dark humor, Minotaurs thought of humans the same way humans thought of cows: dumb and tasty. For that reason, few adventurers hunted minotaurs in the Water Sisters alone unless they were absurdly confident in their abilities or absurdly overconfident. A full party was the way to go if one didn't want to end up dead and devoured by cow people. Ripper trotted on ahead, completely at home in their increasingly cold and snowy surroundings. He soon stopped. He crouched low as his lips pulled back to reveal his sharp teeth, yet made not a sound. Svara clenched a fist and raised it, warning the party to halt, then looked back. She pointed at Diana, tapped her own chest, then pointed at Kaelin and Glenn and motioned, "Stay." Kaelin looked disappointed, but Glenn simply nodded. Of course he would. Svara had already found Glenn a kind and intelligent adventuring partner, but better yet, he knew his limits. Glenn had plenty of talents and did many things better than she did, but he also didn't feel like he had to do everything. He trusted his party as well. Svara crept on alone, with Diana at her side. She noted approvingly the woman made hardly any noise, despite only having leather boots instead of windwalkers. They reached Ripper and crouched low, at which point Svara gently patted her wolf's back. The way Ripper crept forward looked more panther than wolf. After another minute, they crested the gentle rise in the mountain path. The path descended steeply below. It revealed a flat, open plateau leading to a wide-open cave. 4 large rock, wood, and thatch huts sat inside a crude but dangerous-looking wooden palisade crafted below. 6 visible minotaurs were awake and alert. Each stood almost twice as tall as Glenn. 4 minotaurs were inside the palisade, 2 working at a big, bubbling cooking pot, while one sharpened a 2-handed axe and another lounged about in a big chair. It nibbled grapes from a basket the minotaurs had likely seized from some unfortunate townsfolk. Svara hoped they'd escaped. Most minotaurs carried massive 2-handed clubs, weapons that were both deadly and easy to craft. They dressed in thick animal hides and leathers. 2 such minotaurs stood to either side of the crude closed gate in the palisade, both females judging from their smaller horns. All minotaurs had horns and shared the same general shape, at least in leathers, but female horns were smaller. Diana lightly tapped Svara's shoulder, then pointed toward the cave entry. Svara peered that way and followed the line of Diana's gaze until she saw it. A rusted but well-made steel cage, and inside, a blond-haired boy who looked common age at the oldest. His clothes were torn, but there was no visible blood on him. David Barleyglade was still alive. The Minotaurs hadn't built their palisade around the edges of the plateau, but that was only because it was unnecessary. This plateau had sheer cliffs descending on either side. The only way into the camp was through the gate, and the Minotaurs were in position to defend it from any adventurers who came calling. Svara couldn't see a good way to retrieve David without gaining the anger of the whole camp. Svara tapped Diana's shoulder and pointed behind them. Still perfectly in sync, she and Diana crept backwards until they were out of sight of the Minotaur camp. Ripper crouched low. Only once they were well away did they hurry to where Kaelin crouched impatiently and Glenn crouched calmly. As soon as they were close enough to talk in hushed tones, Svara filled the rest of her party in on the results of their brief scouting action. "David is alive." Kaelin smiled with relief. "Thank the gods. I just feel awful if we lost him. But there's 6 Minotaurs visible in the camp, and likely more in the cave. The cage where they're keeping David is all the way back at the cave entry. The sides are sheer. Only way in is through a gate guarded by Minotaurs." "Will they all anger together?" Glenn asked. Svara was surprised he'd ask that, but she soon remembered his extensive knowledge of monsters and their behavior only pertained to Gracia. The first thing they'd do, once they got to Lakebrook, was give Glenn a week to pore over the books and histories in the Everland Blazer Library. With access to those, he'd become an expert on Everland's monsters very quickly. She'd simply address him like she would a junior blazer, which would hopefully assuage any questions from the bandits. "Minotaurs are tribal monsters who are almost as intelligent as mortals. They don't ignore each other when they see their allies in distress, like monsters in Gracia. If they spot another Minotaur in trouble, they'll come to its aid. There's no line-of-sight blockers over that rise. So if we anger 1, we anger 6, and possibly even more hiding in that cave." Glenn's expressions showed he was already evaluating ways around that. "They are slow, though. I imagine if we could get all of them angry at one person, that person could lead them off." Kaelin snorted. "Yeah, Good luck pulling something like that off. Svara knew exactly what Glenn was suggesting. He could anger the entire camp using Fight Me from a safe distance, and then lead them off without any fear they'd double back. Despite how that would simplify her rescue of David Barleyglade, that was a sleeve card Svara didn't want to play unless they had no other choice. Kaelin and Diana were obviously intelligent. No matter how well they regarded Blazers, anyone who knew anything about Brutalists would question how Glenn angered an entire camp from 50 paces away. Glenn's powerful town guard skills were both a blessing and a liability if they wanted to keep his true identity secret, which remained the only way to keep his family safe from the Church of Celis. They had to be very careful not to destroy all their hard work to conceal Glenn's true identity with a careless mistake. Simply having Glenn use Fight Me and take off running was an option they would avoid, unless they had no other choice. There must be other ways. Svara held Glenn's gaze. Let's keep the angering every Minotaur on this mountain option in reserve. Wouldn't want to show them all our tricks unless they force our hand. Glenn nodded back. He seemed to understand exactly. Why not? Diana frowned. It's not like it'll matter if we kill them all after. We're not killing that many Minotaurs, Svara said calmly. Not with this party. Our only option is to get David out quietly. Hopefully before the Minotaurs know he's missing. We need the chief, Kaelin said grimly. You do mind if I call her? Svara glanced at him. Can you do it without making noise? Kaelin smiled. No noise that'll alert the Minotaurs. Then please do. If Robin Rosehunter was half the adventurer Svara suspected her to be, her aid could tip the scales in their favor. Diana looked entirely confident in Kaelin, and Kaelin looked confident in himself. The Rosehunter bandits were organized and well-trained, despite the situation. Not even 3 full parties of Blazers around their level would have done much better against a tribe of 20 angry Minotaurs. Kaelin crept forward as quietly as Diana, yet stopped before reaching the rise. He then put both hands to either side of his lips and whistled, and not like a human. The whistle wasn't one Svara had heard before, but it matched the general tone and sound of countless bird species she'd heard in the forest. She doubted the Minotaurs would care about it. It would simply blend in. Kaelin repeated his whistle once more, then paused, then one last time. Finally he crept back to them and nodded. She's on her way. 3 whistles, Glenn asked. Were you worried she wouldn't hear the first? Not telling, Kaelin said. Diana elbowed him hard enough to make him cough. 1 whistle to let us know we've got eyes on us, 2 to order a retreat, 3 to ask for a meeting, assuring those who hear it it's safe to meet up. Kaelin gasped and stared at her. We worked really hard on the code. Diana rolled her eyes. Oh, gods, Kaelin. Every bandit group uses that code. He frowned, blinked, then frowned again. Really? Svara held back a smile with the barest of effort. I'm afraid so. Well, Kaelin rubbed the back of his head. I still think our whistle is the coolest. It is impressive, Glenn assured the man. He offered one of his most winning smiles, obviously trying to make Kaelin feel better. And it's good we have you 2 along, or we'd have no way to contact your chief Rosehunter? That's me, a soft, smoky female voice agreed, from directly behind Svara. 5. A Bandit Queen. Svara didn't jump, but she came close. She turned and inclined her head instead. Chief Rosehunter, I'm Sara Cinderflare, level 14 Ranger, and this is my partner, Glenn Greybreaker, level 12 Brutalist. We're answering your call to rescue David Barleyglade from the Minotaurs. Robin Rosehunter, level 26 Time Strider, the woman said. This is all you've brought? They were the only people I could find, Kaelin protested. And they're Blazers. Svara took the Rosehunter bandit chief in and found herself impressed. Robin looked like she belonged in Eastwind, or even Leafside, the 27 to 32 zone preceding Addersfield. Yet Svara knew the licenses and fees to get approved for professional larceny in Eveland were pricey. Given how small Robin's bandit group was, Robin had likely financed it herself. Robin looked to be in her late 20s, with a tanned face, impeccable complexion, and gorgeous red hair that fell past her shoulders. She was taller than Svara by a head, yet equally as athletic. Her red and black gloom shroud armor hugged her muscular frame as tightly as Svara's chameleon armor hugged hers, but that wasn't surprising. The gods made most female armor absurdly form-fitting. Robin's bare shoulders were marbled muscle, leaving no doubt in Svara's mind that this woman was strong and agile. The two knives sheathed at her hips had blades long enough they could probably qualify as short swords. Both also glowed a soft green, likely coated in slowing poison. That was a shadower skill, but evolved classes retain the ability to use their former class's abilities. Robin watched Svara and continued in her quiet, smoky voice. I'd hoped for more help, but I appreciate you both coming so quickly. Obviously, I never planned for a Minotaur attack on my fort, and now we're all paying the price. I can't let young David suffer for my mistakes. Wasn't your fault, Chief, Diana said mournfully. They've never done this before. Robin shrugged, and then met Svara's eyes again. What's your plan? How can I assist? We're still discussing, Svara said evenly. No one had mentioned your exact class until now, and that gives me some ideas. Robin glanced pointedly at Kalen, who raised both hands. They're blazers, Chief. I didn't want to betray your secrets. A trace of a smirk crossed Robin's face. I appreciate the sentiment, but at this point, we should focus on preventing the young boy we were contracted to abduct from being eaten by minotaurs. Behind her, Svara heard a tiny intake of breath from Glenn. The poor man must be simply bursting with curiosity about all this. She wished she could simply fill it in, but she'd introduced Glenn as a level 12 brutalist and a blazer besides. It would be strange for Glenn, a blazer, to not know how approved larceny worked in Evelan. Robin, especially, would remember Glenn being unfamiliar with Lake Brook bureaucracy. That could lead to Robin looking into things she shouldn't. Svara spoke again. I imagine you'd have no trouble sneaking past those minotaurs and opening David's cage, yet getting him out is the issue, isn't it? Robin nodded. I consider taking them down one by one, but one might go for the kid if I upset them. I don't have any healing potions or ways to draw them off him, and he's fragile. Too bad David can't put on your chameleon armor, Glenn said quietly from behind them. Then you can get him out rather easy, right? Maybe just slide him along the ground? Svara snorted at the idea. It was a good idea, actually, if only David could wear her armor. Unfortunately, David was townsfolk and common age besides. Chameleon armor could only be worn by adventurers and had a minimum level requirement of 10. Even if they could find a way to get the armor to him, as Svara wasn't about to strip down to her small clothes in the middle of a Minotaur camp, he couldn't wear it during his escape. Let's just kill the Minotaurs, Diana said eagerly. We've got 4 bows here, Chief, including yours. We'll pepper those cow patties before they can even get up that rise. And one of them might run over and bash little David's head in, Robin said. Her words were not unkind, but her meaning was clear. They were not doing that. Svara approved of the woman's method of leading her bandits. Diana opened her mouth, then grimaced. Right. Still not used to escort quests? We're generally the ones mucking up escort quests, Kellen agreed solemnly. Svara mentally went over the camp she'd surveyed from the rise. The sides of the cliff were incredibly steep, which would stop most climbers, but not everyone. Not a woman with boots that could literally allow her to fly. She glanced down at her windwalkers, then at the rise leading to the Minotaur camp. A plan formed in her head. Windwalkers didn't allow the user to fly exactly. It was really more like a controlled glide. If Robin opened David's cage, Svara could then run David to the cliffs before the Minotaurs caught up, and then leap off and glide away. It was doubtful the Minotaurs would be able to follow her. Svara was confident she could find her way down from wherever she eventually landed on her own, especially since the Water Sisters were the only 2 mountains that size in all of Evelan. This wasn't a mountain range, just 2 mountains. Even if it took a day or 2 to climb down to Evelan proper, Svara had high enough provisions in her unfilled bag to feed both herself and David, and finding water would be easy as melting snow. The question was, how could she get into the camp undetected? She visualized the camp in her head again. The slope above the entry to the cave had been rather slanted, not comfortable, but she could land on it. So if she could get high enough, She might simply be able to glide down from even higher and land above the cave entry. The only challenge would be preventing the Minotaurs from noticing the woman in green armor sailing through the sky, and all running over to beat the snot out of her when she landed. "Kalen?" She glanced his way. "How well do you know the rest of these mountains?" Kalen shrugged. "This is practically my backyard." "Is there a path we can take to get up to a higher elevation? One overlooking the Minotaur camp beyond that rise, but higher up? The higher the better, preferably." A plan was continuing to solidify in Svara's mind. If she glided along high enough, even Minotaurs wouldn't see her. She could then make her way slowly down the slope above the Minotaur cave, protected from the Minotaur's gaze by her chameleon leather. It would match the rock. "There's a path that'll lead far up, yes?" Kalen said. "What's your plan, though? You might be the best shot in Luxtera, but the wind's too unpredictable for us to hit anything from that high." Robin chuckled. "She's going to toss herself off and glide over, then glide off holding David, where the Minotaurs can't follow. Didn't check her footwear, did you?" Kalen blinked at Robin, then stared down at Svara's windwalkers. They're nice boots?" He obviously had no idea what he was looking at. "How long to reach the overlook you mentioned?" Svara asked. "If we leave now?" Kalen considered. "Maybe 30 minutes?" Svara looked to Robin. "I don't know how long it will take me to descend, but let's say another 30 minutes to be safe. More than enough time for you to infiltrate that Minotaur camp again, right?" Robin smiled. "Child's play, as is that primitive lock. Though, I have a quicker option." Svara saw it at once. "I can give you my boots." Robin nodded calmly. "I know how that must sound, coming from the head of a bandit organization. Please, Miss Blazer, let me borrow your incredibly expensive windwalkers. I promise I'll bring them back to you after, instead of popping off to Coalfield to sell them for profit." Svara smiled despite her worries. That was exactly what she'd secretly been thinking. "I give you my word. That won't happen," Robin said solemnly. "I know you have no good reason to trust me, especially since I'm the reason the boy is in this mess." "It is not your fault, Chief," Diana protested. "But I can reach him in 5 minutes and get his cage open," Robin finished calmly. "We do it your way. It could take an hour or more. That's a lot of time for the Minotaurs to get hungry again." Svara nodded immediately. "You're right." Kalen blinked. "Whoa, you serious?" Svara dropped into a sit and began unlacing the silky laces of her windwalkers. "Whether you're telling the truth or not, David Barleyglade is less likely to be eaten if I give you my boots and let you rescue him." She removed her first boot and set it, standing between them, wincing at the cold. "A boy's life is worth far more than a pair of boots." Diana whistled. "I don't know. Those look like pretty expensive boots." Svara glanced at Glenn to find him smiling with approval. She didn't need his agreement to make this decision, but it was always nice to have it. If they ever disagreed strongly on something, she'd definitely take a good look at their options to make sure she wasn't missing anything obvious. Glenn had a strong moral compass. Robin dropped too, removing her gloam shroud boots. Those were fairly expensive as well. While they weren't as rare as windwalkers, they completely muffled the wearer's steps, even at a sprint. Svara was surprised when Robin offered her boots in trade. "Collateral," Robin said. "Unnecessary, but appreciated," Svara agreed. She handed over her own boots as she took Robin's. "It will be nice not to walk down this chilly mountain on bare feet." "You're probably chilly enough already," Robin agreed. Svara snickered at shared annoyances. Gods, the other woman was so right. Each of them quickly laced up each other's boots, and Svara felt a tingle as the boots resized to fit her feet. Her windwalkers had just done the same on Robin's feet, growing slightly in size to fit the other woman. "What about us?" Kellen asked. "What can we do?" "Drop arrows on the Minotaurs right before Robin moves." Svara looked to Robin for agreement. "We pepper the cow patties, as Diana stated, so they're not watching David's cage." Robin nodded. "Once I've got David safely out of his cage, I'm confident I can beat them to the cliffs if I burn my time skill cooldowns, so long as they don't attack before I open it." "And me?" Glenn asked. What can I do? Svara considered how best to explain his role without alerting the others. You're the shield for myself, Diana, and Kaelin. If it looks like the Minotaurs are going to overrun this, distract whichever one you can, and then run as fast as you can. In other words, use fight me. Glenn patted his big mace, which remained secure in the carrier across his chest. Understood. I won't let anyone get crushed by cow patties. The signal is one whistle, Robin told Kaelin and Diana. Once you hear that, start dropping arrows on the cows. The moment I know they're looking toward the rise, I'll pop the lock and get David out of there. Then I'll glide as far as I can and meet you back at the fort. Diana and Kaelin both thumped hands to their hearts. You've got it, Chief. Svara looked to Robin. You're up. Robin smiled and backed toward the rise. Always wanted to fly. Without another word, she vanished in a puff of purple smoke. She'd just activated Shadow Walk. Given she was a full 8 levels above the Minotaurs in the camp, Svara knew there was no way they could detect her. Everyone to the rise. Svara glanced at Glenn. Quietly? He smiled and nodded. Together the party moved to the rise, crouching where they could see over. They could easily make out the Minotaurs guarding the single gate in front of the primitive palisade, but Svara had no concerns about the Minotaurs spotting them as well. While Minotaurs had excellent smell and hearing, their sight was poor. Ripper panted quietly at Svara's side. It wasn't long before a faint yet distinctive bird whistle echoed on the wind. Svara looked first to Kaelin, then Diana, verifying they had eyes on her. Then she looked ahead. Save unerring shot for any runners. Feather the female Minotaur by the gate on my left on my 3 count, then loose at will. Got it, Diana said, followed by the same from Kaelin. Svara kissed her finger to make it wet. Gauge. She held out her finger to test the wind. She visualized the shot she'd need to make, factoring in the wind, the arc, and the angle. She suspected Diana and Kaelin were both doing the same in their own way. String? Svara knocked an arrow and readied her bow. The sound of bowstrings going tight told her Kaelin and Diana were doing the same. Svara felt a pang of regret as she remembered her days as a sharpshooter. Weeks ago, before that devourer stole her levels, she'd have had so many better options. Working with Robin, a level 26 time strider, they might even have defeated the Minotaurs on their own. If she were still a level 23 sharpshooter, she could use flash fingers to string 2 more arrows immediately after she fired the first, sending all 3 off at almost the same time. She also missed Curvature, the rank 2 sharpshooter skill that let her literally shoot arrows around corners. She'd only been 3,000 experience from multi-shot, which she'd planned to acquire at level 24. That would have made her even more deadly in battle. Still, she was alive. She hadn't lost half her levels like Marion Hawkshadow. And at level 14, she wouldn't simply be following Glenn around and watching him gain experience. She had no problems escorting lower-level blazers, of course, but doing so without gaining experience wasn't as fun. 3, Svara said. 2, 1. Loose. Bowstrings twanged as 3 arrows simultaneously leapt in the air at the top of the rise. Only Svara's whistled as it descended, a special enchantment she'd had done to her arrows. Whistling arrows attracted an enemy's attention, which was about the only way someone like her could distract monsters from going after the younger adventurers she mentored. Both female Minotaurs straightened at the sound, then looked up. The arrows were too tiny and fast for their poor eyesight to see. Then all 3 arrows sank deep into the female Minotaur's chest. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The female Minotaur's health bar appeared and charred 1/3 black. Instead of going down, the Minotaur roared and snorted steam. It charged off on cloven feet. It and its partner charged up the rise toward the intruders they knew must be on top. Ripper growled and crept forward, but Svara snapped her fingers. Ripper, heal. Behind the 2 guardian Minotaurs, the rest of the camp moved into action as well. The 2 at the cookpot both picked up their big 2-handed clubs and ran to replace the 2 who'd left the gates, while the one who'd been eating grapes thumped its chest like it was choking. It, too, rose and stomped toward the gate, yet one didn't. The Minotaur who'd been sharpening the axe turned and jogged for the cave instead. It was likely running to get help. Unerring shot on the runner, Svara commanded. She knocked another arrow before raising her bow with only a cursory attempt to aim. Loose. Unerring shot. Guided by her skill, Her arrow whistled into the sky, followed shortly by two others. All three arrows arced unnaturally through the air as they flew far and fast. The Minotaur stomping toward the cave entrance didn't even change direction. All three arrows arced down. When a ranger used unerring shot, their next shot never missed, which was why it had a 5-minute cooldown, and struck the Minotaur in the back one after the other. The big monster howled and went down, then, snorting, spun and rushed back to the gate. The pain and indignity of being shot in the back had overridden its desire to get help. Svara had gained its anger. The moment the Minotaur ceased its attempt to run into the cave for help, Svara watched the cage door containing David Barleyglade swing open. The boy leapt into the air, wide-eyed. He gripped air as he bounced along while sitting about waist-height, heading toward the cliff. Robin, still cloaked by Shadowwalk, was carrying him. Svara focused again on the two female Minotaurs charging the rise, and specifically on the one with a third of its health bar charred. Two more arrows impacted that Minotaur before she could say anything. Diana and Kaelin obviously knew to bring it down first. Svara knocked, loosed, and joined them. Her arrow landed and charred the female Minotaur's health bar to 1/3. It slowed. The other Minotaur still charged at them full steam. It would be here almost the moment they took the first one down, and they couldn't backtrack because that would put the rise between them and the oncoming Minotaurs, cutting off their line of sight. Svara knew that wouldn't be a problem. Glenn stepped between Diana and Kaelin and dropped his big mace, Becca, into one hand. "I'm your shield," he told everyone with confidence Svara envied. "Bring the other down." Even with the still healthy Minotaur almost on top of them, Svara focused on the Minotaur that they'd all but defeated. Her next arrow flew at the same time as those from Diana and Kaelin, and these last 3 arrows finished what the first 12 had begun. The Minotaur snorted and tumbled backward, then burst into ash. The small buzz of experience, marking a monster kill, tingled. David, still bouncing in midair, was almost to the edge of the cliffs. As Svara looked past him, a Minotaur much larger than the others charged out of the cave. It was easily a head taller than even the tallest Minotaur, and a different color. Blue. Its horns were golden and huge, and instead of carrying a club, it carried a gleaming spear instead. Svara gasped. A Minotaur chieftain was far too high level for this zone. It shouldn't be in this zone. Yet here it was, like in Gracia, a dangerous monster a few levels higher than its zone. The gods had changed things up again. 6. A thwarted rescue. Svara spotted one remaining Minotaur charging the rise, almost to the Rangers. Glenn and Ripper charged as a team. Ripper reached the Minotaur long before Glenn, yet shot past it with only a cursory sideswipe at its flanks. That insulting strike spun the Minotaur around, furious. That freed Glenn to leap in from behind and brain it on the back of the head with his big mace. The Minotaur's health bar charred back by a full 1/4, as much as the damage from 3 arrows. The thing fell forward, stunned even without the additional use of Guardian Smash. Even without the use of his Town Guard skill, Glenn's mace hit so hard it scarcely mattered. Even without a shield to bolster his strength, the former Town Guard remained impressively strong. Glenn danced back just before 2 more arrows feathered the stunned Minotaur, one from Kaelin and one from Diana. The Minotaur took a knee. It wouldn't get past Glenn, and Svara was confident now she and the other Rangers could finish it off easily. Robin finally became visible as she reached the cliff, and then she leapt. The Minotaur chieftain, for this massive blue monster could be nothing else, snorted as it spotted them and then charged over, carrying its spear like a javelin thrower. Too late, Svara realized the danger she hadn't anticipated. "Spear thrower!" she shouted. Even as she shouted at the top of her lungs, Svara knew her voice would not carry to Robin. The woman was now gliding gently away from the Minotaur camp on Windwalker boots. She was also gliding in a perfectly straight, slightly descending line, as anyone who'd never flown before would do. Not to mention, Robin was balancing a person. "Feather the spear thrower!" Svara yelled to the others. She aimed and loosed. Her arrow whistled through the air as the Minotaur chieftain spun and lifted his gleaming spear high, focused on the perfect target. 2 more arrows leapt after Svara's. They arced perfectly and descended, yet it all seemed so slow, so horribly slow. Just before 3 perfectly arced arrows thunked into the Minotaur chieftain's shoulder, head, and chest, the Minotaur threw his gleaming spear. The spear glittered in the light as it arced toward Robin and David. It arced perfectly. It pierced Robin from behind and went straight through her, then into David, then out the other side of both of them. It locked them together like two trivets on a spit. They tumbled to their... Robin, David, and the Minotaur chief all vanished in a bright flash. While nothing immediately around Svara changed, Robin leapt off the cliff again. The Minotaur chief charged from the cave. David remained clutched in Robin's hands. "Time walk," Diana whispered reverently. "Feather the chieftain," Svara knocked, aimed, and loosed. Robin's use of her sleeve card, Time Walk, a time strider skill that literally undid the last 10 seconds of combat as well as the actions of all directly involved, had a 24-hour cooldown. While it had bought Robin 10 more seconds of life, it wouldn't change the outcome. Unless... Robin veered dangerously and recklessly, leaning hard left. That took her glide in a wobbly circle away from the path that had gotten her speared. The Minotaur chieftain once more raised his spear, tensed, and threw. 3 arrows once again landed in him, causing him to roar. Robin veered hard right the moment the Minotaur chieftain threw. That moved her and David out of the spear's path, but it also threw Robin off balance in midair. She tumbled out of control as her windwalkers ceased supporting her from below. She flipped, boots now dragging her from above. Despite the fact that she was now flying upside down, hanging by her ankles, clutching David Barleyglade as tight as she could, for a moment it looked like Robin might actually make the glide. She was descending to the flat area to the left of the plateau leading to the Minotaur camp. As she descended, Svara realized Robin would come up short. She was falling too fast. Just before she reached the edge of the rise, Robin tossed David with the considerable strength of a level 26 adventure. The boy screamed and flailed as he tumbled, and he cried out as he landed on hard, flat ground. Far enough from the Minotaur camp they couldn't reach him quickly. Robin, unfortunately, slammed audibly into something below the rise. Glenn swung again and again, finishing off the bloodied, broken, shattered Minotaur. Another small trickle of experience teased Svara as she ran. She sprinted down the rise toward David as fast as she could manage, with both Kaelin and Diana huffing at her side. "Chief!" Diana screamed in horror. "Gods, no!" The 4 remaining Minotaurs, as well as their chieftain, were already unlocking the doors of their palisade. Glenn loped past everyone with Ripper at his side, puffing as he ran at a breakneck, impossibly dangerous speed, yet not toward David. Glenn was sprinting toward the Minotaurs pouring out of the camp. "Get David out of here!" Glenn shouted. "And take Ripper. I'm your shield." As much as that thought terrified her, Svara knew she had no choice but do as Glenn asked. With luck, Kaelin and Diana were now too distressed and worrying about their chief to think much of Glenn's ability to anger so many monsters so easily. Regardless, they had no choice. This was the only way she could now imagine getting David Barleyglade home alive. Glenn nearly lost his balance as he sprinted down the rise, but he was finally close enough to the Minotaurs to use Fight Me. He didn't even bother to see who'd they come after. He skidded to a halt, windmilled his arms, and glared at the distant Minotaur chief. "Hey, ugly," he bellowed for the benefit of the others. "I ate your mom with barbecue sauce." "Fight me." The chief and all 4 Minotaurs focused on him, eyes wide with rage, and charged. They'd now completely forgotten about David, Robin, if she was still alive, Sara, Kaelin, and Diana. "Ripper!" Sara howled from above. "Heal!" Ripper growled furiously in response, yet Sara was his master. He had no choice but to divert from his suicidal charge against 5 Minotaurs double his level. Glenn knew the wolf desperately wanted to fight at his side, but he had no intention of fighting the 4 Minotaurs and their Minotaur chief alone, and Ripper, vicious as he might be, would only get in the way. Glenn evaluated his options as he took off, not toward the rise, but parallel to it. He spotted a break in the mountains that might lead to another, more narrow path, one that might eventually grow narrow enough the large Minotaurs couldn't follow. It was the best chance he had to not get crushed. He reached the narrow pass and charged inside. A few roots immediately thwacked his chest and face, a good sign things would get narrower further in. Minotaurs roared like enraged bulls behind him. They slammed, one after the other, into the narrow stretch of mountain. The sickly sound of flesh scraping against rock and the angry huffing of bulls told him the Minotaurs were pushing their way inside. This pass might be narrow, but the Minotaurs were now consumed by anger and heedless of the pain of rock scraping against their skin. Glenn realized, to his immediate regret, that this narrow mountain path wasn't a path at all. It simply ended. He spun to find the lead minotaur struggling steadily toward him. The monster was wedged tightly into the opening in the mountain. The others ran behind it, and its own anger drove it onward, even as it left streaks of blood and skin on the rocks. They were making progress. The path widened not far from where the minotaur was now before narrowing again where Glenn sheltered. That minotaur wouldn't stop, and it would absolutely crush him in close-quarter combat. So if he couldn't go out, he'd go up. Glenn thumped his back into the rising cliff, then leapt and slammed the bottom of his boots into the other side. He began stepping his way, grimacing with effort as he turned the narrow cut in the mountains into a rock chimney. Even with his impressive strength, working his way up was slow going. Worse yet, the minotaurs were gaining steam. He only managed to get high enough by the time the first one arrived that he was just out of range of its furious clutching hand. It battered the rocky cliffs below in frustration, then jumped and almost snagged his belt. If Glenn fell, that was it for him. The minotaurs would pound him into blood and paste. Even if Sara somehow fought through 4 minotaurs and their chieftain and retrieved the gem that had once been Glenn Greybreaker, he doubted there would be enough of him left to resurrect. So he'd just not fall. He climbed ever higher as the big one, the chieftain, shoved its way into the split. It no longer had its gleaming spear, but upon seeing Glenn out of reach, it battered the walls of the mountain split with its massive hands. The very mountain seemed to tremble. Glenn braced himself. He couldn't fall. He couldn't fall. The earth trembled as he slipped, but he caught himself just in time. The minotaur below leapt and reached, yet the tips of its fingers barely brushed Glenn's back. It roared and beat its chest as it stared up at him. Glenn smiled down, terrified and amused. If only he had a skill called Stop Fighting Me. That would certainly be useful right now. The big chieftain stood huffing with exertion. Glenn took that as his cue to scoot himself higher. He made it almost to what looked to be the top of the mountain split before the chieftain roared and slammed the cliff so hard they trembled. Glenn yelped and almost fell before he spun and caught the tip of the rise above with both hands. He dangled treacherously as the earth quaked, teeth grinding as he held on. The moment the trembles eased, he yanked himself up and over the cliff ridge. He found a shallow plateau nestled away from the wind and, better yet, the entry to a tiny, perfectly made cave. Glenn then trembled as he realized what he was staring at. This wasn't a cave. It was too perfect, too round. Something had dug this perfectly round tunnel in the mountain. It was a mountain spider tunnel. Mountain spiders were largely the same as their smaller cousins, cliff spiders, in Gracia. They burrowed through actual rock and dug tunnels and spun rock out of their thick abdomens. The biggest difference, of course, was that unlike cliff spiders, which were easy to stomp on a bad day, mountain spiders were the size of Ripper. As Glenn heard the sound of a minotaur scrambling on rock below, he knew at least one of the minotaurs was climbing up to get him. He couldn't stay here. They'd crush him flat. "Gods," he whispered. "Gods, I can't." He gripped Becca tight as he willed, compelled, and then forced himself to crawl into the perfectly round tunnel. "Gods, why me?" It was sadly easy to move once he was inside the spider-dug tunnel, as it was just about the right size for a man to crawl on hands and knees, or, of course, for a mountain spider to skitter toward him and sink its fangs into his face. He'd almost rather be crushed by a minotaur. The roaring and snorting quickly faded, as did the light. Glenn was all but blind in this round tunnel, but the pull of gravity assured him it slanted down. All he had was his ears to tell him if he was about to get a face full of mountain spider. He clenched Becca so tight the mace hurt his palm. Should anything give him trouble, he'd wreck its face repeatedly until it decided not to do that. Nothing liked getting hit in the face repeatedly with a mace. Glenn slowed. The minotaurs couldn't get him in here. No need to go in further into a dark tunnel in which he couldn't see, which was filled with wolf-sized spiders. He'd just wait the minotaurs out. They had to lose interest eventually, right? Everyone lost interest eventually. Gods, what he'd give for a smokeless torch right now, or even a life crystal. Even the glow of a life crystal would be... More simultaneous footsteps than anything living should make clattered across rock. Glenn stared in trembling horror at a shape just a bit blacker than the tunnel in the faint light. That horror chittered, lowered itself, and then rushed toward him from the tunnel. Leg tips clattered on rock. Just before the mountain spider reached him, Glenn howled and smacked it between all 8 eyes with Becca. He howled like a madman as he smashed again and again and again and again, lost in terrified rage. He kept smashing until he realized his arms were aching, his chest was aching, and he was covered in wet. Blood? No, not his blood. A single glittering life crystal about the size of an apple glowed in the tunnel ahead. That provided just enough light to highlight the bits of spider abdomen, spider eyes, spider guts, and spider legs spattered all around the tunnel. There had been a spider there. There had been. There wasn't a spider there any longer. Glenn breathed out and gripped its glowing purple life crystal tightly. So at least he could kill a mountain spider. At least he could kill one of those horrid, many-eyed, 8-legged freaks, and now he had a light source of sorts. Behind him he heard distant roaring in response to his own. The minotaurs were still out there. They might keep trying to dig into this tiny hole for hours or days. Either way, Glenn had no excuse to tremble uselessly in this tunnel, and he couldn't go back. So forward it was. Forward into more mountain spiders. Still, at least he knew he could smash them into paste without too much trouble now, and he would, vigorously. He was going to smash so many spiders, he'd make spider jam. He set the disgusting thought aside. He crawled with the life crystal in one hand and Becca in the other. The life crystal's purple glow provided just enough light for him to see where he was going. The perfectly smooth spider tunnel curved around so often and so gradually that Glenn was soon hopelessly disoriented. His internal compass was completely useless. He just had to trust that, eventually, he would come out the other side, wherever that was. He'd just come around another corner when another mountain spider skidded into view. Its many eyes gleamed purple in the light of the crystal, and its dripping palps trembled with rage at seeing an invader. This time, Glenn retained just enough composure to think. Soul scan. Type, mountain spider, level 13, HP 200 of 200, blood 40 of 40, strength 8, divinity 4, vitality 20, wisdom 4, skills, poison fangs, entomb. The spider charged up the tunnel, the pointed tips of its many legs hammering the rock on all sides. Glenn didn't bother howling. He just swung and swung until the mountain spider was as juicy as its unfortunate predecessor. It was a bit easier this time. He only trembled some. He couldn't get a full swing in this narrow tunnel, but neither could the spider. In a way, this tunnel might work to his advantage. The spider couldn't skitter around him to attack from behind, nor did it have any choice but to charge him, and the mace he swung with 23 strength, eyes first. Mountain spiders had far more HP than cliff spiders, yet they still remained fragile in relation to other monsters of their level. Glenn now knew he could put one down with 6 or 7 glancing swings. So long as spiders were involved, he could do that until his arm fell off. He had a second life crystal now, too, yet no way to carry it. He really needed to get his unfilled bag. If he'd just stop getting distracted and actually go to Lakebrook... A piercing female scream echoed down the tunnel before it was abruptly cut off. Glenn froze. That hadn't been the sound a spider made. That was the sound a human made, and now it had stopped. His terror of moving forward fought with his stubborn refusal to ever leave someone in trouble. And his refusal won. He hated spiders, but he hated letting people die even more. Had the mountain spiders charged out of the mountain and surrounded Sarah and the others? He'd heard a woman scream, then stop, just one. As Glenn worked his way cautiously down the sloping tunnel, he realized it had to be Chief Robin Rosehunter. He'd seen no mountain spider holes above, yet there could be dozens on the sheer cliffs below the Minotaur camp, and he hadn't seen Robin climb up after hitting the sheer wall below. He'd been numbly convinced she'd fallen to her death, so deep her body could never be recovered, but if not... If she'd fallen into a mountain spider web instead, Robin could still be saved. Glenn adjusted his stance so he could walk at a crouch with his head just brushing the top of the tunnel. He crept forward with a glittering life crystal in one hand and Becca in his other. Carl Coldbreaker's weighted mace had saved his life yet again. It wasn't long before the tunnel split in two. One tunnel curved up and the other curved down. The mountain spiders must have made a whole warren inside here. That suggested there could be dozens of the eight-eyed horrors skittering around in here, which wasn't good for Glenn's sanity. Yet he climbed a long way up that rock chimney. The descent into these tunnels had felt gradual, certainly not so steep he'd had trouble keeping balance. Robin had also slammed into the cliff below even the rise where Glenn had been chased by the minotaurs. So down it must be. Glenn inched his way forward, around the gentle slope, and remained ready for another spider. As the hairs on the back of his neck tingled, he realized he now had to worry about his back as well. He'd just passed an open tunnel, after all. He glanced behind him, but all was shadow, with only the light of the life crystal to guide his path. It was darker behind him. That wasn't great, but thinking about it too much might freeze him up beyond the capacity for rational thought, and he couldn't afford that right now. Robin, or someone else, needed his help. The tunnel gradually widened as it descended a few more turns, and he realized he was working his way down a spiral. Promising or terrifying? Either way, no more mountain spiders appeared. The tunnel widened further until it opened into what appeared to be a large natural cavern deep in the mountain. As Glenn crept out, a horde of eyes turned to face him. 4 chittering mountain spiders crept toward him from the dark. Right. Glenn's entire body went cold as if he was standing naked in an Arctic wind. Let's just get this over with, then. He raised his mace and stepped out of the tunnel. 7. A battle in the dark. Glenn Greybreaker was going to die down here in this mountain spider tunnel. No one was going to find his body in this remote cavern, and the gods were going to give up on this stupid class completion quest until the next poor adventurer found a crystal in a chest. But if Glenn was going to die, he was going to go down while smashing a whole bunch of 8-legged freaks. He tossed the life crystal forward like a bowling ball. That sent the light skittering toward the place he'd make his stand. As he charged, howling like a madman and terrified out of his skull, he used Soul Scan on the first mountain spider. It had the decency to slow and surprise. Just like the one he'd scanned previously, this spider was level 13. It had no skills he hadn't seen before, so no surprises there. And then, glittering in near darkness and purple light from the mountain spider's life crystal, Glenn spotted the shield. And not just a shield. Armor, a full set, and steel armor by the look of it. It was still wrapped around an obviously desouled corpse that had been reduced to a dried-out skeleton. Glenn had no time to strip its armor. He grabbed that shield instead and ripped so hard the skeletal arm came with it. Then Glenn ran into almost darkness. He heard the clatter of all 4 mountain spiders following him around the larger-than-normal cave chamber, but the cavern was big enough to give Glenn some breathing room. The life crystal, now at its center, gave just enough light that his darkness-adjusted eyes could see. He risked a glance back as he smacked at the skeletal arm still trapped in the shield's leather strap. Mountain spiders were even slower than their smaller brethren in Gracia, probably because of all the rock they carried around in their swollen abdomens. He ran a shallow circle around the edge of the cave, almost to the darkness, and yanked the skeletal arm free. Glenn strapped on the shield at a run, then gasped as a soft white glow burst from the shield itself. It was enchanted? Still running, Glenn opened his status sheet and checked his attributes. Name, Glenn Greybreaker, age 18, level 12, class Soul Seer, HP 310 of 310, blood 130 of 130, experience 81,702 of 90,000, strength 23, 33 with bonus, divinity 10, vitality 21, 31 with bonus, wisdom 13, prowess 10, luck 10, gear, legendary, class crystal, locked, uncommon, leather armor, uncommon, steel helmet, uncommon, leather boots, common, commoner's mace, weighted reinforced, uncommon, steel shield, enchanted, weight reduction. Glenn grinned and turned on the oncoming mountain spiders, relieved to see his shield actually emitted enough light to highlight their nightmarish forms. That adventurer, whoever they had been, had not been so foolish as to come down here without a light. It was a shame they'd never made it out again, but unacknowledged and unknown deaths happened every day in Luxterra. Whoever this long-deceased adventurer had been, whatever dreams and hopes they'd had, were now ash. Even so, this brave adventurer had given Glenn one more chance to live. Whoever they were, Glenn would thank them for that. After he beat 4 mountain spiders to paste with his now impressive strength, Glenn flourished Becca confidently in one hand and stalked forward. "Guess what, guys? Now I have a shield." Glenn sounded, even to himself, like a man who'd gone gibberingly insane. At least no one was around to hear him, and he wasn't going to die today. Not today. The first mountain spider lunged forward. Glenn lunged back. He hit it with his shield and 33 strength. The impact bowled even the bulky mountain spider over backward. Just their collision smashed a number of its eyes and crushed 2 legs. Glenn followed up with 2 brutal strikes from Becca, further savaging the monster. He charred its health bar down to a sliver, then backed off just in time to avoid a leap from the spider behind it. He couldn't rush this fight, not when still outnumbered. The first mountain spider wasn't dead, but it wasn't getting up anytime soon. Glenn backed away, shield raised protectively and shining white light on his terrifying opponents. Only 2 spiders ahead. That meant one was circling behind him. Glenn spun and spotted it just before it finished creeping up on him from behind. It had its palps and forelegs raised like daggers. Glenn swung Becca out and up, bringing the mace in under the spider's head with enough force to knock it into the air. It flipped over backward in a tangled mess of arms and legs. This spider had been foolish enough to separate from the others, so Glenn ran around it and smashed away. 1 blow, 2. The 3rd blow shattered the mountain spider's abdomen like a ripe melon, just before the rest of the body exploded into purple ash. It left another life crystal, which provided yet more light. With a shield equipped, he was a lot stronger now, which meant Becca hit much harder, especially with room to swing. The trickle of experience reinvigorated him. He spun on the 2 still active mountain spiders. Both were almost on top of him. One crouched low, mandibles spinning, as Glenn cast Soul Scan. Its brown spell bar appeared, halfway to red and rising steadily, along with the word Entomb. Glenn smashed it in the mandibles just before the spell completed. What looked to be some sort of sticky rock tumbled from its mandibles instead of flying at Glenn's face. The other mountain spider leapt and landed on his shield. It knocked him onto his back with its impressive weight. The feel of its creepifying legs above him gave Glenn all the adrenaline he needed to smash it repeatedly from below. Each blow knocked the spider into an arch. The 4th shattered the spider entirely. Glenn roared as he emerged from beneath the spider he'd knocked in half. Another tingle of experience. Another burst of purple ash. The 2nd spider was limping in again, stupidly, to attack. Glenn growled and smashed it repeatedly. He finished off the last trickle of green health bar by raising his boot and stomping down. He stomped so hard the spider's mangled head shattered beneath his sole. 1 left, only 1 spider left. Glenn spun in place, almost losing his balance as he slipped on spider gore, until he found the last damaged mountain spider crawling slowly to the edge of the underground cavern. All but 3 of its legs were broken. Its rock-swollen abdomen dragged. Glenn stomped over, spinning Becca like he was showing off in Wolf Pines Town Square. "Stop!" he smashed. "Being!" he smashed again. "Creepy!" He smashed rock. The mountain spider wasn't there to smash any longer, just purple ash and another glowing life crystal. Glenn dropped to his knees and howled in triumph. He was alive. He'd never felt so alive. Behind him, a woman coughed weakly. "Gods, that was so hot." Glenn rose and spun. "Robin?" Another cough. "Present?" "Robin!" Glenn stumbled through the cavern, swinging his new enchanted shield about until the light finally fell upon her, or her severed head. Glenn's jaw fell open before he corrected his horrific vision. He did see Robin's head, along with her curls of mashed and stickified red hair, but her head wasn't separated from her body. It was just that every other part of her looked to now be part of the actual mountainside. Just like the skill name suggested, the mountain spiders had entombed her. Glenn rushed over. "That looks painful." "It's fine." Robin laughed before she coughed. "Doesn't hurt at all, really. It was the breathing I was worried about." He reached the entirely paralyzed woman and then spun his shield about, looking for more enemies. The cavern appeared to be empty, but for how long? More spiders might come. "You're really here?" Robin's smoky whisper was now raspy with pain. "I was certain I'd gone mad. They were about to entomb my head." Glenn grimaced angrily. "Well, they didn't. Hold on, don't move." "I'll do my best," Robin said dryly. Glenn looked her over, then decided to start below her neck. He sheathed Becca, hating the necessity of leaving his mace covered in spider gore, but he kept his shield strapped on. He needed the light. He reached in with both hands and gripped the rock beneath Robin's chin. He pulled. The new rock was stubborn, but it moved. It felt like it wasn't fully hardened yet, perhaps because the mountain spiders had been in the process of entombing Robin when Glenn interrupted them. Thanks to his impressive strength, the rock came up in his hands. Robin hissed in agony, and Glenn only then noticed blood on her neck. Oh, gods. Her skin came off with the rock. That wasn't great. That wasn't great at all. Robin blinked rapidly. "That hurts really bad. Correcting my statement now?" Glenn examined the rest of the rock. He just revealed the top of her gloam shroud armor, which seemed to be intact. At least he could rip the rock off her armor without hurting her. He considered their next move. "I'm fairly certain I can get you out of this, given time." "Right," she whispered. "And it'll really hurt." "Only on the fleshy parts?" "Best get on it then," Robin whispered. "I really don't want to end up like the others." "What others?" Glenn asked. It was only then that a horrifying realization clicked. The rock of this cavern wasn't smooth. It was bumpy, actually, except the bumps were large, about the size of coffins, really, along with a much bigger bump that was likely a minotaur. So dead bodies were entombed in the rock. Glenn was glad. He knew that now. He'd been just about to stop freaking out mentally, and it was good to keep freaking out, kept him balanced. He grimly went to work on the nascent rock that had almost made Robin one with the wall. He ripped and tore until he'd revealed most of her upper armor and bare arms, both of which were absolutely covered in blood. Robin was mercifully passed out, likely from excruciating agony. "Sit on a stick," Glenn whispered angrily to whatever god designed Robin's armor. He raised a hand. "Guardian's Heal." He cast it again. "Guardian's Heal." And a third time for good measure. "Guardian's Heal." The blood remained, but the flesh and any nerves he damaged when he tore off both rock and flesh were healed, Glenn hoped. It didn't take him long to rip off enough rock to free her waist and legs as well. Both, mercifully, remained fully covered by gloam shroud armor and windwalkers. Once she was free, Glenn cast 2 more Guardian Heals on her for good measure. Given the blood on her exposed flesh and the rocky residue on her armor, he couldn't tell if Robin had any other wounds, but better safe than sorry. While she remained passed out, her health bar was full again. Glenn knew he couldn't carry her and fight. He just put her down when something threatened and smack it repeatedly in the eyes until it stopped being a threat. He balanced Robin over his shoulders as gently as he could, then twisted his mace in the carrier. It dropped into his hand. With Becca in one hand, his new glowing shield in the other, and an unconscious yet breathing Robin over his shoulder, he walked toward the entry to the cave. Something stopped him. He glanced at the desiccated corpse he'd left, disarmed, in the cave. It still wore steel armor, but he didn't care about that. It still wore steel boots, but he didn't care about those either. He didn't know who it was, but whoever it was had saved him. "Thank you," Glenn said softly. He hoped that if there was an afterlife, this anonymous adventurer was watching him, having a mug and cheering him on. "If I can, I'll come back for you and bring you home. And if I can't, well, sleep knowing you have my gratitude." Glenn had to focus on the living now. He stalked toward the larger-than-normal tunnel leading out of the cave. The mountain spiders must have snatched Robin somewhere above and then entombed her, so there must be a way out up there as well. Now that Glenn had this shield, he was more than a match for any mountain spider. He entered the tunnels at a slow and steady pace. There were more options now, forks within forks, and with no good guidance, he simply chose whichever led up. Before he passed the second fork, Robin stirred against his shoulder. "Mr. Blazer?" Glenn reminded her. He stopped. "You feeling better?" "I'm feeling alive," Robin said ruefully in her quiet, smoky voice. "Set me down, please. This is an undignified way to convey a bandit queen." Glenn knelt and lifted Robin off his shoulder. He set her on her feet and stood up, careful not to touch her anywhere he shouldn't. She remained more floppy than he liked. Having once been paralyzed by a shaitan, Glenn knew just how difficult it was to recover from paralysis. Robin spread her arms for balance, crouched low in the cave, but seemed otherwise fine. Her fingers slapped her arms, bloody but intact, her fingers straight across her bare upper arms, probing experimentally, then across the Gloamshroud armor covering her top. She looked up. "I'm not wounded at all." "Healing potion," Glenn lied. "Made you drink it while you were passed out." "Where'd you have a healing potion stashed away? You don't have a pack." Glenn struggled to think and blurted out the first possibility that came to mind. "Found it on that adventurer back there." "Oh," Robin said. "So I drank a possibly 10-year-old healing potion." "It looked fine to me," Glenn said lamely. Robin shuddered hard as it all caught up with her. "Party?" That did seem best. "Yes, invite me." Glenn's earlier party with Sarah had long ago vanished, which assured him the others were safe. If they were far enough away Glenn had been removed from the party, it strongly suggested they were already moving down the mountain with David Barleyglade. It suggested they were all safe. A party invite appeared ahead, written in the words of the gods. Glenn accepted. He and Robin were now a party and would share both experience and life crystals, as adventurers fighting together against the monsters of Luxterra always did. "Let's get out of here," Robin whispered. "I thought I'd seen every terror Luxterra had to offer, but that... Glenn shuddered alongside her. "That," he agreed. Robin gripped his shoulder. "Thank you for coming back for me." Glenn would have thumped her hand if he had a free hand, which he hadn't. "Thank you for tossing David to safety. He'd never have survived if you hadn't done that." "True. That was rather heroic of me." She spun and backed up. "Another one." "Great." Glenn turned to confront the oncoming mountain spider as it angrily waved its mandibles. "I'm going to make this one bounce." "No, you won't." The sound of steel being unsheathed echoed through the cavern. "This one is mine." 6 stabs and 1 eviscerated spider later, Robin chuckled. "Oh, that was cathartic. Right?" Glenn felt himself grinning like a maniac. "I think I might be working through my arachnophobia." He looked around to find 2 tunnels. "Got a preference?" "Anything that goes up." Up made sense. Glenn led the way with Robin watching behind them, and together they started up. Now that Robin was awake and watching his back, it seemed possible they might escape. As they climbed, they encountered 3 more mountain spiders, all alone. Glenn and Robin gave them the same business as all the others. The trickles of experience weren't quite as powerful as before, but that made perfect sense. He and Robin were splitting the experience now. He didn't care. He was just glad to have a highly competent fighter watching his back. He was glad he wasn't alone down here with all the spiders. The tunnel widened again. Above, Glenn squinted at the incredibly bright light ahead. "We're out! We're out!" He hurried forward, with Robin practically stepping on his heels. The 2 of them emerged from a slightly wider-than-normal mountain spider hole onto a narrow plateau with sheer drops in all directions. The forest below the Water Sisters was visible far below, far too far to jump. Even if they tried to climb down, Glenn doubted they could make it without losing their footing and falling to their deaths, and, soon after, the forever death, since no one would know where to find their broken bodies on the mountainside. Glenn sighed and turned back to the hole. "We'll find another way out." "Oh, hells no," Robin said. She sheathed her blades and walked forward. "I'm not going back in there." She pointed at her boots. "And we don't have to, remember?" Because your partner's filthy rich. Belatedly, Glenn remembered Robin was still wearing Sarah's windwalkers. That couldn't work from all the way up here, could it? That couldn't possibly work. But given the alternative, he was more than willing to find out. Robin dropped onto her rear and started unlacing the boots. Glenn sheathed his mace, strapped the shield across his back, and did the same, unlacing his leather boots. It was obvious Robin wasn't going to carry him. It wasn't a matter of strength, but balance. He was bigger. He'd unbalance her. Glenn pondered a moment, then used Soul Scan on Robin. It felt a bit like violating her trust, but she seemed like the type to keep it from him if she'd been poisoned or otherwise injured in a way he couldn't see. He didn't want her dying because she was too proud to accept help. Name, Robin Rose Hunter, age 27, level 26, class Time Strider, HP 210 of 210, blood 110 of 110, experience 279,442 of 286,000, strength 21, divinity 10, vitality 21, wisdom 11, prowess 28, luck 20. Gear, rare, Gloam Shroud Armor, enchanted. Rare, Mage Steel Sword, enchanted, poisoned. Rare, Mage Steel Sword, enchanted, poisoned. Slotted skills. Rare, Time Walk, Time Strider, Xiva. Uncommon, Speed Time, Time Strider, Xiva. Uncommon, Shadow Walk, Shadower, Xiva. Uncommon, Rapid Escape, Shadower, Xiva. Uncommon, Slowing Poison, Shadower, Xiva. Slotted Blessings. Uncommon, Precognition, Time Strider, Xiva. Uncommon, Quiet, Shadowwork, Xiva. Uncommon, Night Sight, Shadowwork, Xiva. Known skills. Uncommon, Daze, Shadowwork, Xiva. Uncommon, Unlock, Shadowwork, Xiva. Uncommon, Purloin, Shadowwork, Xiva. Uncommon, Misdirect, Shadowwork, Xiva. Uncommon, Scale Wall, Shadowwork, Xiva. Uncommon, Slow Time, Time Strider, Xiva. Uncommon, Freeze Perception, Time Strider, Xiva. Known blessings. Uncommon, Predator's Gaze, Shadower, Xiva. Quests, none. Robin hadn't hidden anything from him, and Glenn felt a bit guilty about using Soul Scan on her. Despite his guilt, he found himself once more fascinated by how much he'd been able to learn about her simply by seeing her status sheet. It felt like he knew her better from reading it. The most interesting revelation was that Robin had never learned the skills Shadow Stab, Brain Strike, or Stunning Blow, all staples of killers and assassins. Robin had instead focused on skills that would allow her to protect her party members from harm by temporarily stopping monsters from attacking them, which could prove invaluable in chaotic fights. That suggested that from the moment Robin had set out to become a Shadower, she'd focused on protecting her party. Also, she'd obviously planned to become a thief from the outset, yet not one who relied on violence. The fact that she'd taken so many skills to aid in non-violent thievery, Unlock, Purloin, Misdirect, and Rapid Escape, all pointed toward her hesitance to harm opponents despite their desire to harm her. Her skills suggested Robin preferred to evade mortal attackers, not kill them. If a Shadower was seen stealing by someone who owned what they'd taken, the person who spotted them was allowed to attack them without asking for consent. Worse, the Shadower could not fight back until the one who owned the item had completed a first strike. Such was the risk of being a thief in Luxterra, though many Shadowers still made a good living at it. Most townfolk would never be so foolish as to attack a Shadower and open themselves up to a reprisal. That was a good way to meet a quick death and pay for an expensive resurrect. Yet some still did, despite the risk. Blazers and adventurers hired to guard the item could also attack a Shadower if they spotted them stealing the item, and many Shadowers wouldn't hesitate to fight back. Yet Robin's skills focused on slowing or stunning any attackers, then escaping, not killing. All of this told Glenn that, despite being the leader of a group of bandits, Robin cared about both her own people and the lives of others. It was reassuring to know his feelings about her good nature hadn't been mistaken, even if he had verified his impression without her knowledge. As he mentally considered all this, he and Robin swapped boots and tied laces. Sarah's windwalkers grew several sizes once Glenn put them on, but felt snug and warm. He stood and took a few steps. They felt just like normal boots, yet they flew, supposedly. Glenn looked to Robin. "What happens when we fly?" "It felt like balancing on a barrel," Robin said. "You know one bobbing in a river?" "No, I don't know who stands on a barrel floating in a river. Robin grinned suddenly. Someone who didn't grow up in Lakebrook? No, Glenn admitted. He looked down with new trepidation. So, balance? Balance, Robin continued, smiling wide as she approached. Or we both die. At least we die falling, and not entombed. Much prefer to die falling. Robin wrapped both arms around him without warning. Catch me. Before Glenn could argue, Robin leapt into his arms. He caught her, belatedly, with an arm below her knees and one behind her back. He still wobbled as she overbalanced him, arms clutching his shoulders as she giggled madly. Not entombed, she whispered. Not entombed, not entombed. Glenn frowned at her. Stop acting crazy so I can make us fly. I'm ready now, to die or otherwise. Glenn stared down at the impossibly long fall below and set his feet on the edge of the cliffside. Anything is better than spiders. Anything, Robin agreed breathily. Glenn breathed deep, closed his eyes, opened them again, and leapt. Robin clutched him so tightly he felt all of her considerable strength. It took all of his self-control not to close his eyes again. He felt force beneath him, pushing up against his boots, and while he did feel unsteady, he didn't feel bad unsteady. He simply balanced and glided, scarcely moving, on air. Robin didn't move. She didn't dare unbalance him. Yet as they slowly descended, Glenn realized they weren't dead. They weren't dying. They weren't doing that at all. As the tall bulk of the water sister retreated and the vibrant forest whipped by below, lit by the red light of a setting sun, Glenn couldn't help but grin. We're flying. Robin giggled quietly as her lips moved close to his ear. Who knew? This would be so much fun. 8. A plot uncovered. Unfortunately, the eventual landing in the middle of the forest looked like it would be rougher than they'd hoped for. Glenn knew now they weren't going to come down in the open fields of Everland, but instead atop the trees, or rather, into them. As they slid ever closer to the treetops, Robin leaned close once more. Her breath against his ear was an incredibly distracting sensation. Toss me, she whispered. Glenn pulled away just enough to stare at her in disbelief. What? I can catch myself on the trees as you can. Even now, leaves whipped by distractingly below. But if we hit like this, we'll break both our... Glenn tossed her as delicately as he could, aiming her right for a soft-looking batch of branches. She yowled with delight as she snatched a big branch. She gracefully caught herself without trouble, which was unsurprising for a woman with 28 prowess. Glenn focused on his own landing. The moment before he would have slammed feet first into the trees, he dived forward, just like diving off a barrel, and wrapped his hands around a tree limb. That limb snapped and spun him like a juggler's pin. More branches snapped as Glenn fell and spun and took leaves and sticks to the face. He yelped and snatched for limbs until he finally realized he wasn't moving. He was no longer being brutally assaulted by tree limbs. He hung now about halfway up in one, arms and legs tangled. Nice landing, Robin called up merrily from below. Still alive? Glenn groaned and straightened, making certain not to let go of his grip on a branch. He ached all over, but the aches were already fading. Regrowth was already healing his bruises and cuts and possibly a fractured rib. Couldn't have Robin seeing that. I'll be down in a second, he shouted. Looks pretty simple to get down from there to me, she shouted. Are you injured? Glenn remembered Becca, and specifically how adorable she'd looked as she clung to the branch he'd used to pull off a cliff. It's not so simple if you're scared of heights. Spiders and heights, Robin yelled back mirthfully. How did you ever become a blazer? It was a really complicated process. That wasn't actually a lie. His wounds and bruises were simply tingling now. He doubted Robin would see any visible signs of wounds healing without explanation. He lowered himself cautiously, then yelped as a branch snapped. He dropped the rest of the way and landed hard. He sat up, wincing. to find Robin standing a pace away. She had dried blood all over her and liquid rock bits swaying down her curly red hair. She helped him to his feet, steadied him, and then, mirthfully, brushed her hands down his chest. She was dusting him off. "Better?" she asked. "Better," he agreed. He took a deep breath. "That was terrifying." "So you're scared of heights?" Robin eyed him up and down. "And spiders. And what did you save me from? Heights and spiders." Glenn grinned despite his exhaustion. "It's a rough job sometimes." Robin brushed more rock bits from her tangled red hair. "It's almost sundown. We should hurry back to Fort Rosehunter before it gets dark. I imagine your partner is there or almost by now." She strode off. "Let's not leave her wondering about us." As Glenn followed Robin, he realized they might actually get back to Fort Rosehunter before Sarah. Sarah, Diana, and Kaylin would have to walk all the way back down the mountain and then make their way through forest on foot. That had taken hours today. Glenn had sailed across it in a few minutes. Gods, he might have sailed right over them. He was tired. Bone tired. Even regrowth couldn't regenerate all the adrenaline he'd burned off today. It was only in this new absence of blind terror that he realized he'd literally been on the verge of losing his mind from the moment he taunted the Minotaurs until now. He was alive. It felt good to be alive. He'd challenged the gods, and unlike that brave but unfortunate soul he'd left in the mountain spider cave, he'd survived. Also, he had a shield now. It was past dark by the time they reached Fort Rosehunter. Torches gleamed on the walls. Multiple figures moved into sight with drawn bows as they emerged from the trees. It looked like Alan, the life caster Sarah had healed with her healing potion, had been busy healing the others. Every bandit at the fort must be up by now, or everyone not eaten by minotaurs. Glenn prayed those who'd fallen and been taken away were also at peace. No one deserved to be eaten. "It's the chief!" someone shouted from the walls. "The chief's alive!" Something white and fast burst from the still broken doors and darted toward Glenn. He'd only just thrown up his arms before Ripper pounced, knocking Glenn onto his back. While he feared to have his cheeks torn off, Ripper just licked him hungrily. "Stop!" Glenn couldn't help but laugh. "Stop it, Rip, I'm fine." Ripper growled angrily, then nipped at Glenn's hand. That drew blood. Glenn yelped and shoved Ripper off. "That hurt, you mangy animal." Ripper growled a low, distressed yowl, perhaps the wolf equivalent of "do that again and I'll tear your throat out," and then trotted off, head held high. Robin offered Glenn another hand up. She really was thoughtful that way. Before either of them could do anything else, Robin's bandits all rushed out of the fort to greet her. They cheered madly, slapped her on the back, and even hugged her in some cases. Robin cheerfully returned the favors, grinning with warmth and pride Glenn felt as well as saw. He stood back, smiling at how strongly they all obviously felt about each other. These didn't seem like a group of murderous, cutthroat bandits. They seemed like a band of adventurers, or even more like a small town. Now where was Sarah? He needed to ask her about this authorized larceny. Not knowing why she and the bandits got along so well was driving him crazy. Glenn looked around for Sarah, but didn't see her anywhere. He also didn't see Ripper. He looked to the bandits. "Hey, anyone see my partner?" The Rose Hunter bandits remained too busy congratulating each other to answer. Glenn sighed and instead walked into the fort. Sarah had to be inside somewhere. Ripper was here, and he'd gone inside the fort. He wouldn't have done that if Sarah wasn't inside somewhere. He entered and decided to start in Robin's two-story house. He just reached the door before it slammed open and Sarah stumbled out. When she saw him, she smiled with relief. "Finally!" Glenn waved. "Hope you weren't worried." "Not at all." She obviously lied. Then she gasped. "You're wearing my boots." "Needed to glide. You got anything to eat in there?" He was really hungry. "Don't bother with any of that," Robin shouted loudly from behind him. "We just saved a boy from a minotaur attack. Tonight, we feast." Behind Glenn, she and her bandits hurried back into the fort. They all looked relieved to see their chief home. Again, the sight warmed Glenn's heart. Sarah waved at them. "Save us a plate." She then beckoned to Glenn. "Get in here, you." "Oh." Robin shouted. I see how it is. She laughed. You two have fun. I won't be in for hours. Thanks, Sarah said gamely. Sarah grabbed Glenn's hand and dragged him into the house. Once he was inside, she slipped past him and shut the door. Glenn stared at her bemusedly until he noticed her previously light expression had now grown serious. He felt a chill he wasn't ready for. What's wrong? Come with me. Sarah hurried down the short hall. We've got a big problem. Glenn followed, concerned, down the narrow hall. Sarah led him into a small kitchen with hanging pans and plates that looked well used, then pointed to a necklace on the table. It had a copper clasp where a gem had once been, but that clasp was now empty. It looked very old. David Barleyglade wore this necklace. Sarah said that like it was very important. Glenn stared at the necklace and scanned for what was wrong. It looked like a normal necklace, but looks could be deceiving. He'd watched his mother enchant objects enough to know that. Cursed? Not anymore, Sarah said grimly. And it wasn't the necklace. It was the gem I just sent one of Robin's bandits to rush to the Blazer office in Lakebrook. Fortunately, no one turns down the chance to complete a Blazer transport quest. The gem was cursed? Glenn hoped to get it right this time. It was enchanted, Sarah emphasized the word, to lure minotaurs. Glenn frowned. He knew monster lore enchantments existed. His mother, Tanya, had learned to make those at level 14, and he knew why they existed. Often it was simpler for a party to set up camp and lure the monsters to them. Yet while enchanting a necklace to attract minotaurs might make sense for someone in a full party of level 16s, it had almost gotten David killed. He considered both Sarah and the necklace. You're an enchanter too? Sarah raised a hand and wobbled it to suggest she dabbled. I learned enough enchanting to read enchantments, even if I can't create them myself. Comes in handy more often than not. Glenn didn't like where this was headed. So who enchanted the gem in that necklace? David doesn't know. He said the necklace was given to him as a present, one among dozens of others on his 14th birthday, and it came from Robin Rosehunter. Glenn felt that chill again. How long ago did David turn 14? Last week, Sarah said. Once the gem arrives in Lakebrook, one of our Blazer enchanters can verify my findings and let us know how far the gem's lure extends. I don't know enough about enchanting to read how far it reaches, but I have a good idea. A terrible thought occurred to Glenn. Like, just far enough to lure minotaurs from a nearby mountain lair? Sarah nodded. So what does that tell you, Glenn? What does that tell an investigator? Glenn didn't answer immediately. He needed to think all this through, and he needed to check and double-check his conclusions. Moreover, he needed to decide what he didn't know. Making guesses wouldn't serve anyone well. I need to know more about the business of Lakebrook first, Glenn said. Let's start with this whole authorized larceny business. That one has been driving me up the wall. Sarah laughed, despite the grim discussion. I'm so sorry. I really wanted to explain about that, but we haven't been alone. I feared not knowing would mark you as an outsider. Little late for that, Glenn said regretfully. Robin already figured out I'm not from Lakebrook. Apparently I've never stood on a floating barrel. Oh. Sarah paused. Well, we'll just say you're afraid of water and can't swim. Anyway, authorized larceny. As you may or may not know, quests are scarce and valuable in Evelan. Right, as difficulty goes, it's relatively easy to reach level 8, and most do it before they become adults. Then they come to zones like this one, 8 to 16, along with everyone else. Sarah nodded. Leveling is difficult when there's so many people doing it and so few quests. So, given the difficulty in allowing that many people to level, how do you solve this problem? The answer couldn't be this easy, yet it seemed to be. You make more quests? Quests award experience, Sarah confirmed. They're lucrative for all involved, yet being an actual bandit in Evelan is hopelessly rough work. If a blazer doesn't snatch you up and arrest you, you might get killed by monsters while sleeping outside the town walls in a leaky tent. Even when you do make a big score, you have to worry about someone in your band sneaking off with all of it. Sleeping light, being hungry, and backstabbing. Glenn ruefully shook his head. Not so fun. Most of the real bandits figured that long ago. Only the truly stupid ones engage in unauthorized larceny, and they're the ones we blazers constantly catch and send to prison. Yet adventurers need quests, and the easiest types of quests to set up are either retrieve the item or rescue the person. Which is where the authorized larceny comes in. Glenn blinked as the truth presented itself. So, rich people and others in Lakebrook actually hire bandits to kidnap them? Authorized bandits. It works both ways. Bandits receive quests to steal items and abduct people. Bandits will steal anything by request, and competition is fierce to do so quietly and without bloodshed. Many rich families even make the quest to retrieve these items exclusive to their own stable of adventurers or family members, ensuring only they can take the quest. And so the cycle continues on and on, with bandits stealing and adventurers retrieving. Gods, that sounds like... Sarah grinned. You can say it, Glenn. You won't offend me. What does it sound like? Cheating. She snickered quietly. I've always thought of it more like a competitive sport. He shook his head. Are all quests out here really fake? Not fake. Even when they're arranged, it's still expected that the contracted bandits put up a good fight. Sometimes adventurers even fail the quest, in which case the person who hired the bandits for the kidnapping pays a ransom to get their loved ones back. That way, the bandits are incentivized to fight as hard as they can to prevent their guest from being rescued. How's any of this even possible without violating the law of consent? Some of the more illustrious bandit outfits sign open offers of consent for everyone in their band when they take the abduction or thievery job. They consent to be assaulted by whatever adventurers accept the quest in advance. There's a general understanding no one will actually try to kill anyone, but accidents happen. Most well-established bandit groups have their own spiritualist on hand to cast Resurrect in case someone gets killed by accident. Gods. Glenn once again considered all he'd seen since he arrived. He finally understood the guest cell Kalen had mentioned when they first arrived at Fort Rosehunter. Moreover, he now perfectly understood why Robin had been so determined to save David. It wasn't just that Robin was a good person, which she obviously was. The fact that she'd thrown David to safety at the possible cost of her own life proved that. It was also that David had been her responsibility. David's father had placed him in Robin's care, and then he'd been taken by Minotaurs. Did David know he was going to get kidnapped? Glenn asked. Or did his father set it up without his knowledge? David knew, Sarah said. In fact, getting abducted by bandits was one of his birthday presents. His present was to get kidnapped. After seeing Robin at the tournament of Dina, the boy grew absolutely enamored with her. He keeps her autograph under his pillow. The kidnapping was also supposed to last days, which means David's rescue quest isn't even active yet. Glenn let a number of possibilities about David's motivations for being kidnapped by an adult woman on whom he had a crush flow through his head, and just let them all go without comment. He had bigger questions. So did David tell anyone he was being abducted? He boasted to every last one of his friends, apparently, and who knows who else. Was this before or after his birthday party? Before. Sarah had already done all the legwork. She'd practically led him to the answer, yet it was still up to Glenn to tell her why these pieces fit together, to back up her conclusions. All right, so now that you've learned all that from your interview with David, we'll hop back to our earlier question about why this necklace troubles you, and now troubles me. Don't rush, Sarah said. If you need more information, just ask. This could have been an assassination attempt. Sarah cocked an eyebrow. That's a bold claim, Investigator Greybreaker. What's your evidence? This necklace. If I wanted to assassinate David Barleyglade, he'd be all but untouchable inside the walls of Lakebrook. I couldn't lure a monster to him in the city, and I couldn't easily trick him into consenting to assault. Even poison might not do it, as rich people have personal lifecasters to taste their food and wine before imbibing, and cleanse body if it goes bad. Not to mention the rare poison-proof potion Master Fallowpeak made public years ago. Sarah waited patiently, watching him with calm green eyes. You've already told me the Shadowers Guild assassinates people using loopholes in the laws of the gods, Glenn continued. So imagine I am a Shadowers Guild member hired by someone who wants David Barleyglade dead. I spy on David, and I spy on all his friends, and I wait for my opening. Which is? I learn the boy is absolutely obsessed with Robin Rosehunter, who runs her own band of authorized bandits in Evelyn. And then, from listening to him with his friends, I learn David's father has hired the Rosehunter bandits to abduct David as a present for his son. So I look up where Robin's fort is. That must be in the public records in Lakebrook somewhere, since forts must be authorized and there's a fee. And then I look around for monsters that might be able to attack it. And then, wonder of wonders, I discover there's a Minotaur camp in the mountains only a few hours from Robin's brand new fort. So I contract an enchanter in Lakebrook to supply a lure Minotaur enchantment to a piece of jewelry I say is for myself or a friend. Sarah was smiling now. Glenn already knew he had it, but that was encouraging. I then sneak my present into David's birthday party. I also trick him into thinking the necklace is a gift from Robin Rosehunter, who he adores, so he'll wear it for his abduction. "What if the Minotaurs attack too soon?" Sarah asked. "The town guards will stop them." "That's why you set the range on the lure enchantment to the distance between Robin's fort, which is a matter of public record, and the Water Sisters." This really was a brilliant assassination scheme. So any Minotaur tribes won't be lured to attack until David arrives at Fort Rosehunter. Then the Minotaurs attack, drag him off, and eat him. A horrible tragedy. "A horrible tragedy," Sarah agreed softly. "I suspect the fact that common-age humans are a Minotaur delicacy is the only reason David is still alive. The Minotaurs ate the 5 bandits first and saved the boy as a delicacy for their chief. If we'd arrived any later, David would be in their cookpot too." Glenn shuddered. Like a baby lamb, like veal. "So, was Robin involved?" Glenn vehemently shook his head. "She's not involved. Tell me why, and it can't be just because she's hot." Glenn waved that comment away. "She sent people to Lakebrook and Wolf Pine for help. She even went alone in the mountains to save David herself." "She could have been building an alibi." "It would look pretty bad for her if her first big abduction contract ends up getting eaten by Minotaurs." "But she volunteered to save David with your Windwalkers. You didn't suggest it. Also, she did save him. She all but gave up her own life to toss him to safety, and after—" He shuddered. Sarah stepped closer. "After?" "We almost got entombed by mountain spiders." Sarah winced. "Oh, gods." She squeezed his arm. "I'm so sorry." "Thanks. But I know Robin's not involved, and I'll testify to that in court if I have to. Given the Minotaurs wrecked her fort, murdered 5 of her band, and would have absolutely destroyed her reputation and business after David died, she's as much a victim as he is. We could never have saved David without her, and she'd have died during the rescue if not for a very specific set of circumstances. She can't enjoy crescents if she's dead, and I don't believe she'd sacrifice 5 of her people just to make some money. She truly cares about her band." Sarah nodded. "I agree." Glenn smiled with relief. "Good. But I needed to hear you say it. And everything else you've laid out? That's exactly where my suspicions are now that I've spoken with David." Glenn was now truly impressed. "How'd you get David to tell you all this? Given everything that almost happened to everyone, it seems like he'd be embarrassed or ashamed." Sarah raised one eyebrow. "How do you think I got him to tell me all this?" After a moment, Glenn laughed. "That boy really is common age." Sarah pouted attractively. "As if you are somehow immune to my charms." 9. A soft bed. The feast that followed was an actual feast. Glenn learned Robin had a decent amount of food squirreled away. While they hadn't had time to slow-cook a barbecued pig, Glenn soon learned there was a cold house beneath the warehouse with plenty of meat. The bandits cooked up big juicy strips along with a ton of fresh fruit. Sarah avoided the apples. And mead, aplenty. The recently rescued David Barleyglade was the guest of honor, of course, or might as well be. The slim, blonde-haired boy, and it was fine to think of him as a boy, given he was 4 years younger than Glenn, seemed absolutely recovered from his ordeal, laughing and dancing as eagerly as the bandits who'd abducted him. He wore a rope belt attached to a long length of rope as a hand-wave to his captive status, but the rope was so long David could go anywhere in the courtyard. Most of what David did was follow around Robin Rosehunter like an overeager puppy. Every so often, she'd touch his arm or ruffle his hair. Robin even shared a cup of mead with him, one he drank from as he stared with an embarrassing mixture of adoration and thirst. Glenn couldn't blame the boy all too much. Robin had washed off the dirt and the grime and the blood. She now looked absolutely gorgeous in her Gloam-Shroud armor. Glenn was vaguely aware of moments where Sarah and Robin chatted off from the others, but they looked to be laughing and amused as they drank. It obviously wasn't about the business with the necklace. Glenn wondered if Sarah would even tell Robin about that, or if what they suspected fell under Blazer confidentiality. He suspected the latter, at least until they'd investigated further. With the broken fort doors only mildly reinforced, it might seem dangerous to celebrate so fervently. Bandits took turns on the walls in case there was another attack. Yet Robin believed Sarah when she said the Minotaurs would not return, and the bandits believed Robin. Ripper snapped up all the scraps of meat bandits threw him, which were considerable in mass. He even lapped up mead. Glenn had never seen a drunk wolf. He wasn't sure he wanted to ever see a drunk wolf again. Ripper's wobbling steps and odd yowling made the wolf look like he was sick. Worse, he panted and patted about, shoving his head up against every female bandit he found to demand scritches. That was just embarrassing. What had happened to the fierce killer Glenn hunted beside for a week in Gracia? Thanks to mead, scritches, and pretty faces, Glenn was now stuck with an overgrown puppy. He hoped Ripper would regain his fighting edge after they left Fort Rosehunter. Still, the dancing was fun. Most of the bandits were just as bad at dancing as Glenn. He found himself lapping and clapping with them despite his chilling conversation with Sarah not long ago. He'd had an absolutely horrific day today. And eating good food, drinking mead, and dancing like a fool were a welcome relief from that. Glenn even remembered to use Soul Scan on every bandit in the camp, all 8 of them, other than Kaylin and Diana, though he immediately closed their status sheets without looking at them. He had no desire to spy on them or reveal their secrets, but he knew better than to miss the opportunity to gain more experience. Too many people depended on him leveling this class for him to shirk his duty, and after his scans and his terrifying misadventures and the Water Sisters today, he now stood at 81,817 of 90,000. That much experience was a respectable haul, though he could do better. Over the merry evening, Glenn ended up dancing with Sarah and Diana and even Robin, along with several other bandit women he didn't know by name but who certainly seemed friendly. Other bandits slapped him on the back and shoved full mugs of mead into his hand. In other circumstances, he'd have been worried they were trying to drug him, but it really did feel like they were simply grateful. As the evening dragged on, the food vanished and the mead began to run dry. The party slowed. Soon enough, the dancing stopped. Glenn only then noticed that bandits had routinely excused themselves from the festivities and built a tall bonfire. Laid upon it were 5 crude humanoid shapes made from strings, wood, and cloth. Dummies, of course, but representing people. 5 bandits had fallen in the Minotaur attack. 5 members of this family had been killed, dragged off, and tossed in a Minotaur cookpot, where they met the forever death. Everyone who'd survived was grateful to be alive, but they mourned the friends they'd lost. Robin raised a hand. The whole fort went silent save for the crackle of torches and the ripple of banners. The silence stretched as the bandits gathered around the bonfire and the wooden dummies around it. Finally, Robin struck a torch. She shouted 5 names. Every one of her bandits roared those names back at her. She then tossed the torch on the bonfire, which immediately roared to life. They'd used some sort of accelerant. A man shouted first, "Fight for the chief, and fight for each other." Others took up the call as well. "Fight for the chief, and fight for each other. Fight for the chief, and fight for each other." Glenn almost joined in, before he spotted Sarah across the fort. She subtly shook her head. He realized that even as friendly as they were now, loudly shouting his solidarity with a group of bandits was probably not the best look for a Blazer. They were, after all, supposed to be enemies. Instead, he silently placed his hand over his heart in respect for the fallen bandits. After the brief memorial, most of the bandits seemed ready to call it a night, other than those poor souls who'd drawn the first watch. Bandits stumbled back to the bunkhouse or just collapsed on the nearest soft pile of straw, snoring contentedly. The bandits on the wall grumbled about being left out of the collapse, but alertly kept watch. They wouldn't slouch tonight. Even David Barleyglade had passed out, either from the mead or all the blood rushing to his head after Robin wrapped her arms around him and kissed him on the cheek. Even as a smile of blissful contentment reached his face, the boy went absolutely crimson. After a couple of bandits carried a passed-out David back to his guest cell, Robin wrapped her arms around Glenn and Sarah and stumble-pushed them both toward her house. Before Glenn could ask what was going on, Robin kicked the door open and stepped back. She shoved them forward and wobbled back. "Sleep." Sarah glanced at Robin in surprise. "We can't take your house." "You will take my house, and any bed you care for." Robin sounded drunker than ever, but a serious gleam remained in her eyes. "Your plan saved my client, Sarah, and Glenn, your fight with arachnophobia saved me from being buried in a wall. Tonight, I should be with my people." Sarah winced. "My plan got you impaled by a Minotaur chief and almost entombed by spiders." Glenn squeezed Sarah's arm. "That's not true at all. It was a good plan. Everyone agreed to it. You even trusted Robin with your Windwalkers because you knew she had the best chance to get David out. No one could have known that Minotaur chieftain would run out with a spear, and if you hadn't changed your plan, you'd be dead." He grimaced. "You don't have Time Walk." Sarah poked Glenn's midsection. "The only reason we even got David out is because you led the Minotaurs off and risked yourself." "Which you instructed me to do, remember? That was also part of your plan, and I agreed to it because that's my job. I'm your shield. The rescue didn't go perfectly, but no plan ever does. Yet thanks to your leadership and quick thinking in a very precarious situation, David Barleyglade is back safe, getting drunk on mead and passing out from bandit kisses." Robin laughed. "It was just one little peck on the cheek. I owe the boy that after his ordeal." She squeezed Sarah's other arm. "And he's right. I don't blame you for me getting impaled. That's a daily risk of doing what we do. So long as I wasn't responsible for the boy I've been charged to abduct getting eaten by Minotaurs, I'd have died content." Sarah sighed. "You're putting far too much stock in a plan anyone could have come up with. But fine. We'll accept your hospitality." She gave Glenn a gentle shove. "Or Glenn will." Glenn blinked. "Wait, what?" "I don't want to sleep in a stuffy house tonight," Sarah said. "No offense." Robin snorted. "It does get a bit cramped. And Ripper won't sleep inside either, or at least you won't want your house back after he does. One of your beds will likely end up shredded." Ripper growled as if mildly offended. "Right," Glenn said regretfully. He looked to Robin. "We appreciate the offer, but," Sarah poked him, "you're sleeping in the house." Glenn blinked. "I'm what now?" "You nearly got yourself smashed by Minotaurs and then eaten by mountain spiders. You saved Robin despite being scared out of your skull, and now she's trying to thank you by offering you a meal and bed for your trouble. It'd be rude not to accept." "But you're not accept—" Sarah popped a finger to Glenn's lips and smiled. "You find the biggest, most comfy bed you can and get some rest. You've earned it." She glanced at Robin and spoke as she expertly loosened the clasps on Glenn's armor. "I really do appreciate the offer, but I could use a night under the stars to relax, I suppose. And someone does need to keep watch for more attackers." "My people are doing that," Robin said. "And someone does need to keep watch for more attackers," Sarah repeated, deadpan. Robin chuckled. "Fair point. I may even relieve you from watch at some point in the morning, if you think I can handle it." "You can handle it just fine. I'd appreciate you taking over for me." "I can also take a watch," Glenn offered, his armor hanging open, but both Robin and Sarah gave him a look that told him that was absolutely not necessary. "Or I can rest up, I guess." Sarah shoved him into the big house. "You need a good night's sleep in a warm bed after all you endured today. I need my shield alert and ready tomorrow when we set off." Glenn had a brief flash of that dark cavern interior, with all those coffin-shaped lumps buried in the wall. He was going to have nightmares about that place for weeks, most likely. Still, better to sleep and brave the nightmares than spend all night wondering about them. Sarah looked to Robin. "And you? Go be with your people. Like you said, they've endured quite a lot. I'm sure knowing you're with them will help. We'll rescue David first thing tomorrow morning." Robin nodded. "I know the boy would love another few days of kidnapping, but given all that's happened, you're right. Best get him back inside the safety of Lakebrook's walls as soon as possible. He'll sleep surrounded by my people tonight, and I'll make sure everyone knows to stay passed out." Glenn looked between Sarah and Robin. When had they figured this all out? It was like they'd had an entire negotiation session while he was drinking and dancing. Perhaps they had, since he noticed them talking with each other away from the others. Why not involve him? Ultimately, Glenn supposed, it was because they didn't really need him. Robin led her bandits, and Sarah was the senior blazer. Glenn was just here to hit things. He also realized he was truly quite tired. He was also still spinning from all the mead. He looked between Sarah, who smiled, and Robin, who practically beamed and offered a casual salute with one hand. "Good night, ladies. Sleep well." "Sleep well," Robin said brightly. She strode off. The moment Robin was gone, Sarah caught his arm and leaned close. "One question before you go." This sounded important. "Yes?" "Just to be clear, you have absolutely no interest in an interlude with Robin tonight? Because unless I warn her off, she's likely going to hop into your bed the moment camp dies down." Glenn's mouth went dry as he stared at Sarah. "What?" "It's a wonder she hasn't pounced and dragged you off to her bedroom already, but I told her you have someone waiting in Lakebrook. It's my understanding from a brief conversation with Becca that you two aren't exclusive, but still I felt it best to ask." Sarah wanted to ask. Gods! Glenn glanced the way Robin had gone. She was, no doubt, absolutely gorgeous, and given she was more than a few years older than him, she was also very experienced in bed. They could have so much fun together. Becca had told him it would be all right for him to be with other women so many times, and yet... "That's flattering," Glenn said quietly. "But it'll only be a few weeks before Becca's back, and given how long it's been, I feel like I'd be feeling a challenge to, indulge myself now. So please, give her my regrets, and let her know it's simply because I'm with someone already." Sarah smiled wide. "I'll do just that. You'll sleep undisturbed." She snapped her fingers at her wolf. "Ripper, heel." She walked off with her wolf following, though Ripper wobbled in his steps. The wolf truly could not hold his liquor. Glenn still wasn't sure if he'd made the right decision. Robin Rosehunter was one of the most attractive women he'd ever encountered, other than Becca. Still, he was absolutely exhausted after today, and he'd hate to disappoint a woman by passing out before he'd satisfied her. The moment he closed the door, Robin's small but cozy house welcomed him. It was quiet enough to demand sleep. Glenn tromped up the stairs and turned right at the first door he found. There was a big, wide bed inside. It had an ornate wooden headboard and footboard, soft-looking sheets, and a plush set of covers, all of which sat undisturbed. This room looked to be another guest bedroom, perhaps for clients who visited Robin to arrange a kidnapping or abduction and then decided to spend the night. He wouldn't have felt comfortable falling into Robin's bed. That was her space. But this guest bed looked delightfully comfortable. He gratefully removed his armor, which Sarah had been thoughtful enough to loosen for him, and set it aside. He sat down, pulled off his boots, and fell into the bed in his shirt and pants. He sighed softly as the soft bed and cool sheets enveloped him. Gods, this was comfy. He almost immediately dozed off, only to wake at the sound of a loud creak on the floorboards to his right. Glenn snapped awake and sat straight up. He slapped his chest to grab the mace that was no longer on it, since its carrier sat on the dresser nearby. He looked around wildly before he spotted a woman in what looked to be a sheer nightgown, standing beside his bed. She clutched a lit candle holder in one hand. It was Robin, so he suspected she'd made that floor creak intentionally. Her long red curls gleamed in the candlelight, cascading down her bare shoulders and bare everything else. Gods, her nightgown might as well be a mosquito curtain. He could see everything. Glenn's gaze zipped down her entirety before it snapped up, belatedly, to her mirthful gray eyes. You dozed off quickly. Robin's smoky voice was barely above a whisper. I almost decided to let you sleep, but you looked so gorgeous in my bed. I couldn't resist making a little noise. Glenn sat up so fast he bumped his elbow against the headboard. I'm sorry. I thought this was the guest bed. I didn't realize I'd taken yours. Robin placed the candle holder on the dresser beside the bed and then dropped onto the bed beside him. She crawled on hands and knees until she was directly on top of him, her face inches from his. The way her sheer nightgown now hung open, it left even less to the imagination than before. Every bed in this house is my bed, she informed him softly. Oh. Glenn was unsure exactly where he should be staring right now. There were so many possibilities. How did you even get in here? Hadn't Sarah told her no? Robin raised one eyebrow. Are you really asking a time strider how she broke into her own house? Glenn swallowed. Right. Stupid question. So, 2 fingers dropped onto his chest. Sarah informed me of your situation. Robin expertly walked those fingers even lower. I completely understand, and I wanted to let you know I'm not the least offended. Still, even if we can't enjoy a night together, I figured you deserve something for your heroism today. In this case, a view few get to enjoy. Her fingers circled his belly button. That's great, Glenn protested. And, wow, that gown looks absolutely amazing on you. It looks even better off me. Robin's fingers slipped away. But as you've decided, your reward will be nothing but a view tonight, unless you'd care for something more. Glenn swallowed hard. Sorry, but another time? Robin chuckled quietly. I'm not offended. I've met your Becca, you know. Glenn's eyes widened. Seriously? She broke me out of a Lakebrook prison, so I owe her as much as I owe you. I'm simply here to make you both an offer. Should either of you ever wish my company, you've but to ask. I could even indulge both of you at once. Oh, Glenn said. Wow. Okay, I'll ask her. Robin lazily leaned forward and planted a wet kiss on his forehead. You do that, Glenn Greybreaker. Now sleep, if you can. I realize winding you up like this is quite cruel, but I couldn't entirely resist the chance for a little fun. Still atop him, the leader of the Rose Hunter Bandits vanished in a puff of ash. Shadow walk. The bed creaked slightly before a weight lifted, but Glenn heard nothing after that. He remained wide awake and staring around the dark room in case Robin returned, honestly almost hoping she'd return. But despite her playfulness, she at least respected his boundaries, though he was almost to the point where he wished she hadn't. Eventually, his exhaustion returned. He fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. Glenn woke the next day to bright light in the window and no sign of Robin at all. He wondered, for a moment, if her offer last night had simply been an amazing dream. Until he spotted the single rose on the pillow beside him. That, and nothing else. 10. A chilling revelation. Glenn yawned in Robin's now sadly empty guest bed, stretched, and realized he felt like he'd rested 10 hours despite barely getting 6. A bed this soft was a lovely way to recover after a day of smashing mountain spiders with a mace. He hadn't even had any nightmares. He got dressed in everything except his armor and then stumbled out of the house, and then to the walls to relieve himself in private. A few bandits waved as he emerged, yet none chortled or snickered. It seemed no rumors had spread about Robin sneaking in her house last night. She'd been so nice. Glenn almost felt guilty about keeping the necklace revelation from her, but he didn't know how she'd react if she learned someone had set her up and killed 5 of her people. There was also, unfortunately, laser confidentiality to think about. Glenn understood the demands placed on Blazers a bit better now. Sometimes, no matter how much they wanted to tell someone something, they had to put the investigation and all its implications first. Otherwise, people could get hurt or do something foolish. Someone very powerful had just tried to assassinate the son of the man who owned one of Lakebrook's most successful businesses, Lakebrook Orchards. They produced Carl Coldbreaker's favorite apple mead, along with dozens of other popular spirits and beverages. This case wasn't over. It had only just begun. Until Sarah and Glenn discovered who'd hired the Shadowers Guild to attempt this complicated assassination, David Barleyglade might never be safe. The entire complex assassination scheme couldn't have been cheap either, which suggested they were dealing with someone with deep pockets and deep connections. A rival orchard owner? Glenn returned to the fort to find Sarah already outside Robin's house. Both already wore their armor and chatted amiably. A dejected but resigned David Barleyglade stood beside Sarah, casting hopeful glances at Robin. It seemed Sarah's rescue had gone off without a hitch. Glenn's leather armor, steel helmet, and steel shield all sat piled by the door. Glenn appreciated Sarah carrying it out for him, but suspected this meant they were also in a hurry. He jogged over and then shrugged on his armor. "Time to go?" Sarah nodded. "This morning I single-handedly snuck past an entire camp of sleeping bandits and made off with their captive, David Barleyglade." "A masterful rescue," Robin agreed ruefully. "I'll have to tell my folks to lay off the mead." "Are you sure I have to be rescued this morning?" David asked hopefully. "I mean, what if I tripped on the way out? I could alert the whole camp." "And then your rescuer would become our captive too," Robin said. She gently ruffled David's hair. "You don't want to make life difficult for your lovely rescuer, do you? That's Sarah Cinderflare, Blazer Ranger. She's quite the vision, in case you hadn't noticed." As David glanced up at Sarah, Sarah smiled fetchingly. The boy looked down and blushed bright. Glenn resisted the urge to snicker and raised his arms so Sarah could help him with his armor. Robin helped him instead, fingertips teasing up and down his sides. Glenn appreciated the tingles she caused. She said nothing aloud, but her tender gestures said way more than any words could. "Sure, okay," David mumbled finally. He looked more than a bit embarrassed. Once Glenn had his armor secured once more, he shrugged on Becca's carrier, strapped his enchanted steel shield onto his back, and then slipped on his steel helmet. It felt so good to have the comforting weight of a shield hanging off him once again. It wasn't just that it made him stronger when he wielded a shield in combat. He'd simply missed the feeling of a shield on his back. Sarah tapped David's chin with a finger. "Let's get you back to your father and your nice big bed." "The bed here wasn't bad," David said gamely. At least he looked resigned to his rescue. Ripper sneezed loudly behind Glenn. Glenn turned to see the big white wolf trotting over like he'd just been in a fight. Glenn hadn't known it was possible for a wolf to look hungover, but Ripper panted heavier than normal. His eyes even had bags under them. Glenn chuckled. He knuckled Ripper's head until the wolf snapped angrily at his hand. "Had a bit more to drink than you planned, eh, Rip?" Ripper growled something that sounded downright insulting. "Better hurry off with your prize," Robin said. "I think my drunk bandits are starting to wake up." Before they walked off, Sarah opened her arms. Robin gave her a warm hug, which Sarah returned. Glenn looked around for bandits who might be offended, but all of them were looking outward, toward the space beyond the walls. Sarah stood off with Ripper by her heel. Glenn glanced back once as they departed, halfway hoping for his own hug. Sadly, Robin was already striding back to her bunkhouse. She put both hands to the sides of her mouth. "Hey!" she shouted. "Lazy sods! You slept right through the rescue! On your feet, idiots!" "Better hurry," Sarah said mirthfully. She broke into a jog. "Grab our rescue." "Oh." Glenn snatched up David Barleyglade. "Right." "Hey!" David shouted, but he didn't struggle. "This isn't dignified." "We're running from bandits." Glenn jogged gamely after Sarah as they ran out of the fort and into the woods. "They have to give chase, don't they? We don't want to make them look bad." "I suppose that's true," David agreed glumly. Two Blazers had just rescued him from what had probably been the best night of his young life. Still, he'd had mead and a kiss from his crush. For a common-age boy, that was a good night. Both jogging, they made good time away from the bandit camp. As Sarah increased her pace, Glenn did too. Soon they were both running for the safe road as fast as their legs could carry them, which was dangerous in a forest with this many roots. At least Ripper looked to be enjoying himself. His long pink tongue lolled off his teeth as he ran off his hangover. Neither of them tripped before they exited the forest. Glenn felt a bit winded, but not near enough to collapse, and Sarah obviously kept in excellent shape. They slowed to a jog as Sarah glanced back, bemused, and then looked to Glenn. "I believe we've somehow escaped our pursuers," she informed them archly. "Great job, everyone," Glenn included himself. Once they reached the safe road, he glanced at David. "Gonna sit you down now, okay?" David sighed an annoyed sigh. "Sure, whatever." Glenn settled the boy on his feet again. He imagined how he might feel if he was still common age, getting carried like a child in the arms of a big blazer in front of his shockingly attractive partner. Glenn might have been a bit bent out of shape about that, too. Once on his feet, David set off down the safe road toward Lakebrook at a faster than reasonable pace. He probably wanted to prove he didn't need to be carried. Glenn regretted any damage he might have done to the boy's pride, but better than letting him get eaten by minotaurs. It was possible a shadower could be watching them right now. If Glenn had put this much effort into making David Barleyglade dead, he'd likely come out to see the deed done himself. It would be difficult to harm David on the safe road without violating the law of consent, but if the Minotaur lore on David's necklace had been an assassination attempt, their assassin would certainly try again. All the more reason to get David back to Lakebrook as fast as possible. Talking about Blazer business, Soulseer business, or really any business in front of David was a non-starter. So Glenn occupied himself with taking in the sights of the first zone he'd ever visited that wasn't Gracia. It would exaggerate unfairly to say this zone took his breath away, but it was new. New was something Glenn hadn't seen for 18 years. Over 2 years ago now, Becca had likely walked this same path. She'd likely marveled at these same hills and streams, gazed awestruck at the distant glimmer of the ocean for the first time, and taken in the elegant beauty of the Water Sisters from afar. Glenn imagined the two blue and white mountains were less terrifying when one wasn't fleeing minotaurs or mountain spiders. In the light of the morning, he felt good about his decision last night. Only getting to see Becca a few days a year had been almost like torture, but they were so close to being together now. The question was, would Becca even recognize him? Once he received whatever charm a Blazer delusionist had whipped up to hide his identity, Sarah had said no one would recognize him as Glenn Redwood. "Why'd Father send a pair of blazers anyway?" David asked. "Was Evan busy?" The break in the silence snapped Glenn out of his thoughts. He glanced at Sarah, who glanced back, unsure, then looked to David. "I'm not sure I understand. Who's Evan?" David snorted without slowing his pace or turning around. "Oh, and now he's ordered you to play dumb, has he? Fine. You should know I was promised a 4-day abduction in a cozy cell and a nightly interrogation from Miss Rosehunter. We'll be expecting a refund." Nightly interrogation? Glenn supposed that meant being tied to a chair while being menaced by the woman one thirsted for, getting an eyeful of cleavage one could see but couldn't touch. That didn't violate the laws of Levos, and gods, what must that be like? David scoffed. "Yet I didn't even get one interrogation, and I certainly didn't get my cozy cell. The cage the Rosehunter bandits put together for me at the Minotaur camp was cold and drafty." Glenn stared at David as he belatedly realized the boy didn't know. "David, hold on." The boy kept walking. Glenn stopped and glanced at Sarah. The worried cast of her features assured him she'd also realized David thought his abduction by the Minotaurs had been staged like everything else. No wonder David had seemed so cheery last night. "Tell him?" Glenn mouthed as David got further ahead. Sarah looked to David and then looked to Glenn. She nodded and then spoke quietly. "We can't have him blundering about without knowing someone might be planning to kill him." Sarah was right. The news that the Minotaur abduction had been real would certainly ruin the boy's day, but it would also ensure he accepted no more gifts and put on no more necklaces. Glenn quickened his pace and hurried after David. "I know Father thinks I'm weak and unfocused." David quickened his pace in response to Glenn's approach. "I know he thinks I react poorly to stress, but that was the child me. I mean, boxes, tits, I'm common age now. I can curse. I'm not some weakling child." "Your father didn't send us," Glenn said calmly. David stopped. He turned and frowned. What are you saying? Are you telling me you weren't authorized to rescue me? He didn't look frightened now. He looked annoyed. Blazers have an obligation to help anyone in trouble, Sarah reminded David calmly. We didn't need authorization to rescue you. You simply needed to be in need of rescue. Of course I didn't need rescue. David unleashed a frustrated huff. The cage was drafty, but it wasn't dangerous. The Rose Hunters had shadowers watching me the whole time. David, Glenn said softly, what do you think happened to the 5 bandits who fell when the Minotaurs attacked? David frowned. Was it not possible to get them resurrected? He blinked again. Is that why Father cut my abduction short? Did someone meet the forever death? Gods, this was worse than Glenn had thought. David truly had no idea anything that had taken place over the last 2 days hadn't been staged, nor did he know that anyone had actually died. He didn't know the other bandits had been cooked and eaten by minotaurs, and he certainly didn't know that had Glenn, Robin, and Sarah not rescued him, he'd likely be next in the cookpot. Glenn glanced at Sarah again. Could they really drop the fact that he'd almost been assassinated on a common-age boy? Sarah took the lead before Glenn could ask. She walked to David and rested a hand on the boy's shoulder. The boy simply stared at her, suddenly as entranced as he'd been with Robin Rosehunter. Glenn couldn't blame him. Sarah did have an exceptionally nice smile, along with a nice everything else. Let's sit and talk, Sarah said. All right? Your father had nothing to do with our rescue, and your abduction by the Minotaurs was not staged. It was a real attack. I need you to let me explain. What? David was breathing rapidly now. Is this a jape? Of course the Minotaur attack was staged. He pushed Sarah's hand from his shoulder. You're just trying to scare me. Before Glenn could step in, Sarah settled on the safe road and patted the space beside her. We absolutely are not. This whole incident may be related to your father, but it was not his doing, and it's very important you know everything. She tilted her head. Even if Glenn thinks it's a bad idea. David's gaze snapped at Glenn. You what? Glenn saw where Sarah was going, and immediately followed her lead. I still think this might be too much for a common-age boy to handle. David glared in response. I'm not weak. I'm as strong as you are. Glenn resisted the urge to grin and glanced at Sarah. Are you sure? Shush. Sarah offered him a very convincing and disapproving frown. David's more than old enough to hear the truth about what happened. He's a Barleyglade. It's time we told him everything. That's right, David said stubbornly, yet his resolve faltered a bit as he looked down to Sarah. Which is that Minotaur abduction really wasn't staged? Sarah smiled up at David, offering the perfect mix of sympathy and comfort. She patted the safe road beside her again. Sit. Listen. I promise I'll explain everything. I think you're old enough to hear it, despite what some people think. Glenn grumbled loudly and waved his hand. Don't say I didn't warn you. And those people really died? David asked quietly. All those bandits? Sit, Sarah reminded him. David settled beside her almost as quickly as Ripper, who mirrored David's motion on Sarah's other side. Glenn kept his expression grim. Sarah had a real knack for reaching people. Glenn listened in bemused wonder as Sarah calmly explained everything that had happened to David, including the facts surrounding the necklace and its Minotaur lure enchantment. They'd kept the necklace revelation from Robin since she wasn't directly involved, but it made sense to share it with David. They'd certainly share it with David's father, and it was best the boy have time to digest it all. David looked increasingly pale as he listened to Sarah's explanation. At one point he wobbled so dangerously Glenn was worried he might pass out. Yet when Sarah finished explaining, David remained conscious, if obviously freaked out. Someone actually tried to kill me, David whispered. But why? We don't know, and we can't speculate, Sarah said calmly. Not until we have more information. While there is still a remote chance this was not a targeted assassination attempt, everything that occurred fits together far more snugly than I'm comfortable dismissing. What this means, David, is that you need to be extra cautious until we catch who did this. Who did this? David sounded lost. So, you're going to catch them? We will. Sarah spoke with confidence Glenn envied. Remember, it's not just us. There's hundreds of Blazers working all across Luxterra. The one fortunate result of all this is that you've now enlisted the full might of the Blazers Guild to reveal and arrest your assassin. And you'll get the Shadower who snuck that necklace into my birthday party. We may interview them, if we find them, but remember, that Shadower may not have actually committed a crime. Stealing or discreetly delivering parcels is one of the many services offered by the Shadowers Guild, with no questions asked. So the Shadower who delivered your necklace likely didn't even open the box. The person responsible is whoever hired them. The mastermind behind my assassination attempt, David whispered. Sarah nodded. That's the person we're going to find and arrest. So for now, what we need you to do is be cautious with the information you share with others. Neither of us believe you're in any immediate danger. If you were, my big partner over there is more than capable of taking care of them. And you are too, David said softly. Right, Miss Cinderflare? Sarah smiled. I am, and thank you for that. But now we need to head for Lakebrook as quickly as possible so we can return you to your father and explain the situation to him. The sooner we're back within the town walls, the safer this journey will be for everyone. David pushed up. All right, I'm ready. We should go. He still looked worried and faint, but he wasn't trembling. He looked ready to travel. Glenn walked forward. David, wait. The boy scowled at him. What? I'm impressed, Glenn said calmly. David's eyes went wide. You're... what now? You took everything the way an adult might, Glenn lied confidently. I feared this news would frighten you, but it's obvious now I was wrong. You're more than old enough to take care of yourself, so... I'm sorry. Glenn offered his hand. I was wrong to doubt your strength of mind or will. David stood straighter and more confident with every word Glenn said. After a moment of staring at Glenn's hand, he shook it firmly. Apology accepted. Glenn nodded, like that settled matters, then looked to Sarah. Shall we be off then? Sarah offered a warm smile from behind David's gaze. Yes, let's. 11. A walk through town. Thanks to the fact that they'd set out so early and kept a good pace, with David's help, they reached the walls of Lakebrook shortly past midday. After mentally debating about the morality of using his soul-seer skill on a common-aged mortal, Glenn reluctantly used Soul Scan on David and found nothing unusual. He needed to learn to get past his hang-ups. Now, Glenn couldn't help but gawk as they walked the safe road toward the town gates, or rather, one of the town gates. The walls of the town easily stood taller than Mayor Coleman's mansion back in Wolfpine. These walls were thick enough, visible sentries actually walked on top of them. Unlike Wolfpine, which had a single gate, Lakebrook had no less than 6 gates located around the city. Over 60 town guards took shifts staffing those gates all hours of the day and night, just like Captain Logain Cliffbreeze's guards in Wolfpine. Also, Glenn suspected that the procedure for becoming a town guard was the same everywhere, though he wondered if Lakebrook town guards gained more levels when chosen than those in Wolfpine. A level 8 town guard would have trouble against a level 16 Minotaur, for example. Still, with god armor, they could easily handle one. Glenn knew he wouldn't have to wait long to satisfy his curiosity. There was a line to enter the gate, but it was only 12 people. As Glenn approached, he realized why there was a line. It wasn't just because Lakebrook was more crowded than Wolfpine. It wasn't just because it had more visitors. It was because the town guards were stopping everyone who tried to enter the city, something Glenn had only done once in all his time as a town guard in Wolfpine. Those town guards were then looking those people over, and Glenn realized they weren't looking at the people, they must be looking at status sheets, displayed by the person entering Lakebrook to the town guard alone. Glenn immediately stepped closer to his partner. Sarah, he warned. She didn't look his way. Yet she did speak too softly for David to overhear. This isn't normal, but we can't step out of line without attracting attention we don't need. Trust me. Follow my lead. Glenn didn't even ponder arguing. Sarah had repeatedly impressed on him how important it was to keep his new class a secret. If she wasn't worried about the chance the town guards would ask to see Glenn's status sheet, he wouldn't worry either. Sarah obviously had a plan. Instead of worrying as the line crept forward, Glenn decided to scan the town guard on the left. He was curious how the levels and skills of a town guard in Lakebrook might differ from one in Wolfpine. The idea that there could be a town guard skill he'd never seen was interesting. Soul scan. A status sheet displayed in front of the leftmost town guard, with letters and numbers large enough to read even 6 people away from the gates. Name: Tom Cumbervale. Age 19, level 14, class town guard. HP 350 of 350, blood 190 of 190, experience 106,422 of 112,000, strength 25, divinity 11, 21 with bonus, vitality 25, wisdom 9, 19 with bonus, prowess 11, luck 11. Gear: epic, god armor, rare, fleet boots, epic, guardian mace, epic, guardian shield. Slotted skills: rare, fight me, town guard, Kaya, rare, reflect magic, town guard, Zyva, rare, guardian's heal, town guard, Celis, rare, arrest, town guard, Levos, rare, public address, town guard, Isden. Slotted blessings: rare, regrowth, town guard, Kaya, rare, faithful, town guard, Celis. Known skills: uncommon, piercing strike, skirmisher, Kaya. Known blessings: none. Tom's status sheet revealed a journey all too similar to Glenn's own. Tom had likely planned to become a skirmisher before the gods chose him as a town guard, and Tom had confidently chosen piercing strike, a skill that allowed the tip of a skirmisher's spear to find the weak point in any opponent, to demonstrate his fidelity to Kaya, goddess of duty. And Kaya had rewarded Tom, but not in the way he'd expected. The fact that Tom was level 14 at age 19 suggested he had gained more levels than Glenn when chosen. Either that, or the gates of Lakebrook got significantly more monster and demon traffic than those in Wolfpine. Either way, Tom was well on his way to level 20. Glenn was a bit jealous. He was also disappointed to see no unfamiliar town guard skills on Tom's status sheet. He'd hoped, perhaps, that there might be more town guard skills available to town guards in higher level zones, yet Evelan was only 8 levels higher than Gracia. Perhaps no stronger skills were needed to keep it safe. What fascinated Glenn most was how much he agreed with Tom's choices. Tom had chosen regrowth, like most new town guards. It was a ludicrously overpowered skill, but had gone with faithful instead of unyielding, which was exactly what Glenn would have done had he known he might face demons on a regular basis. Tom had also chosen public address to unlock arrest, a path that had likely been available to him since he gained more levels than Glenn at age 16. Glenn knew his life and Tom's were very different. Tom had grown up in a city of 2,000 instead of a village of 60, yet they had this in common. Or did they? For all Glenn knew, Tom might actually like his job as a town guard. The city he lived and worked inside was as big as half the Dewdrop Hills. There were far more people and places to see in a city the size of Lakebrook than in a tiny hamlet like Wolfpine. Perhaps being confined within 50 paces of the city walls wasn't so bad. When one lived in a city as big and populated as this one, there would be so much more to do. Given what Glenn now knew about how fierce competition was for quests in Evelan, being a guard here might even be preferable to being an adventurer. Tom got free room and board, free food, no pressure to level or compete with other adventurers for quests, and better yet, he had almost 60 town guards who could become either friends or lovers. Not a bad deal. As Glenn observed the guards, another person walked into town. Tom waved the next person forward. Glenn counted. Only 4 people between them and the gates, and Sarah's plan, whatever that was. As Tom beckoned the next person forward, Sarah huffed loud enough for everyone to hear. "Enough of this," Sarah declared loudly. She snatched David's hand. "We're already late." She walked off and yanked David after her, though he quickly kept pace once he realized she was holding his hand. "Citizens, please make way. Blazer business." Eyes wide inside his steel helmet, Glenn nonetheless followed Sarah. Were they just going to cut in front of everyone? That would likely anger everyone, from the people in line to the town guards, not to mention how such obvious rudeness could affect the reputation of the Blazers. The way Tom straightened showed he was visibly alarmed at Sarah's approach. The other town guard simply stepped forward and raised one hand. "Halt, citizen. Get back in line." Glenn used Soul Scan on the other town guard and revealed a similar set of attributes, though this guard, Andrew Lakespring, had no skills other than those given him by Kaya. So Andrew, like Becca and many others, had waited to pick his first skill until he completed the ceremony of the path. That suggested choosing a skill before completing the ceremony of the path was not a requirement to become a town guard. Glenn had always secretly wondered if he'd done something to earn his fate. Apparently not. Kaya simply chose guards at her whim. Sarah marched David forward. "I'd rather not wait, if it's all the same to you." She snapped her fingers at Glenn. "Greybreaker, stop dawdling and keep up." Glenn followed Sarah at the same rapid, confident pace as Ripper. He winced inside his helmet as he sensed the angry looks of the 4 people they'd just cut in front of. Sarah was acting like the most conceited adventurers he'd ever dealt with in Wolfpine. Before they could enter the gate, Andrew stepped into their path and raised both hands. "I said hold it, Blazer." Sarah stopped and scowled at him. "What are you doing?" "We need to see your status sheets." Tom tilted his head. Glenn could imagine the man almost speaking up in concern, yet Tom said nothing. Tom, like Glenn, was obviously not the senior guard on the gate. "You what now?" Sarah asked the question with just the right amount of righteous indignation. "Since when is revealing my status sheet to anyone a requirement to enter Lakebrook?" She sounded as offended as if Andrew had asked her to slip off her chameleon leathers in front of him, and revealing one's status sheet, to be fair, was similar. Andrew replied as calmly as Glenn would expect of a fellow guard. "New orders from Mayor Earthwhite. Everyone must show their status sheet to one town guard, in confidence, before entering Lakebrook. I give you my word, we'll breathe no word of your personal information to anyone, but we can't admit you until—" "Blazer?" Sarah tapped her tabard as if to remind him. Andrew's calm posture suggested he remained unimpressed. "Even if you're a Blazer, you—" "And you are interfering with Blazer business." Sarah added a dangerous edge to her voice. "Do you know the identity of the young man with me?" Glenn couldn't see if Andrew was frowning inside his full-face helmet, but he strongly suspected he was. "That's David Barleyglade, who I must escort to his father without delay," Sarah continued icily. "We're already an hour late, and I have explicit orders from no less than Glory Heartseeker to get David back to his home before noon. It is well past noon now, and while I respect both your duty to Lakebrook and Lady Earthwhite's authority in this matter, I must insist that you step aside right now." Andrew stiffened visibly. "You're working for Old Glory?" "Is there another one?" Sarah stepped forward. "Now please step aside. Unless you'd like me to inform Miss Heartspear, you just referred to her as Old Glory." Andrew immediately stepped back. Tom practically begged them to enter with both hands. "You can pass," Andrew said grudgingly. "But to be clear, I will be making inquiries about both of you with the Blazers Guild. If you're not who you say, we'll come and arrest you." "I'd expect nothing less," Sarah said tartly. She strode into Lakebrook. "Greybreaker, keep up." Glenn hurried after Sarah, offered a tepid wave to the 2 displaced town guards, and was very grateful his full-face steel helmet kept them from seeing his embarrassed expression. He had encountered many rude adventurers during his years on the gates. Some adventurers enjoyed messing with town guards just to see how far their duty to Kaya would prevent them from responding to wisecracks. But he'd rarely encountered any acting as high and mighty as Sarah was now. Yet as they passed the town guards and entered Lakebrook without revealing their status sheets, Glenn knew Sarah's entrance had been an act. Moreover, he now recognized Sarah's act as their only real option. Sarah had once again taken the path most likely to see them through this latest hurdle. If they'd stepped out of line and walked away, it would have been a clear sign to the town guards that they didn't wish their status sheets reviewed. That would have gotten even Blazers detained and questioned, and while inside Lakebrook's walls, Mayor Earthwhite and her town guards had authority over everyone. Once he'd been detained, rumors about Glenn's new class would have spread quickly among the town guards and inevitably to the normal townsfolk they spoke with, drank with, and slept with. Everything everyone had sacrificed and given up would be for naught, and worse, word might have gotten to the Church of Celis. That would put his parents in danger. Getting detained by the guards or forced to show his status sheet would have been a disaster. Glenn again felt lucky to have a partner who was so quick on her feet. It was also a reminder that he'd need to pay close attention to Sarah if he wanted to keep up with her. Setting aside the fact that she was level 14, Sarah had 6 years on him and countless completed quests as a blazer sharpshooter, and if Marion Hawkshadow had trusted Sarah, then Svara, to watch over Zack, Marion obviously trusted her a great deal. Once they were safely inside the town, David spoke quietly. Was that really necessary? I'm sure Father isn't that worried about me. Sarah patted the hand she still held before releasing it. She smiled fetchingly at David, and the boy melted a bit under her gaze. There's nothing more important to us than getting you home safe. You're our priority now. You are my priority as well. Oh. David blushed visibly as he smiled and quickened his pace. Well, of course. As Glenn glanced at Ripper, he was alarmed to find the wolf hunched down lower than he expected. Ripper walked closer to Sarah's heels than he had before, eyes narrowed and mouth closed as he watched the crowds pass them by. Glenn realized that, to Ripper, this whole town must be terrifying. It would be like entering the Gloam Wolf Den to find 2,000 Gloam Wolves waiting. Easy, brother. He lightly patted Ripper's back. We won't let anyone hurt you. Ripper glanced at Glenn, eyes slitted, but he skulked a little less after. Or maybe Glenn just imagined that to make himself feel better. Ripper did seem rather stubborn about accepting help, at least from Glenn. From Sarah, of course, he'd accept anything, including scritches. Turn here, David said. My father's estate is this way. Glenn didn't fail to notice that Sarah had already turned before David spoke up. She must already know the way to the Barleyglade estate, yet she simply smiled at David and nodded. Thank you. Why don't you lead the way? We'll follow as your official escorts. Oh, David brightened. Yes, that would be appropriate, given we're back within the town walls. He held his head high and quickened his pace. This way? Sarah fell back beside Glenn and Ripper. She reached down to idly stroke Ripper's hopeful raised head. Ripper's skulking and discomfort eased visibly, and Glenn felt a bit shown up. Still, at least Ripper was more comfortable now. He and Sarah shared a bond Glenn would never have. Once David was a good 10 paces ahead, too far away to overhear them over the bustle of the city. Sarah stepped close as they walked. Town guards never demand to scan the status sheets of those entering Lakebrook, unless there's been a confirmed Deathcaster threat. So that was the reason. Has word spread about the plague in Gracia? As cold as it may sound, I doubt Mayor Earthwhite cares what's going on in Gracia right now. This threat is local, and she's busy enough handling the matters of her own city, just as in Gracia, being forced to show one's status sheet to a stranger feels like a violation to most. People can't be happy. And a mayor with unhappy citizens isn't a mayor for long, Glenn agreed thoughtfully. So something really bad must have happened in Neverland recently for Mayor Earthwhite to risk angering her populace. It can't simply be David's abduction. No one knows about that yet. Correct, Sarah agreed. We can't abandon him, and we can't return him to his father without a full accounting of all that's occurred. Yet we don't need both of us to handle that. Glenn considered her implication. You're saying we should split up? I can fill David's father in on what happened and what we suspect. As the senior Blazer, that duty actually falls on me to do that anyway. You should get to the Blazers Guild office as soon as possible. You'll need time to get your new armor, and also, you'll be off the street. And not wandering about in a city I know nothing about among people who don't know me? Glenn grinned. Good call, Cinderflare. How do I get there? It's not far from where we are now. Stay with me until we reach the crossroads a block ahead, then turn south and head along that road all the way to the sea. The guild office is on the docks. There are signs once you reach them that will lead you to it. The office is on the docks? Glenn continued to follow Sarah and David at a steady pace. But that's all the way on the other side of the city. We also receive Blazers returning from other provinces. It's easiest to do that without requiring them to traipse through town after they hop off the boat. And no one save Blazers and their clients use the office anyway, so putting the office on the docks made the most sense. Glenn realized it did at that. Sorry, stupid question. Sarah bumped his shoulder with hers. Please don't ever say those words again. There are no stupid questions, especially when you're in new surroundings and don't know your way. Don't ever hesitate to ask me anything, no matter how trivial it might seem at the time. She was right, again, of course. Thank you for putting up with me. Sarah offered him a soft, sidelong smile. Thank you for caring about my feelings while I do. You already know I think you're a good man, but what I couldn't know until we rescued David is that you'd be a good partner. And you are, Glenn. I'm glad to be adventuring with you. Glenn looked to the crowds. Coming from her, and given the loneliness, he still couldn't quite shake. Her words were a tremendous comfort. Thank you. Here's the crossroad, Sarah pointed. See you at the office. Glenn smiled to himself as he dropped back to cross behind her, then altered his course to follow the flow of traffic south down the main street of Lakebrook. By the time he glanced back, the dense city crowd had already swallowed Sarah, David, and Ripper. Rather than trying to move quickly or take in the sights, Glenn simply moved in the flow of the city's considerable traffic. Lakebrook was such a massive town. He couldn't imagine what it must have been like to grow up here among all 2,000 people. It would be possible to fit so many wolf pines inside the walls of Lakebrook. Given its scale, Glenn couldn't even guess. Also, unlike Wolf Pine, the vast majority of the buildings in Lakebrook were 2 stories or higher. Most were built of sturdy red brick, wood, and gray stone. They were so tightly jammed together there was barely room to pass between them outside of the road, and one look down the narrow, dark alleys between buildings told Glenn that wasn't somewhere he'd want to be. It wasn't like anyone could mug him or hurt him here, the law of consent held firm, yet he could still get in an argument if someone blocked his path, or just step in a pile of something he'd prefer not to. The city didn't smell as unpleasant as he'd feared, but it definitely didn't smell as fresh or clean as wolf pine. The scent of sweat, smoke, and waste passed through his nostrils depending on the wind. Glenn passed grates in the side of the street at regular intervals. The smells wafting from below told him the city had a decent sewer system, which was better than letting waste flow through the streets. The builders who'd created the sewers had likely been very talented. Yet even the fact that this city was large enough to need its own sewer system told him how differently sanitation worked in the city. Wolf Pine hadn't had a sewer system because the town hadn't needed it. Everyone had their own outhouse or privy, along with plenty of open space to call their own. Lakebrook was impressive so far, but it was more in the way a sturdy wagon was impressive, or perhaps a fine gilded carriage, or perhaps the gilded carriages kept to the nicer parts of the city. Glenn had only seen a tiny fraction thus far. As he continued down the road, the salty smell of the sea joined the other scents on the air. Eventually, Glenn came within sight of the docks. While he was worried he might have trouble finding his way to the Blazer office, he spotted the Blazer symbol, a handheld torch against a shield, on a wooden sign high above the crowds. That sign led to another. Glenn soon came to a finely built 3-story building set just off the docks. It had impressive stone columns along its front, glittering glass windows that nonetheless concealed what waited inside, and a frame built of gray bricks and sturdy wood. Glenn expected guards, but no one stood outside. He walked to the big double doors and gripped one wrought iron handle. This was it. He was going inside. He was going to become a Blazer officially now, just like he'd always dreamed. Actual excitement tingled in his gut as he pulled the door open. 12. An official induction. Though Glenn hesitated to admit it, the interior of the Blazers Guild office was less impressive than he'd hoped. He'd expected big wooden columns, perhaps some ornate rugs, and maybe even some tapestries, perhaps weapon racks lining the walls with all sorts of gleaming enchanted steel, or a giant image of the Blazer crest on the back wall in bright colors, at least some banners hanging down. What he found instead was what looked like the interior of a modest but well-kept-up tavern. The main room of the guild office had a number of round tables surrounded by stools, all currently empty. Several standing wooden boards like those one might find in a town square plastered in bulletins. Small papers hung from these boards as well, but the writing was too small for Glenn to read from the entry. Wide stairs led up to a second story, but Glenn couldn't see what was up there from the ground floor. In his old guard barracks in Wolf Pine, dorm rooms had been upstairs, so did the Blazers have equivalents? A dormitory for travelers, perhaps? The only person inside the office was a man in a fine silk shirt and pants, white and gray, with a small pin on his collar matching the Blazer crest. He rested with his arms folded across each other on a counter like one from which a person might order in a tavern. His dark eyes met Glenn's as Glenn stepped inside, and a smirk immediately reached his lips. The man had skin almost as dark as Zach's. He kept his dark hair arranged in neat cornrows across his head, and a single golden ring glistened in his nose. He had a few wrinkles at the edges of his eyes, and obviously weathered skin. He wasn't as old as Glenn's father, Hal, but was on his way there. So, who was he? A scribe? Or perhaps a merchant? What type of townsfolk ran a blazer office? Glenn was tempted to use Soulscan to answer his own question, but he decided to wait. This was a blazer officer, after all. If Glenn gave this man any reason to think Glenn knew something he should not, it could raise awkward questions. If he didn't know, he wouldn't need to lie. Glenn raised one hand, smiled, and walked toward the bar. He supposed that was as good a term for the counter as any. The dark-skinned man behind the bar stood up as leisurely as a man could without falling over. He eyed Glenn with the same small smirk. "You lost, kid?" the man asked. It had been years since anyone had called him kid, though, to be fair, this man was much older than he was. Still, the man was obviously trying to get a rise out of him. Glenn had no intention of falling for the bait. He removed his helmet. "My name is Glenn Greybreaker." He kept his tone warm and friendly as he stopped and set his helmet on the bar. "Sarah Cinderflare directed me here to sign in, I suppose. I'm supposed to officially join the Blazers as a new recruit, but no one's explained what's involved. I'm new at this." The man snorted dismissively. "Really? I couldn't tell." Had Glenn done something to offend this man? He didn't see what he could have done since the moment he walked in the door. Perhaps this man just had a boring job, and like Martin and Joanne that night Glenn came by after Becca's, this man had decided to amuse himself at Glenn's expense. Glenn was new, and he did need direction. As Sarah had so aptly pointed out, there was no shame in asking questions. So instead of taking offense, he decided to take Sarah's advice. "What do I need to do to finish my paperwork?" Glenn asked. "And do you have time to help me, considering how busy you are right now?" Glenn couldn't resist getting a dig back in himself. The office was, after all, entirely empty. The man chuckled and pulled a sheath of papers from beneath the counter. "You play clueless pretty well, kid. Your name's already in my head, but I need to see your status sheet before I can let you sign this paperwork. Have to verify you are who you say you are." Glenn's smile froze on his face. Sarah hadn't mentioned anything about needing to show his status sheet. Why hadn't Sarah warned him about this? This man was a blazer, but Sarah had said... What had she said? She'd never have sent him to the office alone if she worried a request to see his status sheet would blow their cover, and helping Glenn level Soulseer was a blazer conspiracy, wasn't it? Was this another test? One to see if he could think on his feet? "Kid," the man said, "did you wander in here and lie to me by mistake?" Glenn thought back to his conversation with Sarah days back in the Deep Scorn woods. Is the person who runs the Lakebrook Blazer office part of Marion's conspiracy? Sarah's lips quirked. "He's trustworthy. Yet who said anything about this being Marion's conspiracy?" Despite his worry he might be making a mistake, Glenn willed his status sheet open and allowed the other man to see it. He revealed everything about himself to a man he'd just met, including his unprecedented class. He watched for an intake of breath or a look of alarm. What he got instead was an amused chuckle. "That's an unusual class." "Isn't it?" Glenn calmly closed his status sheet. "You sure you want to go around revealing that to just anyone?" Glenn tilted his head. "You're the only person here, and Sarah already assured me I can trust you. She'd never have sent me here to check in alone if she anticipated a problem. I trust my partner, and I trust the Blazers, so I'd no reason to keep the truth from you." "And what if I don't work for the Blazers at all?" Glenn's next confident words caught in his throat. He hadn't actually considered that. He hadn't considered that the Blazer office might actually be empty and the man standing behind the counter might not be a Blazer at all. Yet, the man had a Blazer pin on his collar. A group like the Blazers would never leave their office totally empty, or at least they'd lock it first. "You have a pin," Glenn said. "Could have stolen it. Not without someone noticing, I imagine. Impersonating a blazer is years in jail if you're caught, and yet you didn't try to talk me into anything or ask me to pay you any money. Hoping for a big score is one of the few reasons you might risk getting arrested. Maybe I'm not so smart. Glenn was now all the more confident he'd guessed right. Quite the opposite. Before I could get my bearings, you asked me to reveal the one thing you knew I might be hesitant to reveal, unless I had a memory for past conversations and trusted my partner implicitly. So if you were testing me, if you and Sarah were both testing me, this is a good way to do it. So, do I pass? The man's smirk faded. What replaced it instead appeared to be genuine interest. You've got good instincts. I trusted Marion's report and Svara's judgment, but I always prefer to see how a prospective recruit thinks for myself. Investigator, huh? You sure about that? Glenn frowned. She's Sarah now. I know. But as you said, we're alone in here, so no one's around to berate me for remembering her old life. It's a shame what happened to her. To all of them. Especially Jacob. Glenn sighed in agreement. Have you heard anything about Marion? Is she doing all right? I can't reveal specifics, but she's dealing. She's Marion, after all. I'm glad that she's dealing. But do you mean I can just sign up to become an investigator? Sarah gave me the impression I'd have to gain a few ranks first. You do, but that doesn't mean we'll set you up with just anyone. If you're hoping to become a Blazer investigator, you should level under one. Cinder Flare's a talented mentor, but she's not the one to teach you what you need to know to reach investigator. We'll decide who's best for that. Glenn nodded agreeably. I'll trust your judgment then. To be fair, it's not like I have a lot of choice, but if I can't trust the Blazers, or at least those loyal to Marion, who can I trust? You still haven't told me who I am, the man said calmly. Did you look at my sheet already? Glenn shook his head. No reason to do that yet. Also, I was worried you might try to trip me up by asking questions I already knew the answers to, and that I wouldn't be able to lie effectively enough to fool you. Would you like me to look at your status sheet? No. The man offered another wry smirk. Just like Sarah, the man wasn't giving consent while still suggesting Glenn try his new skill anyway. He focused on the man. Soul scan. Name, Aiden Goodfellow. Age 29, level 19, class scribe. HP 80 of 80, blood 230 of 230, experience 166,422 of 176,000, strength 10, divinity 21, vitality 8, wisdom 23, prowess 21, luck 13. Gear, common, scribe's clothes, rare, blazer pin, common, padded boots. Slotted skills. Uncommon, notarized deal, scribe Isden. Uncommon, notarized requisition, scribe Isden. Rare, notarized quest, scribe Isden. Uncommon, invisible ink, scribe Isden. Rare, phantom pen, scribe Isden. Slotted blessings. Uncommon, eidetic memory, scribe Isden. Uncommon, language master, scribe Isden. Rare, lie detector, scribe Isden. Known skills. Uncommon, illuminated pen, town guard, Kaya. Uncommon, rapid write, brutalist, Anson. Uncommon, rapid read, lifecaster, Celis. Uncommon, notarized name, duelist, Vox. Known blessings, none. Glenn whistled softly. You're well along. My father's actually... Glenn trailed off. A sudden lump in his throat threatened to steal his words, yet he pushed past it. Aiden was already in on the conspiracy, and while Glenn might never be able to see his father again, he remained proud of all Hal Redwood had accomplished. My father's a level 16 scribe in Wolfpine, Glenn continued proudly. You're slotted similar to him, likely because you needed to learn Phantom Pen. It's a rare skill, so if I had to hazard a guess, I'd say it requires illuminated pen, invisible ink, and language master. Aiden smirked. Did you read that? Or did your father tell you? It was just a guess. Glenn eyed Aiden's status sheet one more time. And as to your name, it's Aiden Goodfellow, age 29. You're a level 19 scribe who's just over 10,000 experience from reaching level 20 and earning the title of preceptor. You must get a lot of business running the Blazer office. Aiden ruefully shook his head. I won't lie, kid. The fact that you can just pull all that out of thin air without my consent is 6 kinds of creepy. Glenn gasped as he remembered something odd about his status sheet. Wait. Aiden raised an eyebrow. You got a problem with me calling you creepy? Glenn opened his status sheet again, belatedly realizing he'd seen something that didn't make sense. As his eyes scanned his own numbers, a sinking feeling overtook his stomach. Name, Glenn Greybreaker, age 18, level 12, class Soulseer, HP 310 of 310, blood 130 of 130, experience 81,822 of 90,000. Strength, no question. His experience remained the same as it had this morning when he used SoulScan on David Barleyglade. He'd gotten experience for David this morning and all the bandits he'd used the skill on last night, but nothing since. This morning he'd scanned an entire line of people while waiting to enter Lakebrook. 2 town guards, a number of random people in the crowd as he and Sarah walked David Barleyglade home, and finally he'd just scanned Aiden Goodfellow. Despite that, he was missing hundreds of experience. He'd gained no experience for anyone he'd scanned since reaching Lakebrook. That meant either he'd hit some invisible threshold regarding experience for using SoulScan, perhaps a requirement that he scan people of higher levels, or... What's the problem, kid? Aiden asked calmly. Don't tell me I upset you with a joke. It's not you at all, I assure you. Glenn closed his status sheet with a sinking feeling. Something odd just happened in regard to leveling Soulseer. How much do you want to know? Aiden raised one hand. The less, the better. It's enough to know you are who you say, and your class can do what I've been told. For now, let's keep the specifics inside your head. That's for you and Svara to figure out. Once you've got it all figured out, I'll take it down. Not before. All right. Glenn needed someone to bounce ideas off, but Aiden obviously wasn't that person. The way he saw it, there were really only 2 possibilities for why he'd gained no further experience from using SoulScan since arriving outside Lakebrook. The first was that he had tripped over some invisible level requirement that seemed unlikely. He hadn't leveled up, and such additional requirements typically only activated upon gaining a level. What was more likely is that he hadn't gained any experience because of where he was. Every time he'd used SoulScan and gained experience thus far, he'd used it in the wilderness or in Robin's Fort, which was also in the wilderness. He stood now inside a town's walls, so if he used SoulScan on someone near or inside a town, he didn't receive experience for doing so? Glenn grudgingly admitted it made sense. Lakebrook had a population of 2,000 people, and other towns were even larger. He did the math in his head. Assuming he scanned everyone who lived in Lakebrook, that was 10,000 experience, as much as completing 2 quests. Thanks to the fact that he'd be walking around inside a town's walls protected by Lakebrook's town guards, he'd experience absolutely no risk while gaining such experience. That would make Soulseer trivial to level, especially since towns grew larger as one leveled up. Given all that, of course the gods had made a rule that using SoulScan on people in a town awarded no experience. Glenn simply hadn't been able to learn about that rule until he finally entered a town. While the revelation disappointed him, he also felt a bit relieved. Earning that much experience simply for walking around Lakebrook would have absolutely felt like cheating. He had hoped to find another loophole as promising as the one that had allowed him to so quickly level Ripper, but the gods had obviously thought ahead. So he'd still scan everyone he came across in the wilds, but sitting outside a tavern and sipping mead while he leveled his class couldn't happen. This also explained why Anna hadn't easily reached level 20. Up until now, he assumed Anna never had the opportunity to sit in town and level since he was required to level in secret in the wilderness, but no experience inside towns made far more sense, which Zack could have mentioned when they talked in Glenn's head or dream or wherever Zack's soul actually was now, the class crystal. Aiden pushed the pile of papers across the counter. Take all the time you need with your paperwork. He also produced a quill, but no inkwell. Glenn realized then what he was looking at. A flowing quill. His mother could produce those rare enchanted items, though few in Wolfpine had the crescents to purchase one or any need for such a luxury. A flowing quill could write forever. It never ran out of ink. Glenn nodded his thanks and took both the paperwork and quill. Is there any trick to these documents, or am I just answering questions? Aiden snorted in obviously dry amusement. You can read, right? Glenn frowned despite his earlier desire to remain polite. Of course I can read. He hesitated to mention how bad his handwriting was. Aiden would see for himself soon. Then you shouldn't have any problems. Aiden sauntered his way around the counter. Read the oaths you're to sign closely, and don't lie unless you want to salt my floor. Your armor's not here, sadly, nor is your unfilled bag. I'll need to get those out of storage again. Glenn sighed and looked up. I suppose you all got tired of waiting for me to arrive? Aiden trumped up the stairs. I just got tired of looking at it, sitting there all alone in the corner. Looked lonely. Finally put it back into storage a few days ago when it became clear you might arrive weeks from now. You and Svara certainly took your time getting here. We found and tamed a rare wolf, Glenn said defensively. He's going to be a real monster. And then we had to rescue a wealthy merchant's son before he got eaten by minotaurs. Aiden laughed as he reached the second floor. That's the kind of initiative I like to see in my new blazers. Keep driving on like that, kid, and you'll make rank 7 in no time. Glenn decided to take Aiden's compliment at face value. Aiden might not be what he'd expected a blazer scribe to be, but he did seem like a pleasant enough fellow. At least he had a sense of humor. Glenn focused on the paperwork, which was primarily him taking oaths to respect Blazer confidentiality, respect the Blazer chain of command, acknowledge the risk of dying while on Blazer quests, verify he understood his new salary, which was impressive, and swearing under oath to the gods that he'd never had any interactions with Deathcasters or their ilk which he hadn't disclosed. Glenn hesitated on the last few questions. Aiden hadn't asked him to repeat the story about what happened at Gracia's Temple of Balance. Since he'd been in touch with Marion via phantom correspondence, he must know everything about what happened there, including that they had faced a Plague Master and his party of ne'er-do-wells. Glenn could sign this truthfully. He finished the last of the paperwork, concluding with an oath tying him to the Blazer office in Lakebrook. Glenn realized then that while Blazers had a great deal of freedom, they actually had a bit less than adventurers. Until he reached Blazer rank 8 and proved himself, he'd be required to remain in Lakebrook and Eveland to handle Blazer business in this area even if he leveled out. Glenn supposed that made sense. Blazers were spread across the continents. If some Blazers weren't required to remain in even low-level zones, none would be near enough to aid those towns and people if the need arose. This arrangement allowed the Blazers to distribute their human resources. Becca had told him she planned to take a permanent position in Eveland after she made rank 8, but Glenn assumed that was only so she could be close to him. The fact that he was here now in Eveland offered one new and exciting possibility. Now that they were to level together, they could travel to any zone they wanted. He could, soon enough, travel Luxterra with the woman he loved. Once Glenn turned in this paperwork, he wouldn't be trapped inside Lakebrook like he had been in Wolfpine. He would have freedom to roam all of Eveland. He'd need permission from Aiden or another Blazer officer to leave Eveland for a few years, but not forever. Certainly not as long as it would have taken him to level Town Guard to 20 in Wolfpine. He still lived inside a fence, but this one was bigger. Glenn saw no reason to turn away from the path he'd just been offered. He checked all the boxes and swore all the oaths, and then at the bottom signed his new name. He was disappointed with how amateurish the name Greybreaker looked when written, even by his poor standards. It didn't look like a name he'd been signing all his life because he hadn't. He'd have to practice every night for weeks, signing Greybreaker over and over until he signed it as confidently as he'd once signed Redwood. He didn't know how often he'd be signing his new name, but he knew he would be. Glenn looked up to find Aiden back at his post. He carried over the completed paperwork. Aiden took it and flipped through. He gave each paper a cursory glance before his eyes hesitated on the last page. He looked up. You're going to work on that last name, right? The man was simply pointing out the obvious, so Glenn refused to be offended. Any chance I could requisition some parchment and an enchanted quill? Seems I'd be doing us all a favor by giving you those. Behind them both, the doors creaked open. Glenn turned as Aiden looked past him. He smiled in relief when he saw Sarah. Sarah was back. And Glenn was now a Blazer in law, as well as name. 13. A sunset on the pier. Sarah walked over to the counter and leaned on it, smiling wide. She placed one hand atop the other and stared at the man across from her. "Aiden?" He rested one hand upon hers. "I'm so glad you're alive, Svara." "It is good to be alive." Sarah patted Aiden's hand. "But it's Sarah now." "I'll never forget Svara Dawnwhisper," Aiden said quietly. "She was one of the best Blazer mentors I ever knew. I'm absolutely certain Sarah Cinderflare will honor her legacy." "Thank you," Sarah said. As Glenn looked between them, they didn't strike him as former or current lovers. They struck him as good friends instead, and they obviously respected each other a great deal. Glenn wasn't surprised that other Blazers thought as highly of Sarah as he did. Why wouldn't they? Aiden glanced at Glenn. "You lucked into a great partner, Greybreaker." "I see that every day." Glenn looked to Sarah. "How did it go with David's father?" Sarah turned to lean her back on the counter and rested her elbows on it. "He's livid," she said quietly. "And I don't blame him. Someone tried to feed his son to minotaurs." Glenn would have been furious about someone trying to harm his child as well. "Does he have any idea who might want to hurt David?" "Too many suspects for anyone to look into tonight." Sarah glanced at Aiden. "You ready to take down a case summary? I'd like to go over everything while it's fresh." Aiden nodded. "I'm all yours." Glenn looked between them. "Would you like me to stay?" Sarah glanced his way. "You already know everything I'm going to say. There's no need for you to stay and listen. One thing you should know is the two of us won't be taking this case further. This one is big enough it's above our current ranks. The reason I'm providing a summary to Aiden is so the higher-ranking Blazer who takes this case on has everything they need to get started." Glenn nodded. "Then I guess I'll get some fresh air." "Feel free to explore the docks," Sarah suggested. "Yet I'd actually like to fill you in on a few things unrelated to the case as soon as I'm done here, so don't go far, all right?" "You got it." Glenn waved to Aiden. "Nice to meet you." "Likewise." Aiden leaned again on the counter. "Don't fall in the sea." Glenn chuckled and walked to the doors. "I'll try not to." As he exited the Blazers Guild, he realized he didn't feel any different. All his life, he'd dreamed about being a Blazer, and now he finally was one. Yet he'd been a Blazer in regard to deeds since he left the Temple of Balance in Gracia. So really all he'd done today was complete the formalities. Still, it felt good to have things official. It felt good to have another person he could trust, even if he had no plans to confide in Aiden. At least he wouldn't have to hide his true identity and goals from the man running the Lakebrook Blazer office. That would make leveling even more difficult. Glenn wandered the docks enough to figure out how far they extended. He marveled at the sheer variety of vessels, both docked and on the sea. They ranged from tiny fishing boats to massive galleons in styles Glenn had only seen in books and sometimes not at all. He also saw the flags of kingdoms beyond his own kingdom of Landers, both Aquarine and Kalefall. Townsfolk from all the kingdoms traded here, it seemed, and all three kingdoms needed Blazers. Putting the office on the docks did make perfect sense. Glenn didn't particularly care for the smell of salt and fish, but he supposed he'd get used to it. He just wandered back to the office when Sarah emerged. She looked around, saw him, and beckoned for him to follow her. She headed down a pier that looked to dead end into the sea. Glenn followed at a rapid pace, momentarily missing the speed provided by his old fleet boots. He soon caught up. Sarah had brought him to a pier that ended facing the setting sun. It overlooked a brilliant and gently swelling sea. It was quite beautiful out here, and he wondered if this was a spot where Sarah came to think. It was certainly private enough, given how much ambient noise hung over the docks. She sat on the edge of the pier and dangled her legs over the water. She glanced up as he arrived and patted the aged wood beside her. "Have a seat," she said. "I've got news." Glenn sat, then dared to dangle his legs over the edge as Sarah had. The sea stretched out to the horizon like a giant blue blanket. It felt impossibly dangerous to dangle his legs over such a huge expanse of water, but if Sarah was willing to do it, he was too. Sarah glanced at him. Deathcasters used Desold to kill a whole party of adventurers last week, as well as 4 townsfolk. They stole a great deal of coin and a number of enchanted weapons. That's the reason the town is now on high alert. Gods, Glenn whispered. He looked to the sea. Were any of those killed resurrected? The Deathcasters stole the bodies, so that would be a no. Glenn shuddered. He knew the souls of the adventurers and townsfolk those Deathcasters had murdered were safe with the Pantheon, but their bodies were desold now, likely once again walking around. What if a Deathcaster tried to sneak a desold corpse into town in disguise? Sarah looked out over the sea again, still dangling her legs over the water. We faced worse, and we'll see worse. Yet tracking those Deathcasters down is also a job for higher ranks. So, while we're waiting on our next assignment, I wanted to talk to you about how I handled David Barleyglade. Glenn glanced at her again. What's wrong with how you handled him? I don't enjoy vamping my clients to get my way. Glenn had never thought that about Sarah, of course. He wanted to grin at her joke, yet he realized she wasn't joking. From the serious tone of her voice, it sounded like she meant it. I never thought you did, he told her honestly. You got him to listen, didn't you? I did, and I still believe I handled him as kindly as I could given the urgency of the situation, yet I don't want you to get the wrong impression about me. So, can you listen? Glenn nodded. Sarah looked back at the sea. You're an attractive man. I know you know that, but I imagine people are also drawn to you because you're so kind. I suspect you sometimes use the fact that people see you as attractive and kind to influence how they act, so long as you think it might help them. Sarah was right. While he never acted with ill intent, Glenn would admit, at least to himself, that he'd strategically used kind words, compliments, and warm smiles many times to resolve disputes or smooth over a confrontation. How else would he have been able to handle Ashley Bloodbraid on the safe road, after all? Once their possibly dangerous confrontation ended, Ashley hadn't wanted to pummel him. She'd wanted him to take her to bed. I was born with a lovely face and a body that draws the eye, Sarah continued. It's just the way things worked out for me, and given what the gods force female adventurers to wear, I've long since grown accustomed to people staring at me whenever they think I won't catch them doing it. Glenn chuckled ruefully to hide his own lingering guilt about catching himself doing just that. It is ridiculous how tight female armor fits. And sometimes, a soft touch or warm smile helps me accomplish a goal that keeps those I'm trying to protect safe, Sarah continued calmly. I use the tools available to me like any blazer, though I rely on them only when necessary. Like with David Barleyglade, Glenn agreed. First, you needed to get him to admit everything about the necklace, despite the fact that he was horribly embarrassed and would likely have said nothing if I'd asked. Then you needed him to get out of Robin's camp without him raising a fuss, even though he really didn't want to go. Finally, you needed to keep him calm and focused while you explained how he almost ended up in a cookpot, so you could get him home without him passing out. Sarah looked out over the sea. I honestly thought he might pass out there for a bit. So, is it all right if I take a guess as to what's bothering you? Glenn stared at the side of her face. If you don't mind. Aiden confirmed I will be training to be an investigator. Sarah offered him a faint smirk. All right. What's bothering me? You're worried I'll think poorly of you for manipulating people by being, well, blazingly hot. Yet that's not what you're doing at all. It's like you said about me. Thinking about how people will react to our actions is a tool like any other, especially for people like us. Sarah's faint smirk grew. Like us? Protectors, Glenn said evenly. As a town guard, I used kind words and fake empathy to soothe bruised egos and break up brawls all the time. Even when I thought someone was an ass, I often pretended to empathize with their situation because that was the safest way to stop a fight. Sometimes faking empathy for an ass was the best way to ensure no one got hurt. Sarah tilted her head and listened. So far, she hadn't objected to anything he'd said. So yes, you used all the tools you had to ensure an uncertain and unpredictable client would confide in us, listen to us, and arrive home safe. You also pretended to be a pompous windbag to ensure we slipped past the town guards. You do whatever solves the problem while doing the least harm. Sarah sighed and looked away again. I still feel bad for giving them so much grief. I've also never seen you charm yourself into a free room at an inn or trick someone into doing something that could hurt them. You've never led someone on with the intent to manipulate them. Moreover, you've never attempted to manipulate me by pretending to be interested in me, despite how urgently the Blazers want me to complete this quest. Sarah snorted. So you appreciate that I've never implied we're going to bone? I do. You could have let the possibility that you'd consent linger in hopes that it'd make me more likely to listen to you, yet instead you were honest and made things comfortable for both of us. Since I've been adventuring with you, I've constantly been impressed by how quickly you react to situations and just handle things. I do my best, Sarah agreed evenly. You're talented, Glenn assured her. Our quest to save David Barleyglade showed me that. You have great instincts, you're a supportive partner, and I'm honored to be adventuring with you. I've never thought you were acting improperly or with ill intent, even when you used a smile or soft touch to ensure David made it home safe. I knew what you were doing, and why you were doing it. I suspected you did, Sarah agreed. But I still needed to say something. Glenn considered, then lightly touched her back. You've also been a truly kind friend to me since we met, and, well, all that happened back home. There are so many times since the temple that I've felt lost or disappointed by my fate. You always pick up on when I'm feeling down and cheer me up, so I wanted to tell you how much I appreciate that too. Sarah glanced at him, then scooted over and leaned up against him. Glenn gladly took the opportunity to wrap an arm around her. He hugged her close, but not with any amorous intent. She was his friend. She was his partner. It felt good to have someone he could confide in when he had no one else. He could talk to Ripper, but Ripper didn't talk back. He'd never wrapped an arm around Zack like this, of course, but they'd still cared for each other as close friends and talked about everything, which, Glenn realized, was how he already felt about Sarah. Some might say it was odd to feel so strongly about Sarah after so short a time, or that he simply felt so attached to her because he had no one else, but Glenn didn't think that was it. He and Sarah simply fit, like he and Becca had fit, yet in an entirely different way. Sarah picked up on his thoughts as he picked up on hers, and they both shared the same goals and the same concern for people. Glenn knew they'd disagree eventually, but he also knew they'd handle that respectfully. So while sitting on the docks of Lake Brook with an arm around a beautiful woman might have been Glenn's fantasy when he was younger, with Sarah, it wasn't that. He liked having her close, and he liked that he could trust her. Despite the fact that he could never tell anyone he'd known he was alive again, having a friend like Sarah made that loneliness easier to deal with. She'd been making it easier for him all this time. Glenn gave Sarah's arm a squeeze, then let her go. She smiled at him before she moved away, yet remained close. Glenn felt no need to explain that he wasn't hitting on her. She understood that, too. So? Sarah looked back out to the sea. Anything you want to get off your chest? Thanks for preparing me for Robin. Had you not told me that might happen ahead of time, I'm not sure I would have been able to think clearly enough to turn her down. Sarah laughed. Preparation or no, your discipline is legendary. I talked with her a bit the next morning, you know. She wasn't offended. Your loyalty to Becca impressed us both. Glenn sighed. Why is every woman I rescue intent on getting me into bed? Sarah poked him with a fingertip. Perhaps it's because you play so hard to get. At that, Glenn snickered. Perhaps that was part of his charm. Or because you're obviously such a good man, Sarah said. Though the muscles help. Glenn raised one arm and flexed. They do, don't they? One question, though. Did she leave a rose on your pillow? She did. Glenn smiled at the memory. How'd you know? That's her calling card. That's what she leaves behind when she steals something. So I suppose she wanted to let you know she'll steal you, at least if you're ever ready for that. Oh, Glenn said. Well, I do appreciate you offering the opportunity. If you ever need me to intercede with some attractive man you like, I will. Sarah rolled her eyes. I'd rather you not, if it's all the same to you. Glenn worried at once he'd overstepped. Really? Sarah thumped his leg. Gods, Glenn, I'm not offended. It's sweet that you look out for me like that. I just prefer to keep my liaisons inside the town walls and preferably with professionals. I'm not at the point in my career where I can handle an actual relationship. Glenn wasn't about to investigate this time. He'd simply listen. I'm on the road for months sometimes, working constantly. Being gone that long would be unfair to anyone I cared about, and I don't get involved with party members. That's a firm rule I enforce for myself, so please don't ever think I disapprove of those who do. As the Pantheon says, all love is approved by the gods, so long as it respects the laws of Levos. I know what you mean, I think, Glenn considered. I'd be hesitant to get involved with someone I'd have to leave in town all the time. As you said, we'll be on the road for months at a time. Neither of us could have any relationship outside of an occasional pleasant night. That seems to have been enough for you and Becca. That's because we knew each other before we had to make the decision to be apart. We both agreed to it, and we both know it wouldn't be forever. We had a lot of nights before I turned 16 to, well, realize we were made for each other. I understand. Yet in matters like these, I'd prefer you let me handle my liaisons myself, since I'm, well, let's use the word selective. Glenn raised an eyebrow. You mean picky? She slugged his arm and grinned. Don't make me regret saying what a great partner you are. I simply prefer to be satisfied if I'm going to indulge, and not every man offers that luxury. Glenn was surprised to hear her say that, but he realized he shouldn't be. That's honestly depressing. I'm sorry you have to put up with that. He would never leave a woman unsatisfied, yet he'd assumed, perhaps incorrectly, everyone felt that way. Sarah shrugged. It just makes those who think about my needs along with theirs all the more valuable to me. And speaking of a fulfilling night in a warm bed, I need to get going before it gets too late. I want to get an early start tomorrow, so I can't be out too late tonight. She stood. Glenn stood with her. More training? Sarah raised one eyebrow. You could call it that. Her amused expression clued Glenn in. Should I ask? Why don't you guess, investigator? Where would I be headed in the early evening and staying long into the night, if I still wanted to get some sleep before morning? As Glenn remembered the offer last night from Robin, he recognized the one activity Sarah hadn't been able to enjoy since Gracia. He'd been so wrapped up in his own affairs that he hadn't considered that he might not be the only one who was thirsty. You're headed to the open blouse. He stared at her. Really? The stone tower, actually, but the blouse is next door if you'd like me to show you the way. Sarah Cinderflare, are you asking me to visit a brothel with you? 2 brothels? Separately? Gods, don't make it weird. Glenn laughed again. I'll escort you. I suppose it'd be good to know where those are in case I ever need to pull some rogue adventurer out of one. Might as well start learning the terrain. Is that what we're calling it now? Sarah offered her arm. So, partner, shall we go blaze a completely different sort of trail? Okay, now you're absolutely making it weird. Glenn tapped her arm down. Just tell me where I can get a bite to eat after I drop you off. He paused. Though I actually don't have any money. Sarah slipped past him and strode off at a confident, steady pace. Good thing I do. Glenn hurried after her. I can't take your crescents. It's a loan. You'll pay me back, though whatever meal you want tonight is on me. Consider it a thank you for taunting a whole tribe of minotaurs off me and Ripper. Fair? As his stomach grumbled, Glenn hurried after her. That's absolutely fair. Act 2. A Blazer's Charge. 14. A Fallen Adventurer. Glenn's first few weeks as a newly minted blazer were, unfortunately, less than exciting. With a full party of deathcasters still roaming the countryside, the city remained on high alert. While the town guards weren't demanding to see the status sheets of those who left through the gates, they were certainly insisting on seeing those of everyone who returned, even blazers. Aiden had brought Glenn his new necklace the morning after he arrived in Lakebrook. What appeared to be a simple metal arrowhead on a sturdy leather necklace was, in fact, a supremely expensive guilecaster charm. When worn, it affected the perception of all who viewed Glenn, or rather, those who viewed Glen Redwood. Anyone who'd known him in his past life would instead see him as someone else entirely, Glenn Greybreaker. Glenn never allowed himself to take the necklace off, even when he slept. He'd gone too far to protect his family to allow them to be endangered by a mistake. Sadly, without access to a shrine at a chapel of Celis, and no safe way to reach a shrine of Raylan in the wild, he had no way of contacting Zack. His vow to free his childhood friend from limbo on the class crystal remained foremost in his mind, yet for now, he simply had to hope that he was right about Zack never being conscious unless Glenn accessed the shrine. While the days Glenn spent failing to find information about class completion quests passed in frustration, Zack, at least, slept peacefully. Glenn couldn't go out into Evelan and level, and the Blazers were still waiting for a senior Blazer to become available who could take on a new recruit. He and Sarah spent time together when she wasn't out working, of course. Yet she had a whole life to rebuild. As Sarah Cinderflare, she couldn't simply sit in town and watch him comb through books in the library. Sarah still had many regular duties to perform for the Blazers. No one save Marion and a few others knew of her special charge to watch over Glenn, and Sarah's other duties remained extensive. Glenn wasn't the only fledgling Blazer she mentored. The Blazers Guild continued to assign Sarah jobs she needed to complete to increase her rank. Even so, Glenn was pleased Sarah hadn't yet sold Ripper as she'd once said she would. Ripper might be a pain, especially after he shredded Sarah's favorite picnic blanket when she left it out after going to get water, but they and the young wolf had already been through a lot together. And, unlike Glenn, Sarah could still go out in Evelan and level, which meant Ripper could level as well. Ripper had recently reached level 9 while adventuring with Sarah, and the difference in their levels continued to offer Ripper plenty of bonus experience. The wolf's trend of continuing to gain 2 points in strength and vitality with each level continued as well. It seemed clear that Ripper would, one day soon, be a brutally strong ally, perhaps even stronger than Volpor. Glenn suspected that Sarah already liked the wolf a great deal more than she let on. Sarah had started bringing Ripper treats on the regular, even though she'd already gained the wolf's undying affection. Sarah simply wanted Ripper to be happy, just like she wanted all her friends to be happy, and Ripper was happy, so long as Sarah was around to give him scritches. And, of course, so long as he got to tear angry Evelan monsters limb from limb. Fortunately, Glenn had a 2-level head start toward level 15. No one, including Aiden, seemed worried he wouldn't reach 15 in time to avert the calamity of Evelan, whatever that was. Also, the Blazers still had no idea where Evelan's Temple of Balance was located, and they couldn't ask the Church of Celis. That would require explaining why the Blazers wanted to know, which would certainly lead whoever wanted Glenn dead inside the church to suspect he wasn't dead, actually. Yet, despite being stuck in Lakebrook, no one forced Glenn to sit on his rear in the Blazers Guild. As Glenn Greybreaker, he had complete freedom of movement so long as he remained within the town walls. He was thus thrilled to discover the city had a library at least 20 times the size of the one in Wolfpine. It held so many books that Glenn couldn't imagine ever reading them all. When he was little, he would have devoured the many stories about the exploits of those who'd reached the divine level cap, heroes like Mammoth Cloudcrusher. Yet he was far from a child. He had more practical concerns these days, like surviving in Evelan and leveling Soulseer. He chose his studies carefully this time. When he wasn't combing the library for any trace of a way to free Zack's soul from the class crystal, he focused entirely on books about Evelan itself, its history, its monsters, and, most importantly, its demons. Given their dangerous nature, the gods did not spawn demons in low-level zones like Gracia. As a result, Glenn had never fought any demons, save the burrowers he fought at Wolfpine's Gate, and the winnower he defeated with the aid of Terry Evergarten, Carmelo Gainsayer, and Nora Rapidbloom outside Wolfpine's walls. That demon had come closer to killing him than anything, save a plague. Winnowers were only one of the various demons that could be found in the dangerous and shadowed corners of Evelan. Given Glenn still lacked a high divinity attribute, they would remain among his most dangerous foes. Fortunately, the skills and habits of Evelan's demons had been well documented by adventurers over the past 100 years. Better yet, the Blazers had a private library in their headquarters on the docks as well. That library was smaller than the library in Wolfpine's chapel, but only because the books contained within were entirely focused on what a Blazer would need to know to defeat monsters and demons effectively. It even had an entire tome on the best ways to defeat Desouled, should one encounter such. Glenn missed a whole night of sleep reading that one. Mostly, it was about the joints. With Desouled corpses, one needed to take out their joints as quickly as possible. One could not stop a desold without literally incinerating it, and corpses could continue fighting through a disturbing amount of damage. Yet the threat level they represented went down dramatically once they couldn't walk or swing a weapon. There was one other series of tomes in Lakebrook's central library that Glenn pored over relentlessly. The Tomes of the Fallen. Those books chronicled the names of every person, adventurer, or townsfolk who died or was presumed dead in the zone of Evelan in the past 100 years, as well as how they died. Those tomes, sadly, were extensive. Reading through so many lost names was grim work. Glenn read every last name anyway because there was one name he hoped to find with enough patience. The name of an adventurer who'd ventured to the Water Sisters to travel into the caverns beneath Evelan's mighty twin mountains and never returned. An adventurer whose body was still, to this day, missing. Glenn had a few details to go on, at least. Given the armor they'd worn and the monsters they'd likely been hunting, he suspected his savior had been between levels 13 and 16 and a brutalist, since they'd carried a shield. They'd also died long enough ago that their desouled body had withered down to a dried husk, which, assuming the books he'd read about the rate of body decomposition in dry environments were correct, suggested they died somewhere in the last 1 to 15 years. Those were all the facts he had to go on, and there were so many tomes of the fallen. Glenn pored through them relentlessly, keeping his searches time-blocked to avoid growing distracted. It would all be a wasted effort if he started skimming and missed whomever he searched for. Learning how many people had died out adventuring and all the ways they died was a disturbing and depressing task. Glenn persevered, starting 15 years back and working his way up as the weeks progressed. The adventurer who died beneath that mountain had saved his life, even if they hadn't planned to do that, and he had ripped their arm off in his fight. He still felt cold every time he thought about how close he'd come to being killed by 4 mountain spiders in a cave lit only by a purple life crystal. If he hadn't stumbled across that skeleton in the cave and picked up their enchanted shield, he might not have won that particular fight. He and Robin Rosehunter would be entombed side by side, just one more part of the mountain. Glenn hadn't been able to carry that anonymous adventurer's body out of the cave when he'd fled the cavern. Robin, still unconscious, had taken priority, and Glenn hadn't been sure at the time if retrieving a body was even necessary. So, on his first full day in Lakebrook, he decided to correct that. He couldn't free Zach's soul, not yet. He couldn't avert the calamity of Evelan, not yet. He couldn't even level, not yet. But what he could do was bring the body of that long-lost adventurer home to their family, if any of them was still alive. First, he needed to find out their name, and 3 weeks and 2 days after he started combing through the tomes of the fallen, he found her, or someone who was very likely her. Her name had been Lillian Stoutcrag, level 14 brutalist. Small indicators attached to the line containing her name, indicators Glenn had learned to parse as he read, marked her death as reported by her party. Nothing suggested it had ever been verified, until now. 8 years ago, Lillian had ventured out to the Water Sisters with her party. She died while fighting goblins in the caves beneath the mountain. Despite the survival of the rest of her party, Lillian's body was never recovered. Overwhelmed by monsters, her party had been forced to flee. That explained why she'd remained alone in a cave for 8 years. Lillian's death report listed 3 witnesses: Harold Common Sky, level 14 Lifecaster, Jake Lightscar, level 15 Auracaster, and Hannah Goldbrook, level 14 Harmcaster. Given 8 years had passed since Lillian's death, Glenn suspected all 3 were in the late 20s by now, if they were still alive. They would be leveling in zones beyond his reach, like Eastwind. Glenn could still ask Sarah about them. More importantly, he could find out if Lillian had any family in Lakebrook. If Lillian had come to Evelan from another zone, like Gracia, Glenn would have no family here to return her body to. He couldn't know until he looked into it. Even if Lillian had no family in Lakebrook, Glenn could still get her ashes sent to the town where she'd grown up. Her family deserved to know how their daughter had died. They deserved to have her home. The Blazers, despite their best efforts, had been unable to give Glenn's parents that mercy. He thought about his parents often, particularly how they must be grieving his death. He also thought about Carl Coldbreaker and Logain Cliffbreeze and Joanne and Scott and Seth and Martin and Linda and Chelsea. Even almost 2 months after Glenn had died alongside Blazers to save Wolfpine, he missed them all. Being stuck with no adventure to distract himself made it worse. He had a quest now, even if it was of his own making. First, find out if Lillian Stoutcrag had any living family. Second, bring her body home to be cremated in a chapel of Celis, as all people were after they met the forever death. He welcomed any distraction to end his boredom, and this felt like a distraction worth his time, even if it meant once again braving a cave full of mountain spiders. That same night he learned the identity of Lillian Stoutcrag, he met Sarah for drinks at the Winnowed Minnow, the Lakebrook Tavern on the docks where most blazers hung out while off duty. They'd met up for drinks several times in the past 3 weeks, whenever Sarah could get away from work. Glenn had even gotten friendly with other blazers, though only over mead. He listened eagerly, and a bit jealously, as Sarah caught him up on the latest from her and Ripper's latest exploits. She'd led 2 of the blazers she mentored in retrieving an adventurer's body from an antlion nest and returning it in time for a resurrect. Apparently, the adventurer's parents had been well connected enough to create a blazer quest and get a rescue party sent in only a few hours. After 3 weeks of hunting monsters and questing out in Evelan, Sarah was gaining experience at a pace Glenn couldn't help but envy. At the rate she was out there killing monsters, he suspected she'd easily make level 15 in a few months. Meanwhile, he remained stuck at level 12. Retrieving that adventurer's body from the antlion nest was far from all Sarah and Ripper had done. A week before that, they saved a local alchemist from certain doom after his experiments with captive plane spiders got out of control, leading to dozens of the 8-legged terrors taking over his lab and wrapping it in webs. Glenn was certainly glad he'd missed that particular adventure. Glenn longed to level again. He'd been stuck at 83,822 of 90,000 since he arrived in Lakebrook. He'd gained 2,000 experience from turning in the quest to rescue David Barleyglade. Sarah had acquired it on their behalf. So just over 6,000 experience separated him from level 13. He could easily gain that with a couple of months of monster slaying or some decently challenging quests. Yet he couldn't gain any experience until Marion Hawkshadow, Aidan Goodfellow, and their small conspiracy of blazers figured out a way to get him out of Lakebrook and back into it again. Or, Glenn supposed, if someone finally caught and arrested the Deathcasters who'd caused all the trouble in the first place. That would be a load off the mind of everyone in the city. Once Sarah finished filling Glenn in on her week, it was time for him to fill her in on his latest exploits. Glenn laid out everything he'd uncovered about Lillian Stoutcrag without worry about eavesdroppers, as all he'd researched was perfectly reasonable for a man like him. He explained why he'd been researching Lillian's death and his hope to find her relatives. After he finished, Sarah sat back and tapped her lips and thought. Glenn already knew her expressions well. Sarah didn't think he'd wasted his time. She was upset she couldn't help, and likely going through everything she could think of before admitting that. After a silence, Glenn spoke. "It's fine," he assured her. "You always have an answer for everything, so I thought I'd ask you if you had an answer for this. It's a big ask." "It's not hopeless," Sarah declared, though the way she said it assured Glenn it might as well be. "We have the surname, after all, and while Stoutcrag is a relatively common surname in Lakebrook, you've already narrowed it down quite thoroughly. Our real enemy is time." "And priorities," Glenn agreed. "I recognize there are a lot of threats out there now, and quests, all of which take precedence over the effort it would take to find Lillian's relatives and inform them of the fate of someone who's been dead for 8 years. Sarah leaned forward. "We should still try. Unfortunately, I can't get you any help right now. Everyone in Blazer Research is combing through a mountain of tips about the Deathcasters who murdered those people a month ago, along with a dozen other current major threats. We have no one to spare to look through Lakebrook's old censuses, and there are a lot of old censuses." "I wouldn't expect anyone to do that," Glenn assured her. Sarah tapped 2 fingers on the table, eyes distant, then focused on him again. "If you wish to pursue this further while we wait for the current crisis to end, you can still look through the censuses yourself. There's likely dozens of Stoutcrags in Lakebrook, but all the censuses are also a matter of public record. No one would look askance at you browsing them." Glenn smiled with relief. "That's wonderful to hear, though I'd heard that there were no censuses in the library. Did the librarian lie to me?" Sarah raised one eyebrow. "Lie to you?" "When I asked about the censuses, he told me they didn't have any." "Ah." Sarah took a sip of mead and grimaced before she swallowed. "Wayne can be a bit pedantic when it comes to information requests, especially from men." "Pedantic?" Glenn frowned. "And who's Wayne?" Preceptor Wayne Grandor, Lakebrook's head librarian. He's a scribe who reached the townsfolk divine level cap faster than anyone in 50 years. I assume that's who you asked, isn't it? Mid-40s, wispy white hair, spectacles as thick as a shield? He only introduced himself as Preceptor Grandor. Glenn grabbed his own mug and took a sip. You really call him Wayne? He insists that all us lovely female adventurers call him Wayne. Sarah's deadpan tone revealed just how nonplussed she was by the request. We do so since it makes him happy, as having Lakebrook's head archivist unhappy with you is a great way to not get the information you need. Glenn thumped down his mug. That's not right. Sarah sighed. It's life. Anyway, Preceptor Grandor didn't lie to you, though he also didn't tell you what you needed to know. It's true that the Central Library doesn't have any censuses, but only because those are all stored at the town archives in the Old District. Ah, so I didn't ask him the right question. He likely saw it that way. So I can browse those censuses. Glenn smiled as the next step in his quest became apparent. And I can find Lillian's family myself. Thank you, Sarah. It's just like I said. You always have the answer. Sarah blushed and looked to the tavern. You give me far too much credit. Also, I can't help but emphasize how difficult this will be. We're talking thousands of dry, dull pages. Glenn could have reminded her he was the son of a scribe, which made him all too comfortable with dry, dull pages. Yet that would come dangerously close to giving anyone eavesdropping a clue that he wasn't actually the man he claimed to be, but a dead man named Glenn Redwood. Instead, he simply shrugged. I'm up for it. I know. Sarah smiled at him again. And your concern for Lillian is heartwarming. As soon as the current crisis ends and we can adventure together again, I'll go back to the Water Sisters with you to retrieve Lillian's body. Thank you. Her face brightened. And you know what? I just thought of another way I can help. Glenn knew this expression as well. Sarah had just hit upon an answer to their problem. What had she just uncovered? While looking through hundreds of old censuses is a thankless and time-consuming task, finding the current whereabouts of Lillian's old adventuring party won't be nearly as hard. They'd all be in their late 20s now, wouldn't they? Likely leveling in Eastwind? That was my thought as well, Glenn agreed. Assuming they leveled at an average rate, they'd all be in their late 20s by now, yet won't it be difficult to find them? Blazers keep records of all the adventurers they interact with in their travels. It helps when we need to track one down to ask questions about recent events or quests they've completed. So I have no doubt one of us has crossed paths with one of them at some point in the past 8 years, and that person may have a location they recently visited. That sounded promising. So you can find them? It's certainly worth an inquiry. I'll put in a tracking request with Aiden and have him forward it to the Blazers Guild administrators in both East Haven and Pella's Wish. If we do manage to put you in touch with someone from Lillian's old adventuring party, they'll likely be able to provide all the information you need, including if Lillian has any family. That would be an incredible shortcut. Glenn gave her the name of Lillian's other party members, certain she'd remember each one. It hadn't even occurred to me to ask Lillian's old party about her. I just assumed I wouldn't find them while stuck in Evelan. Sarah stared over her mug at him. Stuck? Training? Glenn amended quickly. Gladly, I might add. Wouldn't want to be stuck anywhere else, even if I am confined to the city for now. Sarah smiled across her mug. We'll soon have a way to fix that too. Just give me a few more days, and you'll be out there hunting monsters with me and Ripper again. Glenn leaned forward hopefully. Really? Really. Though we shouldn't talk about it here. As soon as I know for certain it's a workable solution, I'll— Greybreaker! A woman yelled across the tumult of the tavern, in a booming voice loud enough to carry across the tumult. Blazers, I'm looking for Glenn Greybreaker. Is he here? Dozens of eyes from dozens of his fellow Blazers turned to Glenn. Glenn stared across the crowd toward the door, and instantly recognized the speaker. His jaw dropped, and his heart hammered so hard he worried it might damage his chest. She was back from Aquarine at last, and she was even more gorgeous than she'd been the last time they met up at Preceptor Fallow Peak's crafting camp on the Gracia-Evelan border. She didn't wear armor, but instead a low-cut, dark-colored dress that left just enough to the imagination that his imagination threatened to melt. Rebecca Coldbreaker was back in Evelan. And now, the only thing that separated her from Glenn was the length of a tavern. "Oh no," Sarah said mirthfully. "Did I forget to mention who came in on the boat today? What an oversight. I really should apologize." "You don't have to apologize for anything." Glenn chugged the last of his mead, stood, and walked in the direction of the door. "Also, don't wait up." "Break a leg," Sarah said playfully. "Or a bed?" Becca's gaze swept across the crowd to meet his. Her gaze locked with his. Glenn only then realized that he was still wearing the necklace Aiden had gotten for him, the charm that prevented anyone who knew him from connecting the sight of him to Glenn Redwood. Would Becca even recognize him while he was wearing this charm? She wasn't supposed to be able to do so. It wasn't like he could take the necklace off in the middle of the tavern. Becca's hungry gaze slid up and down his body so obviously Glenn felt it. "You Greybreaker?" "That's me." Glenn felt relieved he could still speak. "Something I can help you with?" Becca was really here, with him, and neither the Blazers nor the gods could keep them apart one moment longer. Nothing was keeping them apart but an enchanted necklace, and Glenn was this close to ripping it off and tackling Becca in the middle of the tavern. "That depends." Becca narrowed her eyes. "I need a monster slain, a big mossy thing with sharp teeth. Perhaps you've seen it. Would you believe it utterly destroyed my pack?" "Oh." Glenn walked to stand as close to her as he could without pushing her down on a table and tearing her clothing off. "Yes, that sort of monster. It brought friends, too, didn't it? Little scampering annoyances that simply can't stop needling anyone who happens by. Rare to see a monster that level wandering around. Good thing monsters like that can't climb." Becca grinned in a way that promised she was fully as thirsty from the last 6 months as he was. "I knew it was you. I just knew." "I actually killed that moss beast a week ago," Glenn said proudly. "So you've already completed my quest." "Is that what we're calling it now?" "How can I ever thank you?" Her hands gripped his so tight he felt the impressions of her fingertips. "I'm afraid I'm a bit short on coin." He glanced toward the stairs leading up. "Why don't we go back to my room and haggle? I'm sure we can figure something out." "That sounds quite reasonable." Becca leaned close and stared up at him to put herself on full display. "One way or the other, I'll find a way to compensate you fully." A random adventurer slammed her mug on a nearby table. "Oh, gods, enough already. Some of us are trying to drink here. Will you two just go upstairs and bone?" Glenn laughed. Becca clutched his arm. He hugged her close as they both hurried, somewhat drunkenly, toward the stairs leading up to the private rooms. 15. A hearty meal. In the end, after all that, they only broke one piece of furniture. As he lay in bed next to a very naked Rebecca Coldbreaker, gathering his breath after their latest adventure, Glenn glanced at the now contented woman breathing in bed next to him. Like him, Becca was soaked in sweat, which glistened pleasantly on her naked body. So hot. He knew he should be sated. He had been, moments ago. Yet it had been over 6 months since they'd seen each other, and gods, there had been so much temptation during that time, not to mention one particular tempting offer only a few nights ago. They hadn't talked about it, and Glenn hadn't asked if Becca had been with anyone while they were apart, but he truly didn't care. She was his now. She was with him now, and now they had no reason to be apart ever again. Becca's smile looked slightly dazed, a good sign that she'd be resting in his arms for longer than a moment. Glenn appreciated the break. All the guest rooms in the Minnow were nice, but he'd rented one of the nicer ones, since, as a Blazer, he got a significant discount, and this room had one of the biggest, softest beds in which he'd ever boned. Becca settled her head on one upraised hand, her dark hair falling fetchingly down her arm. This is what I missed while you were away." She glanced toward the end of the bed. "Shame about the bench, though. That looked expensive. Think they'll take it out of your salary?" "They'll probably take it out of yours." Becca rolled onto her back and stretched mightily, offering a sight that heated Glenn's blood. I suppose that's fair. I was the one who insisted you have me on the floor. I don't think we've ever tried that before. Also, you wriggled an awful lot. Hence what made it fun. Her gaze turned to the Galcaster charm now sitting on the nightstand beside the bed. You should probably put that charm back on, just to be safe. Glenn glanced at the necklace, then her. That won't be weird for you? Why would it be weird? I'm a Guilecaster. Illusions matter little to me, and no mere charm is going to make me forget the man I want to spend the rest of my life adventuring alongside. Even with that necklace on, it's you. Your smile, your touch. I love all of it. Gods, there is that. Glenn leaned back and breathed. I just hate how it happened. Me being here, I mean. I'll never feel good about that. About losing Zach. Becca reached across his broad chest to give him a squeeze. I know, and I'm sorry. It's still hard for me to accept he's missing. He'd already told her about Zach's soul being trapped in his class crystal, yet it had felt wrong to keep it from her. Glenn's rising ardor cooled as he finally, with his head momentarily clear, asked the question he'd wondered about many times in the past 3 weeks. How is Anna doing? Becca snuggled up beside him. She's safe, and she will remain so. But can we talk about all that later? I don't want to seem unfeeling, but this is our time. Glenn squeezed her. We've certainly earned it. So no talk about the past or future tonight. Just this. You and me. Zach wouldn't begrudge them that. I absolutely need more you and me, Becca agreed hungrily. Glenn laughed and leaned up on his elbow. How about some food first? I never actually got to eat supper before you showed up, and I could use some energy. We do need energy. Given how much I've been compensating you tonight, the least you could do is buy me dinner. Hey, I already rented the room. You broke the bench. Fine, my treat. She affectionately slid her hand down his chest. I haven't crested that hard in, well, at least since last time. So the least I owe you is a pitcher of mead. You're welcome, Glenn said. She laughed and thumped his arm. Braggart. We can order in, Glenn said. The Minnow's crew kept the kitchen open at all hours of the day and night because Blazers tended to keep odd schedules. Glenn adjusted his posture so he could sit up against the thick headboard. At least they hadn't broken that piece of furniture. Becca wriggled across the bed to wrap her arms around him, resting her head against his chest. That felt nice. Anything good? Becca asked. Glenn glanced down at her and frowned. You tell me you've been a Blazer a lot longer. I don't actually spend a lot of time at the Minnow. I see these people every day, all day, and with my colleagues, I prefer to keep things professional. When I intend to make things unprofessional, I prefer variety, and the taverns I enjoy don't get a lot of visits from Blazers. Oh, Glenn considered. Well, all right. He idly stroked his fingers through her tangled hair. So, what are you in the mood for tonight? Meat, Becca said hungrily. She kissed his chest. Glenn willfully ignored everything she'd just implied. Then I'd suggest the Lake Stag steak, but that costs more than that broken bench, so maybe stick with some braised boar ribs. They're not nearly as good as your father's, but they'll do in a pinch. I'll trust your judgment. Becca pushed up, kissed him messily, and then hopped out of bed stark naked. What do you want? Glenn grabbed her arm. You don't have to go order. I can order for us. She patted his hand. Always thinking of me, but I need to stretch my legs after that much sex. I could really use some meat, so I'll order our meal, grab a pitcher, and be back up here before you can get your pants on. She grinned. Not that I want your pants back on. Fine. Glenn was still quite comfortable in the big fluffy bed. He released her arm. Order me a plate of barbecued cod and shipwrecks. They're really good. As good as Sadie's? At least. I may snag a few off your plate then, so long as you pay me back later. Becca smiled as she slipped on the thin dress she'd worn when she'd entered the tavern, and nothing else. Oh, Glenn, I have at least 2 years I intend to pay back. After Becca left, Glenn actually did get up and check on the bench. It had been quite neatly snapped in two. He frowned as he looked it over. There was no way he could fix that, so he'd simply have to eat the cost and hope he could pay it off with a blazer job or two, once they actually assigned him something to do. He hoped a high-ranking blazer would become available soon. Glenn had just settled back in bed before Becca pushed the door open with her hip. She balanced a precariously full pitcher of mead and 2 frothing mugs. Some mead sloshed on both her and the floor, but that was nothing new. Mead got spilled on the floor of this tavern all the time. And as for the mead on Becca, Glenn could easily take care of that as well. Still, they had food on the way. Glenn would feel bad if a server arrived with a fresh plate of food only to be turned away because they were busy. He settled back against the headboard of the big bed, with Becca beside him, and soothed his dry throat with some of the best honeyed mead he'd ever tasted. It wasn't as good as the stuff Carl kept in his basement, but it was close. This was barley glade honey mead, one of several popular varieties created by the father of the young boy Glenn, Sarah, and Robin Rosehunter had rescued from minotaurs, David Barleyglade. Glenn could understand why David's father had been so successful. It really was absurdly good mead. Still wearing her black dress and nothing else, Becca rested a palm against Glenn's broad chest and looked up at him. "So, how long has it been for you?" Glenn would recognize her mischievous tone anywhere. "Since what?" She slid her other hand down his thigh. "I told you I'm fine with whatever happened while we were apart. It was 6 months. So, did anything interesting happen while I was away?" "Well, I had Erica," Glenn said. Becca sat straight up. "You're not—" Glenn held her gaze until she slapped his chest and fell against him, laughing. "I deserve that," she said, still giggling. "I really did. You really did." Glenn gently rubbed her back. "But honestly, there were several times I was really tempted. Even so, I haven't been with anyone but you." "I believe it," Becca said with a shake of her head. "I truly don't understand it." "What don't you understand? I love you." She perked up. "You really do, don't you?" She gazed into his eyes. Glenn nodded. "I always have. Maybe with other people they can separate sex from how they feel about someone, but I've never felt I could easily do that. I don't expect anyone else to feel that way, mind you. This is simply the way I handle things. What makes sense to me." "And despite that, you've never worried about what I might do while you were away?" "Why would I worry? You've made it clear how you feel since you tricked me into pulling you out of that slimy vat. You're truly, madly in love with me. I've never doubted that, so why would I worry if you had a tryst? It wouldn't change the way you feel about me." Becca smirked. "You are, of course, entirely correct. I'm truly, madly in love with you. Though I will say, your confidence about such matters is rather annoying sometimes." "Is it really?" "And oh so hot." Becca hopped on top of him. "It really is absurdly hot, Glenn." Glenn immediately kissed her again. The way she responded threatened to make him forget about the mead. Her dress was off again by the time a loud knock at the door interrupted. Becca pushed him away and smirked. "Food's here." She hopped off the bed and walked to the door, completely naked, as he watched. He'd never get tired of this particular sight. Becca opened the door from behind it, using the door as cover, and offered one hand to take the tray. Glenn suspected whoever had run the food up to them appreciated that, since they likely knew what was going on. She thumped the plates down on the table and glanced at him. "Coming?" Glenn slid out of bed, and then, after a moment, grabbed his pants and pulled them on. As Becca watched in amusement, Glenn sorted himself out and walked over, then sat down at the table across from her. "Sorry," he said. "Feels weird to eat without pants." "Does it?" Becca asked. Glenn chuckled and popped a chipwreck into his mouth. The roasted, salted potato scrap was just as good as they always were. He offered one to Becca, then smiled as he fed it to her. She chewed thoughtfully, then nodded. "Tastes like home." "Right?" Glenn agreed. "I'd bet there's not a tavern in the city where they're nearly so good." "I could show you a few with better mead than this. Still, you might be correct. And if you like, after, perhaps we can check out a pleasure house together." Glenn's mind halted a moment before it came into focus again. "Like, together? Together?" "I don't see why not. Of course, your feelings on fun apply when we're apart, but you might feel differently if I joined you. How would you feel about being with another woman if I participated?" Glenn tilted his head. "When did this happen?" Becca had never given him any indication she was interested in other women in Wolfpine, though, to be fair, they both knew the same few people. Becca looked past him a moment. "It's nothing I sought out, and certainly nothing I ever noticed in Wolfpine. I thought about it a lot while you were gone, considered my feelings, and decided that attraction, for me, really is more about the person than anything else. So in Wolfpine, I suppose, there simply weren't any women I found interesting. Here, there are." That was about all Glenn could manage at the moment. "So you're not just madly in love with me because of my broad shoulders and big muscles?" "That's only one part of you. It's all of you I love, the core of you that does it for me. Ask me to explain exactly why, and I can't. I just know what I want. And I want you." Glenn was now truly considering Becca's suggestion. "I've never been with an entertainer. I imagine they're really nice. Have you ever?" "Not yet," Becca said. "Also, I have my entertainer right here." Glenn popped another chipwreck in his mouth. "Happy to be of service." She smirked and crossed her arms on the table. "So what else have you been up to these past 3 weeks? I know we agreed to table heavier matters until tomorrow, but you've apparently been visiting only one tavern and been stuck inside the walls for all this time. I can scarcely imagine how you've done that without dying of boredom." "I've been reading." Becca smiled fondly. "Of course you were. And not just books. How about you get some food in you, and I'll explain what I've been doing." As Becca dug hungrily into her braised boar ribs, Glenn told her the complete story of his trip up to the Water Sisters with Sarah and their rescue of David Barleyglade. He told her about the corpse he'd found in the mountain spider cave, the fate of Lillian Stoutcrag, and the shield that saved his life, and, of course, his current quest to retrieve Lillian's body and bring it home. Given this was Becca, he also told her about the necklace David had worn and why the Minotaurs had attacked him. Becca was a blazer who could be trusted to keep such matters secret, but most importantly, she was Becca. He trusted her with anything. Once he'd finished his tale, and Becca had finished her ribs, she leaned forward. "So you really turned her down after all? You turned down Robin Rosehunter." Glenn mentally ran back over his account. "Didn't I say that earlier?" "Right, you said you had offers from other women and didn't indulge, but I wasn't aware until now that one of those women was Robin Rosehunter." Becca grinned. "I really am incredible, aren't I?" "You really are. Also, I guess Robin is kind of a big deal in Lakebrook." "For some people," Becca agreed. "She's definitely one of them." Glenn considered the obvious thirst in her voice. "One of the mortals you're attracted to?" Becca quizzically tilted her head. "Does that bother you? Be honest." Glenn truly considered a moment. As he had asked, he did want to be honest. "This is just about the sex, right?" "It is so much about the sex." "Then no, it doesn't bother me," Glenn smiled. "And actually, you might be pleased to learn she remembered you from the Lakebrook Town Jail." "Did she?" "She actually said she'd be interested in spending time with both of us if we asked." Becca grinned wide. "We will absolutely take her up on that offer, but not for a while, I think. For now, after all the effort the gods spent to keep us apart, I want you to myself. We now have all the time we need to climb the ladder together, and for now, this is good." "This is good." Glenn offered her another chipwreck. "Still hungry?" "And we'll complete your quest together," Becca said. It took Glenn a moment to catch up. Becca was darting from topic to topic a bit more rapidly than he could keep up. "To retrieve Lillian Stoutcrag's corpse?" Becca snapped the chipwreck out of his fingers with her teeth. "You really assumed you could simply go off to get eaten by minotaurs and leave me behind?" "No, I'd love to have you along. I just didn't think you'd have time with all your blazer duties. From what Svara and Captain Hawkshadow have told me, you are now the main part of my blazer duties. What you want to do for her feels absolutely appropriate, doesn't it?" "It does," Glenn agreed. "I just don't like the thought of leaving her there." But spiders. Spiders, Glenn agreed. The worst. Becca grabbed her last rib, tore the meat right off the bone, and chewed. Glenn took the opportunity to dig into his fish before it got cold. They ate in comfortable, respectful silence. Finally, Becca finished her meal and wiped her lips with one arm. Still thirsty? Glenn chugged the last of his mead, then slammed the mug down. Round 4? Absolutely. She rose. Though, this time, let's try not to break anything. 16. A Blazer Pin. Fully 2 days later, a firm knock on the door of Glenn's single-bed room in the Iron Scabbard jolted him awake. The knock reminded him of a town guard knock, implying an answer was needed. The knock cleared the fog of sleep despite it only being a few hours since Glenn dozed off just before sunrise. A bleary glance at his shutters on his single window suggested it was almost noon now. He'd only gotten a few hours' sleep thanks to his latest night with Becca, a sacrifice he'd gladly make again and again. Becca would now be gone for several days, which gave him plenty of time to catch up on sleep. They had been apart for much longer, and simply knowing she was here in Lakebrook made the separation easy to bear. Now that they didn't need to wait 6 months for a night together, everything felt easier to bear. Becca's reason for being absent was a good one. Naturally, Becca had insisted on arranging a secure message to Anna Bronzelight to tell her about Zach's soul as soon as possible. That felt right. Had it been Becca's soul trapped in a class crystal, Glenn would have wanted to know, even if he couldn't currently do anything for her. Given the late hour, whoever stood outside must assume he was awake. Most Blazer recruits didn't sleep much past sunrise, but then again, most Blazer recruits didn't spend all night making up for lost time with their insatiable girlfriend. They were also actually allowed to leave town and level. The knock sounded again. "Coming," Glenn said loudly. "Just a moment, I'm getting dressed." His room at the Iron Scabbard was much smaller than the room he'd rented with Becca at the Winnowed Minnow, with good reason. The Blazers had purchased 2 floors of the inn and made a number of modifications. That included splitting each of the Scabbard's once luxurious guest rooms into 4 smaller rooms big enough only for a bed, a desk, a chair, and a modest wardrobe. The 3rd floor on which Glenn now lived was an all-male dormitory, with the 2nd floor reserved for female recruits. Everyone intermingled at mealtimes, and there were no rules against spending time together, which was both a blessing and a curse. It was a blessing for those who found a fellow recruit to spend the night with, and a curse for Glenn, since these rooms had very thin walls. Still, at least no one would complain when Glenn had Becca over and the two of them got loud. Given all the racket he put up with on the average night, Glenn had been pleased to give his fellow recruits a little payback, with Becca's help. Just thinking about last night made him tingle anew. Still, Glenn's room was comfortable and warm, and, most importantly, free. Even mere recruits in the Blazers had a number of advantages over those who had ventured independently. Though, as Glenn understood it, most recruits had a roommate in a room as small as this. He was the exception due to Marion Hawkshadow's determination to keep his unique class and class completion quest a secret. He slung his feet out of his bed and leaned down to grab his worn cloth pants, then slid those on and efficiently tied the belt. The clothes were well made. Sarah had bought him some new clothes shortly after they arrived, using her own money, and he remained immensely grateful for her help. These were nice pants, much nicer than Mammoth Cloud Crusher's spare clothes, which Glenn still felt guilty about wrecking. He also intended to pay Sarah back for everything as soon as the Blazers actually gave him a job where he could earn some coin. He remained poor, sadly, since he couldn't even leave the city to farm life crystals. Glenn shrugged on the closest shirt to his bed, glanced at the wardrobe's mirror as he passed, and ran his fingers through his thick brown hair. The arrowhead necklace that had become his constant companion was just visible inside his collar. He wasn't the most presentable he'd ever been, but if he had to go out in public for some reason, at least people wouldn't wonder if he was homeless. His latest set of leather boots sat beside the closed and locked door. He left those where they sat. If he needed an excuse to plan his next move after he learned whoever was outside was knocking about, putting on his boots would provide the excuse he needed to plot. It was only as he reached to undo the lock on his door that he realized he hadn't even asked who waited outside. In Wolfpine, everyone knew everyone. There literally were no strangers to be found other than adventurers, and adventurers didn't politely knock on doors. This was Lakebrook, a town of over 2,000 people. Anyone could be standing outside his door right now, and who would be knocking on his door anyway? Becca wouldn't be done getting her message to Anna until tomorrow evening, and Sarah wouldn't be back from her latest blazer quest for 3 more days. He received no notice from anyone that his status had changed. Glenn glanced at the heavily weighted and reinforced mace he'd named for the woman he loved. Becca rested on his desk, out of easy reach, and he'd have to dive across the room to get it. He was also fully protected by the law of consent. He was being paranoid. Glenn opened the door just a crack and peered out. "Hello?" To his relief, a familiar man waited outside. The golden ring in Aiden Goodfellow's nose gleamed in the light from the window at the end of the hall, and his neat cornrows of black hair were immaculate. The man he'd first met at the Lakebrook Blazers Guild wore common clothing today, and there was no sign of his blazer pin. Was Aiden traveling incognito? It was only a few blocks' walk from the Blazers Guild to the Iron Scabbard. Glenn had met quite a few of the latest Blazer recruits over the past few days, though he'd been careful not to make any new friends. The other recruits likely thought him introverted or antisocial, but really he was just worried about revealing his true identity to someone by mistake. He already had a party. Becca, Sarah, and Leopold Argentshade, once he was actually able to leave the city and level with them again. He was beginning to wonder if Marion Hawkshadow had been lying about her ability to get him an item capable of faking his status sheet. "What's with the big delay, kid?" Aiden sounded as relaxed and dismissive as he'd sounded when they first met. "You got a lady in there? No shame. Send her on her way so we can talk." "No one's in here," Glenn said calmly. He stepped back and pulled the door open. "Am I going somewhere with you today, or are you coming in here to talk with me?" "Straight to business, then. Man after my own heart." Aiden invited himself inside Glenn's small room and thumped the door shut behind him. His sharp eyes quickly took in the room and the mace on the table, then returned to Glenn's. "Thought you said you didn't have a lady in here." "I don't," Glenn said, "unless you think I've hidden her under the bed." Aiden jerked a thumb at Glenn's mace. "Then who's that?" Despite his annoyance at being roused after a long night studying censuses, Glenn found himself impressed. The profile of Becca that Carl had carved on Glenn's mace was only halfway visible due to the way the weapon rested, yet Aiden had recognized the engraving as a woman with scarcely a glance. That said as much for Aiden's keen eyes as Carl's skill with an engraving tool. "It's just an engraving?" "It's Rebecca Coldbreaker, carved on your mace by her own father." Aiden shook his head. "That's going to be real hard to explain once someone notices you leveling in the same party with her. Going to be real hard to answer questions like, 'Oh, you two grew up in Wolfpine?' without lying, which you are notoriously bad at. Brilliantly, ridiculously bad." Glenn considered how to respond. Whether Aiden was testing him or not, he found himself balking at the thought of having Carl's engraving altered or erased. Becca had absolutely blinked a tear when she saw her father's engraving, so she, at least, was fine with it. That mace was the last real trace of the man he'd once been, the last trace of Glenn Redwood. The engraving on his mace could be any woman, and if anyone asked, Glenn would say it was a blacksmith's image of Xiva, goddess of the unseen. Her beauty was legendary, after all, and he suspected Becca would be amused by the comparison. "I doubt that'll actually happen," Glenn said mildly. "So what's this about? Do you have any updates on when it will be possible for me to leave the city again?" "Yeah," Aiden said. "Today." He reached into his pocket and then tossed Glenn a small, glittering trinket. He showed no concern Glenn wouldn't catch it. Glenn caught the trinket in both hands. His reflexes remained as good as ever, even with little sleep to go on. He rested the trinket on his upraised palm and looked it over. The trinket in his palm was a simple blazer pin in theory, yet Glenn already knew it to be much more. The faintest tingle of energy caressed his palm as he held it, a tingle all but imperceptible to most. It was a tingle Glenn knew all too well. He'd grown up with it. This was the tingle of enchantment. This pin had been enchanted just like the weapons, armor, and jewelry his mother, Tanya, had enchanted at her shop in Wolfpine back home. his home. Glenn thought back to the day in Wolf Pines Town Square where he and Becca, along with most of Wolf Pines Town guards and Leopold Argentshade, had confronted a deathcaster posing as a blazer named Brennan Shadesinger. That man had a pin just like this, a pin that could create a fake status sheet realistic enough to fool even a lifecaster in a chapel of Celis. Glenn tugged at the leather necklace he wore with its enchanted trinket, and then held the pin up to peer at it in the soft light. So I just pin it on my collar? Unless you had somewhere else in mind, Aiden said. Glenn took a moment to visualize how Aiden had worn his pin the first day Glenn arrived in Lakebrook, high on the left side of his collar, and affixed the pin in what he hoped was the same place on his shirt. Aiden showed no visible reaction, yet Glenn wondered if this was the reason Aiden hadn't worn his own pin. Was he, once again, testing Glenn's memory? Now what? Glenn asked. Show me your status sheet, Aiden said. Again, Glenn did as instructed. Between them, his status sheet appeared to glow as it always had, yet despite the familiarity, Glenn gasped. His status sheet wasn't quite the same. Name, Glenn Greybreaker, age 18, level 12, classed Brutalist, HP 210 of 210, blood 130 of 130, experience 83,882 of 90,000, strength 23, divinity 10, vitality 21, wisdom 13, prowess 10, luck 10, gear, uncommon, arrow talisman, rare, blazer pin, common, nobleman's clothes, slotted skills, uncommon, taunt, Brutalist Anson, uncommon, mighty smash, Brutalist Anson, uncommon, blood craze, Brutalist Anson, uncommon, rousing cry, Brutalist Anson, uncommon, dispiriting shout, Brutalist Anson, slotted blessings, uncommon, earthen might, Brutalist Anson, uncommon, shield prowess, Brutalist Anson, known skills, uncommon, mighty smash, Brutalist Anson, known blessings, none, quests, none. That's impressive, Glenn said. So I'm allowed to leave the city now? Unless you want to sleep till noon every day, Aiden said. Wouldn't impress me, personally, but I'm not the blazer assigned to train you. I'm simply here to deliver some gear. Glenn had so many questions about this enchanted blazer pin. Despite his one encounter with an object like this almost 2 years ago, he'd never expected to encounter another one. The blazers must have multiple preceptor enchanters in their ranks. Being able to enchant an item to alter the way one's status sheet displayed to others seemed like a skill that could get one in quite a bit of trouble with the Church of Celis, among others. Glenn wondered then if the reason it had taken over 3 weeks to get this pin was because Marion and her small blazer conspiracy had needed to work quietly to avoid being discovered. Any questions? Aiden asked. None I'd ask here, Glenn said evenly. But I would like you to set up a private meeting where we can discuss this matter at length, somewhere we can be assured we won't be overheard. I might be able to arrange that, but not for a few more days. Aiden didn't smile. Regardless, you're now authorized to go out and level again. We're still waiting for your mentor to be assigned, but I've been told it'll only be a few more days. So if you plan to make up for the time you've lost the past 3 weeks, I suggest you go slay some monsters instead of diving into old censuses. So Aiden had been keeping tabs on Glenn's activities all this time. Glenn wanted to be offended, but he understood. Sort of. Glenn had many enemies. Aiden would want to keep an eye on him even if both the Shadowers Guild and Church of Celis hadn't been determined to kill or imprison him should they learn he was alive. Knowing Aiden had people watching him was almost a comfort. Thank you, Glenn said, and please thank whoever else was involved in unraveling whatever remaining paperwork kept me from going back out to crush monsters. I'm sure arranging everything to make this possible wasn't easy. Not anywhere close, Aiden agreed. Oh, and before I leave, one more bit of free advice. Yes? You should stick with your woman instead of sleeping around. You've got all you need with Becca, I imagine, and anyone else you might get involved with is just an extra set of loose lips that will end up asking awkward questions. especially if she's the leader of a bandit crew. Glenn stared in mounting disbelief. Was Aiden a seer? No. The explanation was obvious, but it was not an explanation he could consider without feeling quite angry. "Remember who you're protecting, and why you're here," Aiden said. "That's all I'm saying." The only way Aiden could know about his earlier conversation with Becca about Robin Rose Hunter was if the man had hired someone to spy on him. Had that person spied on him that night at the Winnowed Minnow? Could anyone be that bold? Or had the man simply made an educated guess based on Sarah's account of their rescue of David Barleyglade? Glenn wanted to be understanding toward the Blazers, given they had expended vast amounts of resources to protect him and his family. But having Aiden pry so deeply into his and Becca's private time together felt like a step too far. It took all Glenn's self-control not to order Aiden out of his room right then. That would have seemed unprofessional at best and ungrateful at worst. "Is that an order?" Glenn asked calmly. Aiden shrugged. "It's just advice." "Thank you for your advice." Glenn would discuss this matter with Becca when she returned, of course. She might know a trick or two for spotting hidden shadowers, though gods, had someone actually been watching them in bed? That was just impossibly creepy. Instead of frowning, Aiden smirked. "Just try not to die out there, kid." He opened the door again with a glance back, stepped out, and pulled it shut behind him. Glenn gave Aiden a moment to verify he was truly gone, then walked over and once again locked his door. Again, he opened his status sheet and found it as it had been before. With no audience in the room, he closed his status sheet, carefully removed the pin from his collar, and called it up again. Name, Glenn Graybreaker, age 18, level 12, class Soulseer. HP 210 of 210, blood 130 of 130, experience 83,882 of 90,000. Glenn was relieved to see the change to his status sheet wasn't permanent. The falsehoods had vanished the moment he removed the enchanted blazer pin. Being unable to track his actual status when he was alone would have required some extensive record-keeping. With a fresh look at his sheet, he was now able to compare how it appeared with the pin on and with the pin off. It seemed the pin only changed a few elements of his status sheet. First, his class, Soulseer, was displayed as Brutalist. Second, the legendary class crystal, now bound to his soul, did not show up at all. Third, while the blazer pin did show up on his fake status sheet, its enchanted status did not. It would be hard to explain an enchanted blazer pin. Finally, both his skills and blessings were almost entirely fake. He didn't even know those skills, and while he could conceivably slot Guardian Smash to mimic Mighty Smash and use Fight Me to mimic Taunt, he had no way to replicate a Brutalist's trademark shouts. Dispiriting Shout to weaken enemies, and Rousing Cry to strengthen party members. Brutalists used those shout skills constantly when engaging monsters with their party, as there was no reason to ever not use them in a fight. Glenn might have some explaining to do if he got himself into a situation with adventurers he didn't know, where he should be using those shouts and didn't. All the more reason to level only with Becca, Sarah, and Leo. His new fake status sheet would fool the town guards, but anyone who adventured with him for any length of time would wonder why he never used his other Brutalist skills. It wasn't just that they might come to think of him as incompetent. He could live with that. It was that they might think he was actively trying to impede their ability to level or even get them killed, a far less forgivable offense. Still, Glenn couldn't complain about his latest gift from the Blazers Guild. He knew very little about preceptor enchanters, guilecasters, or the enchantments they could create together, and he suspected that the reagents to enchant this blazer pin cost more than he'd make in a year at his level. He was simply grateful for his newfound freedom. He would finally be free of his city-sized prison. The thought of finally going out into the wilds of Everland to level was invigorating. He knew the wisest thing to do would be to wait until Becca returned, so they could level together. Yet, after over 3 weeks trapped in Lakebrook, he couldn't wait. He was leaving Lakebrook today and killing monsters today. And the first step in doing so would be to pick up his new armor at the Blazers Guild. 17. A crowded zone. This time, Aiden had Glenn's full set of steel armor waiting inside the Blazers Guild. The man had known Glenn would want to go and level as soon as he got his pin, and he'd planned accordingly. Aiden also helped him don his armor, a nice gesture, and Glenn couldn't believe how good it felt. It wasn't just that having a full set of steel armor reminded him of his time as a town guard, when he'd been practically invincible. It was that wearing real armor made him feel like a real blazer, rather than a pretender sitting on his rear in a cushy room. He fully intended to have his new armor covered in dirt, scratches, and blood by the end of today. It was far too shiny. In addition to his new armor, Glenn got one last present he was all too happy to strap onto his belt. At last, the Blazers had gifted him his own unfilled bag. Sarah had kept a whole kayak in this thing, and Glenn couldn't wait to try it out. He somehow maintained his professionalism until Aiden finished helping him into his armor, and then he stepped out of the Blazers Guild. As soon as he was alone, Glenn opened his unfilled bag and peered inside. There was nothing. There was nothing inside, and by nothing, Glenn literally saw nothing. The bag contained a void with no bottom, one absent of light or color or sound. Did he really want to reach inside such a thing? He couldn't make much use of it if he didn't. Glenn took a moment to gather himself, then jammed his hand into the void. Glenn gasped softly as the world ahead of him changed. He continued to see the world ahead as he always did, but now a significant portion of his view was taken up by something close to a large cabinet set upon its back with no doors. It contained rows of evenly sized cubbies. Glenn once again glanced around for anyone who might see him gawking like an idiot, found himself alone, and experimentally poked the cabinet and its cubbies with the hand not inside the bag. His hand, of course, traveled straight through the cabinet, which assured him what he was seeing was a representation of the interior of his unfilled bag, created by the gods. It was not physical. So where was the hand inside the bag? Glenn wiggled his fingers until movement caught his eye. His own hand in the top left corner of the cabinet. This sent a shudder down his spine. His hand was now separated from his body by the cabinet's length, yet this was simply his perception, not reality. Glenn cautiously removed his hand, which came out still attached to his wrist. The hand inside the cabinet ahead vanished, as did the cabinet itself. All the cubbies had been empty, which assured Glenn he'd been given a completely empty, unfilled bag. He hadn't severed his own hand by mistake. Good. Once again, Glenn reached inside the bag, and this time he experimented with movement. He found that if he thought about bringing his hand closer to his body, his hand slid vertically across the cubbies of the cabinet toward him. If he thought about moving it horizontally, it slid left or right, depending on his thoughts. So the hand he saw inside the cabinet was merely a representation to show him whatever cubby he had reached into. He took a more detailed count of the cabinet's contents and confirmed 40 empty cubbies, 10 cubbies stacked atop each other in rows of 4. He wiggled his fingers in attempts to brush the cubby walls, yet felt nothing. The cubbies themselves had no physicality. So what would happen when he placed something inside his unfilled bag? What did he have to place inside his unfilled bag? After a moment's consideration, Glenn pulled off his steel helmet with both hands. He dangled it carefully in one hand, used his other to open the bag, and then stared. His helmet was visibly larger than the bag on his belt. How could it possibly fit? Yet this was an unfilled bag, a magical artifact created by a tailor using the skills provided by the gods. It didn't have to make sense. The only rules it followed were those made by the gods. Glenn pondered a moment, then simply attempted to shove the helmet into a bag far too small for it. It worked. Glenn gasped as his steel helmet literally shrank before his eyes, going from a size bigger to his head to a size smaller than a closed fist before vanishing entirely. He could still feel his fingers around the bottom of the helmet as if it remained full size. When he looked again to the cabinet stretched out on its back before his right eye, he found not his steel helmet, but a painting tucked in the top left cubby. It was a square, flat image that Glenn instinctively knew was a steel helmet, even though that painting was heavily abstracted. In appearance, it resembled the icons that often appeared on a person's health bar when they were buffed or debuffed in combat. So perhaps this was an icon as well. The gods favored those. Glenn released his grip on the helmet. The helmet icon remained where it had appeared as his hand emerged unharmed. Glenn jiggled the unfilled bag to test its weight, yet it felt no heavier than it had been when he put it on. It remained the same weight as a leather-bound book, so the weight of objects he placed in his unfilled bag didn't matter either. That realization made him feel half mad. He needed to focus. An unfilled bag was far from the strangest or most powerful artifact the Blazers likely possessed, and if he allowed himself to be daunted by such a mundane item, by Blazer standards at least, he'd constantly find himself gawking at things others took for granted. Now, to retrieve the helmet. Glenn once again jammed his hand into the bag and wiggled his fingers, finding them in the same cubby as the helmet. He hadn't made a conscious decision where to place his steel helmet in his bag. The icon had just appeared there, so perhaps the bag simply defaulted to placing items in its cubbies from the top left. He focused on gripping his steel helmet, as he had before, by its side. He felt his fingers close around the helmet's side as if it were the same size as it had always been, though in the cabinet floating before his eyes, all he saw were his fingers closing around the flat square icon. Glenn pulled. His steel helmet emerged from the unfilled bag the same size it had gone in, smaller than his fist, yet rapidly increased in size as he removed it. He was almost immediately once again holding a full-sized steel helmet, despite shoving it into what could best be described as a void where size and weight didn't matter. He really could shove a whole kayak inside this bag if he wanted, or one reasonably sized ballista. Glenn refused to think about the implications of the bag any longer or how it stored things. His instinctive desire to understand warred with his inability to do so. This was an artifact created by gods powerful enough to create his entire world, his very reality, so he could never understand it. No one could. He could simply use it as it was intended to be used and not think too deeply about how. He needed to level. Leveling, he understood. He'd find a monster, avoid or weather its attacks, and beat it about the face and head with Becca until it burst into smoke and ash. He adjusted his customized chest carrier, donned his helmet, and set off for the gates of Lakebrook. Or one of them. Lakebrook, unlike Wolfpine, actually had multiple gates, with the most popular being to the south, east, and west. The north side of the city, the docks, abutted the large harbor leading out to the sea, so there was no gate on that side. The walls, however, made it impossible to enter the city without being seen on the docks, which Glenn had learned from watching were well patrolled by town guards. Yet thanks to his new pin, he could finally display his status sheet, or the fake one created by the pin, when he re-entered the city. It would also be useful to see if the accurate fields of his fake status sheet, like his experience, updated correctly as he gained experience. Once Aiden set aside some time for them to talk, Glenn could ask about the limits of this pin. But why not learn himself right now? Due to the density of the crowds in Lakebrook, it took him almost an hour to traverse the entire town from the docks and reach the south gate. Even after 3 weeks stuck inside these high stone walls, traveling across a city this large still felt impossibly strange to him. How could so many people fill such a large space? He would need to get over his small-town upbringing. Cities like East Haven, the capital of his kingdom of Landers, were said to be even larger than this, and Glenn would visit those sooner or later. He focused on staying out of the way of passing carriages and moving with and not against the flow of foot traffic. He'd quickly learned that trying to go against or faster than the flow was tiring and difficult, not to mention all the dirty looks it earned him from people he didn't know. He eventually reached the town gates to the south. The town guards didn't give him a second glance. They were focused on the long line of visibly irate townsfolk and adventurers returning to town after completing their business outside. Glenn empathized with their plight. He'd had to endure grumpy adventurers on many shifts at Wolfpine's gates. He honestly wondered then how much longer Mayor Earthwhite could enforce her edict that all re-entering Lakebrook must display their status sheet without inspiring open revolt in her city. Her edict couldn't be doing much for her popularity. As much as Glenn longed for more responsibility within the Blazers, he also didn't envy whatever Blazers were tasked with finding the Deathcasters who'd caused all this fuss. Those blazers were likely getting as much pressure from Mayor Earthwhite as Mayor Earthwhite was getting from her people. Thinking about that also reminded him that he could be attacked by Diesel outside the walls. He could easily meet the forever death if he wasn't careful. That didn't deter him. He'd faced far worse. He'd once faced down and defeated a demon from the Six Hells, with a little blazer help. Once outside the city, Glenn kept to the safe road for about half a league, hoping to find a monster that needed culling. In Gracia, one had only to wander for a few minutes to find a trio of grass sprites dancing their dance off the safe road, or a gloam wolf prowling along the edge of the Deepscorn woods. Yet while Glenn did quickly come across monsters, not a one of them was alone. Everywhere he looked, an adventurer or four was hard at work fighting and defeating high-level monsters such as goblins, hill wolves, antlions, and others. Not a single monster was unengaged. Was there some special event going on today, like Dinah's Hunt? Glenn had heard of no such event, and given he met the level requirements to join one, it was odd that he hadn't received a prompt from the gods to do so. An event invitation had not appeared when he entered Evelan proper, so what if this was simply how things were in Evelan? It was a wonder there were monsters around at all with this many adventurers hunting them. Sarah had mentioned that hunting monsters in a zone like Evelan was competitive, as multiple adventurers from several starter zones all converged here to gain 8 new levels. Glenn had never imagined this was what she meant. There wasn't a monster in sight that wasn't already engaged. Still, just because he couldn't get credit for killing these monsters didn't mean he couldn't gain some small amount of experience. He still had Soul Scan after all, and he was outside the city. He wanted to fight to level, the way he'd reached level 5, but he didn't have to. Not really. Instead, he used Soul Scan on every adventurer he came across, and out here on the safe road there were many adventurers to be found. Even with only 5 experience per successful use of the skill, the experience rolled in far faster than it would have were Glenn defeating individual monsters. In less than an hour, he scanned 22 different adventurers with Soul Scan, netting himself 110 experience. That was as much as 11 solo monster kills. That put him at 83,932 of 90,000, and there was no reason to stop there. Glenn continued traveling south along the safe road, using Soul Scan on every adventure he came across. In another hour, he'd netted 70 more experience, 84,002 of 90,000. He'd gained 180 experience in 2 hours without killing a single monster. If he came out to scan the local adventurers every day, he could make level 15 long before 2 years were up. And once he did so, his new steel armor would be just as shiny as it was when he put it on. Using Soul Scan like this felt like cheating. Glenn didn't like it one bit. But what he liked and didn't like mattered little when hundreds could die if he didn't successfully level Soulseer to 15. He had to avert the calamity of Evelan. His desire for challenge was nothing compared to innocent lives. Finally, several leagues down the safe road, Glenn spotted a single antlion burrowing into the earth near a copse of dead trees. There were no adventurers in sight, which meant Glenn might finally be able to kill something. He diverted off the safe road and jogged for the antlion at an easy pace. He'd read about antlions, as well as their strengths and weaknesses, in Lakebrook's massive library. While it was tempting to rely on his recollections and instincts, he reminded himself again that he wasn't leveling for himself. Moreover, he was alone out here. He could take no chances. When he was close enough, he used Soul Scan on the antlion. Type, Ant Monster, Rank 2, Level 14, HP 400 of 400, Blood 50 of 50, Strength 18, Divinity 4, Vitality 40, Wisdom 5. Skills, Antlion's Charge, Abdomen Swipe, Call Allies. Glenn came to a stop outside what he instinctively judged was the Antlion's anger radius. This monster wasn't as tough as Volpor, but it was still tougher than any other monster he'd faced in Gracia. Even a moss beast. Glenn focused on and reviewed its abilities. Antlion's Charge, none. Beast, Anson Gata Beasts, uncommon. Charge at increased speed for 20 paces, with a chance to knock over and stun any targets struck during the charge. Instant cast, 1 minute cooldown. Abdomen Swipe, none. Beast, Anson Gata Beasts, uncommon. Strike a target with a whip-like blow from your abdomen. A successful strike dazes your target for 8 seconds. 1 second cast time, 30-second cooldown. Call the ants. None, beast, Anson, god of beasts. Uncommon. Telepathically summon all unengaged ant lions within 100 paces. Only usable below 20% health. 3-second cast time. So ant lions were pack hunters, like gloom wolves back in Gracia. They could call for allies. Glenn's strategy formed quickly. He'd expect the antlion to charge the moment he angered it, and since it was his level and he was a melee class, he'd anger it simply by stepping in range. He would be ready to avoid its charge and get his first strike in as the antlion galloped past. Then, he'd engage it from behind. Second, he'd need to keep his new shield up. The antlion could savage him badly if it managed to hit him with abdomen whip, and the monster could use that attack multiple times in a single encounter. Since he was fighting the monster solo, he'd be defenseless if he got stunned, and he'd have no party members to prevent the antlion from delivering a crushing blow. Finally, Call the Ants was going to be a big problem. Glenn knew from his reading that antlions were subterranean monsters. They burrowed just like cliff spiders and mountain spiders. While they couldn't burrow through rock, like those 8-legged freaks, they made deep tunnels and burrows in earth. For all he knew, Glenn could be standing on a burrow filled with antlions right now. He didn't like the idea of nearly finishing this monster off, only to have it summon 10 of its allies from a tunnel hidden below. Even with his town guard blessings and new armor, Glenn doubted he could defeat 10 antlions on his own. They were all 2 levels higher than he was. Worse, he didn't have a good counter for Call the Ants. Had he chosen to reslot Guardian Smash in place of Soul Scout before he and Sarah left Gracia, he could easily interrupt the antlion by saving Guardian Smash for the end of the battle. Even all the information in the world couldn't ensure he won a fight if he hadn't prepared ahead of time. In this case, he had not. This was a good reminder that Soul Scan didn't make him invincible. Now that he could once again leave the city, he should find out where Eveland's Shrine of Raylan was located and replace Soul Scout with Guardian Smash. The former skill, while fascinating, was entirely too situational. Even so, Glenn was determined to defeat this antlion. He'd managed to break the casting attempts of other monsters by hitting them as hard as he possibly could with Becca, and there was no reason to think the antlion was immune. Moreover, fleeing from his first fight in a month felt wrong. Glenn refused to gain all his experience by passively scanning people. He'd never been afraid of a challenge as a young unclassed in Gracia, and he wasn't afraid now. He increased his pace, and was almost close enough to anger the monster when a blast of dark energy burst past him. He yelped and stumbled as, ahead, the blast of dark energy hit the antlion in the middle of its back. Its health bar appeared, and charred a tad black. The monster's brown carapace steamed as the antlion spun with the clacking of mandibles and charged, yet not toward Glenn. Even as he instinctively dodged to the side, the antlion sprinted past him at a pace much faster than he expected. The monster moved as fast as a galloping horse. As Glenn took off in pursuit, he spotted several people standing near the safe road. One looked to be a caster. By using that shadowy attack, this party of adventurers had stolen his target. In Gracia, no one stole another's target without getting a stern talking to from Richard Deepscar and dirty looks from the other adventurers in town. Yet Gracia was small, barely 60 people, and everyone knew everyone. In the vast wilds of Eveland, Glenn realized, adventurers might not be nearly so friendly. And given how difficult it seemed to fight an unengaged monster out here, it seemed Eveland's adventurers were also far more competitive. Yet this was also partly his fault for staring at the antlion like an idiot as he reviewed its status sheet and skills. The party behind him could have waited to let him engage, then engaged when they decided he was taking too long. Regardless, Glenn should at least observe the fight. If nothing else, he might learn something about antlions he could use to kill the next one. 18. A Cloudy Divide. Another blast of dark energy zipped from the closest member of the adventurer party, a male caster in shadow robes, and impacted the galloping antlion. The monster barely slowed, though another chunk of its health bar charred black. Thanks to his use of soul scan, Glenn could see numbers. The antlion now stood at 360 of 400, so each blast of shadow energy had shaved off 20 HP. The caster must be using Shadow Blast. Glenn had never seen the skill used until today, despite Becca slotting it, but he'd read about it. The male caster in the shadow robes was a guile caster, like Becca, and thus far he'd been unsuccessful in blinding the antlion. Yet the guile caster seemed alone in his attacks. What was the rest of his party doing? They were simply standing there waiting for the antlion to reach them. As the antlion easily outdistanced him, Glenn scanned the other party with Soul Scan. He belatedly realized he'd scanned them all earlier, so he wouldn't gain any more experience, but he hadn't really been looking at status sheets. He'd simply scanned each adventurer and closed the sheet. He'd been right about the leader being a guilecaster, level 14, with the rest of the party being a level 15 female brutalist, a level 14 male lifecaster, and a level 13 male ranger. The ranger was a bit low to fight antlions, but still should be loosing arrows as the antlion approached. Why wasn't he? The party's brutalist stepped forward as the antlion approached and set her feet in a way Glenn immediately respected. A perfect posture to brace with her steel shield. She wore steel armor just like his, though hers was properly scuffed up and dented. It was obvious from the dents and scratches all across her armor that she made her living keeping monsters busy. Still, the ranger unleashed no arrows, and the guilecaster unleashed no more shadow blasts. They simply stood directly behind their brutalist, in a perfect line to be trampled when the antlion used Antlion's charge. Even the lifecaster was vulnerable now, standing behind the guilecaster and ranger. They'd made their whole party a perfect target. Were they baiting the monster into a charge? Why weren't they whittling it down? Working together, the guilecaster and ranger could have shaved off a third of the antlion's HP by now. Glenn saw a red bar appear above the antlion that rapidly filled. He had just enough time to read Antlion's charge before the monster's speed increased dramatically. It went from a full gallop to a speed approximating Glenn's with his fleet boots from his time as a town guard. In response, the brutalist simply lowered her weight and activated Immovable. She would be literally impossible to move for 5 seconds and would need to wait a full 2 minutes before casting that skill again. Yet in this situation, it was the perfect counter to the antlion's charge. The antlion slammed into her at double the speed of a galloping horse and stopped dead. Another large chunk of the antlion's health bar charred when it hit the immovable brutalist, knocking the monster below 50% health. That told Glenn something he hadn't known. If a charging monster hit a brutalist braced with immovable, it actually damaged itself. Fascinating. Better yet, a single icon appeared on the monster's health bar, a shadowy head surrounded by a ring of yellow birds. Impacting the brutalist had left the monster dazed as well. Glenn kept jogging toward the party, though he suspected the antlion would be long dead before he arrived. For some reason, the brutalist did not follow up with Mighty Smash. She simply held her ground as her guilecaster and ranger both dashed away from her position. Now that they'd successfully baited the antlion into using Antlion's charge, it seemed, they were unstacking their party. The guilecaster moved his hands in a casting pattern as the ranger drew his bow. Both loosed all but simultaneously, charring more of the antlion's health bar as the shadow blast and a glittering iron arrow impacted simultaneously. That damage broke the antlion's daze, yet it had scarcely taken a step before the brutalist nailed it in the face with Mighty Smash. That stunned the antlion for 10 seconds, in which the ranger drew and loosed twice more. 2 more iron arrows knocked the antlion down to a little under 15%, which put it in a health range where it might attempt to use Call Allies. As Glenn finally reached the antlion and the party, the monster recovered from its stun. As Glenn stared with wide eyes, the badly wounded antlion threw back its head and clacked loudly. Just below its savaged health bar, another red bar appeared. Call the Ants filled rapidly. The brutalist's Mighty Smash was on cooldown, and the guilecaster and ranger appeared entirely unconcerned. The lifecaster honestly looked bored. Couldn't they see what was about to happen? Just before the antlion finished casting Call the Ants, Glenn acted. He ran forward and swung Becca at the antlion's exposed abdomen with all his strength. The impact from Becca didn't interrupt the antlion's skill as much as simply stop it from existing. Glenn charred its last sliver of health bar and sent antlion guts rocketing across the wilds of Evelan. As what remained of the antlion collapsed and then burst into purple ash, dropping a glittering life crystal, Glenn stepped back and glanced at the party of wide-eyed adventurers. He didn't want them to think he had an intention of stealing their life crystal. That should be clear now. The brutalist flipped up the visor on her steel helmet to reveal wide blue eyes. Glenn expected surprise, or at least gratitude. Instead, this woman offered a livid glare. "Are you an idiot?" the woman demanded. "Or simply an ass?" Glenn suddenly felt rather unsure of himself. He'd made it clear he had no intention of stealing their life crystal, and the one hit he'd used to kill the monster wasn't enough to steal any experience from their party. It was casting Call the Ants. The Guilecaster ran over. "What happened?" The Brutalist pointed accusingly at Glenn. "He killed it before it could finish casting." Glenn looked between them. "Doesn't that skill allow a monster to call reinforcements?" The Brutalist gripped the lower portion of her steel helmet with one hand. "Yes, you idiot. That's why we lured the cursed monster all the way over here by the safe road, so it would call the others up from the tunnels below, and we could actually kill more than one antlion." "And fall back to the safe road if it summoned more than you could handle." Glenn belatedly recognized just how badly he'd screwed up their clever plan. "I'm sorry. I didn't know how many other antlions it might summon, and I didn't realize it was your intent for it to call reinforcements." "Sorry doesn't get us experience back," the Brutalist said angrily. "We spent an hour hunting this one down." The Guilecaster placed a hand on her arm. "Peace. It was an honest mistake." The Ranger arrived as well, wearing a sour look. "We might not find another antlion for hours." The Guilecaster offered an amused look. "Then you should get back to tracking them, shouldn't you?" The Ranger glared at Glenn. "And whose fault is that?" Glenn kept his face calm. Standards of politeness certainly were different in Evelan. It seemed the fierce competition for monsters meant tempers often flared. He knew from all his time as a town guard that reacting angrily would only encourage the anger of others to grow. The best way to diffuse this situation was to apologize, which he'd already done, and avoid antagonizing this party of adventurers further. They couldn't actually harm him thanks to law of consent, but they could follow him around and attack every monster he attempted to kill. "I really am sorry," Glenn said again. He offered a slight bow. "Good luck with your hunting." He just turned to leave when the Guilecaster stepped forward. "You're alone out here?" Glenn turned back. "I'm fine." "It's dangerous to hunt antlions alone." The Guilecaster spoke as if Glenn didn't know that. "Where's your party?" "I'm hunting alone today." The Brutalist shook her head and slammed down her visor once more. "Idiot," she muttered. She turned and stomped back toward the safe road to join her ranger friend. "I'm surprised to see a blazer without a party," the Guilecaster said calmly. Glenn shrugged noncommittally. Soulscan told Glenn this Guilecaster's name was Sean Freelash, though he had yet to introduce himself. Announcing one's name, class, and level was customary when meeting another adventurer in the field, but that might be unique to Gracia. Glenn didn't know the customs out here. He'd let Sean lead the conversation. "You Blazers are usually among the strongest parties out here," Sean asked. "You do something that has you riding a bench?" Glenn had no desire to stay and chat with this Guilecaster. Yet again, there was always the danger this party could decide to make his hunting more difficult. He, unlike them, had reason to remain polite, and Sean, at least, seemed a level-headed sort. Glenn shook his head. "I'm just hunting solo today, that's all." "Level in class?" Sean was asking for information he himself refused to provide. Still, Glenn's innate sense of politeness and desire not to appear petty defeated his worries. "Glenn Greybreaker, level 12 Brutalist." Sean smiled wanly. "Well, Glenn, in that case, you might try hunting up in the Cloudy Divide." Glenn tilted his head. "I don't know where that is." "You're new here, I get it. Just arrived from another zone?" Glenn wondered how much more he should reveal, yet could see no reason to lie about being new. Perhaps this Guilecaster might even teach him something. "I'm still learning the terrain out here." "Right. Well, if you're soloing, the Divide is a good place to do it. If you keep heading east from here, then veer north once you reach a set of shallow hills and follow those northeast, you'll eventually come across a set of fog-cloaked hills. That's the Cloudy Divide." That certainly sounded promising. "And it's less crowded than this place?" "Sure. It's just shadow wisps out there. They're demons, but they're levels 10 to 11. You should be able to handle a low-level demon, right? Demons made Glenn a bit nervous, but he did have 2 levels on them. He could simply scan each shadow wisp with Spirit Scan before engaging it and leave it alone if it seemed a threat. Better yet, shadow wisps would provide a challenge, and a challenge was what he still craved. Also, he could finally learn if Spirit Scan offered 5 experience, like Soul Scan. It was a good plan. I'll give the place a try. Glenn offered a loose salute. Thank you. Don't mention it. Sean backed away. Good hunting, Blazer. Good hunting. Glenn turned and jogged back in the direction of where he'd found the antlion. He was now determined to find this cloudy divide before he lost any more daylight. Thanks to his late start and frustrating lack of monsters to kill, it was only a few hours until dusk settled in. In all that time, he'd yet to kill a single monster. Soul Scan had allowed him to more than make up for his lack of targets in regard to experience, but he hadn't gathered a single life crystal. If he hoped one day to pay Sarah back for all her generosity, he needed to collect some life crystals. Simply scanning adventurers on the safe road wasn't going to pay his many mounting bills. His salary was nice, but it wouldn't cover all his expenses. He needed additional income beyond the amount the Blazers provided him every month. It took Glenn another hour to find the hills Sean mentioned, but the fact that he did find them reassured him the man hadn't sent him on a wild goose chase out of spite. He followed those hills until he came upon a group of green hills higher than the surrounding terrain. A low-lying fog cloaked the foothills, but didn't rise to their summits. The cloudy divide. This had to be it. Glenn looked to the sky and judged he had perhaps 2 hours of light left before dusk. He could easily kill a few demons before sunset, though he'd need to head back in an hour or so. He didn't want to get caught out in Evelan after dark, though this time at least he'd have the glow from Lillian Stoutcragg's enchanted steel shield to light his path, because he had once again forgotten to buy torches. Becca always had the torches. Next time they went out and leveled together, he'd have Becca with him. Glenn had never fought a shadow wisp, but he read about them in Lakebrook's library. They would be all but invisible in this thick fog. Also, thanks to Glenn's low divinity attribute, he wouldn't be able to see them until he blundered into one. While shadow wisps were insubstantial when left alone, once angered, their snake-like bodies hardened into a flexible substance approximating thick glass. A simple mace was about the worst weapon to fight a shadow wisp. Fire was best, yet Glenn suspected he could kill even a shadow wisp with enough strikes. They were only level 11 after all, and their spectral attacks primarily drained blood, a resource Glenn had very little use for. Shadow wisps were far from his ideal prey. Just about every other monster in Evelan would be a better target for him, but he now knew he had few options. At least here, there were no other adventurers competing for his kills. After one more look at the sky and the position of the sun, Glenn tromped into the mist. He kept a firm grip on Becca's hilt and carried his steel shield at the ready. Though given the shadow wisps used spectral attacks, his shield and armor would be about as useful as smoke. At least the glow from his steel shield's weight reduction enchantment cut through the fog. Spectral attacks could only be blocked by robes, like the shadow robes Sean had worn. So against demons with spectral attacks, Glenn was practically naked. He reminded himself that the wisps would only be level 10 or 11, and he had the health points of a town guard. The fact that he was going against demons without armor would also be mitigated by the level difference. Glenn tromped up one hill and down another, then up a second. He reached the bottom and had just turned toward a third when a rattling cough sounded from behind him. The sound chilled his blood, yet he turned in time to see a shadow wisp crackle to life from the fog. Finally, a target. Spirit Scan, Glenn thought. Type, Fog Elemental, Rank 2, Level 11, HP 50 of 50, Blood 300 of 300, Strength 5, Divinity 20, Vitality 5, Wisdom 30, Skills, Blood Burn, Spectral Swipe, Mislead. So a shadow wisp only had 50 HP? Glenn could kill this demon in one strike. He grinned eagerly and stalked toward the demon as it writhed toward him. He didn't like that its spectral snake-like appearance reminded him of the devourer he'd fought in Gracia's Temple of Balance, though this snake was made of white smoke instead of black. That made him want to kill this demon more. That cough sounds bad, Glenn said. Let me help you with it. He swung Becca with every point of his now 33 strength, bolstered by unyielding and the shield he carried. In response to Glenn's strike, the Shadow-Wisp bent its lengthy body like the snake it resembled. Becca whiffed as it passed through space no longer occupied by Shadow-Wisp, and then a brown cast bar appeared beneath the monster's green health bar. Bloodburn filled in a second. Immediately, Glenn's skin tingled, and then his skin started to burn. Sweat burst out across his skin as the monster's skill took effect. Burning pain racked Glenn's body. What was this? He belatedly opened his status sheet to see both his blood and health points ticking down at an identical rate, and far faster than he liked. Devil spit. Apparently, Bloodburn didn't just burn blood, but also burned an equivalent amount of health points with each point of blood lost. He should have read the actual skill description instead of assuming he knew what it did. Once again, he relied too much on his skills rather than his instincts. Glenn only had 90 blood, but he also had no way to stop the Shadow-Wisp from using its skill on him. He had no way to cleanse it. Every time he fought one of these Shadow-Wisps, he'd simply eat 90 damage, and worse, he'd lose the ability to cast Guardian's Heal after the monster's spectral attack burned away all his blood. Glenn charged and swung several more times. Each time he did, the Shadow-Wisp's smoky body twisted and whipped away. All the while, Glenn's body burned. Once again, a brown bar appeared beneath the Shadow-Wisp's health bar, quickly filling. This one was labeled Spectral Strike. Glenn didn't know what the skill did and didn't care to find out. Yet he missed each strike again and again, because physical weapons couldn't even touch this demon. He needed demon slaying. He didn't have demon slaying. The Shadow-Wisp's spectral strike shot toward him as a spear of smoke and light. Glenn easily blocked with his shield, only to gasp as what felt like flames tore through his stomach. Even an enchanted shield couldn't stop the strike, and he almost doubled over in pain. His health bar charred again, losing a full 6 of its length due to the monster's spectral strike. Glenn opened his status sheet once more and found the results less than encouraging. HP 182 of 310, blood 32 of 130. At least this confirmed the fake status sheet created by his enchanted blazer pin still showed an accurate representation of his health points and blood, even though it didn't show the skills and blessings he had slotted. Still, Glenn immediately knew what he had to do next. He cast Guardian's Heal on himself again and again and again, simultaneously healing himself with each cast and consuming the last of the blood the cursed Shadow-Wisp was burning with its Bloodburn skill. 3 casts consumed the last of his blood, which ensured he'd take no more damage from this Shadow-Wisp's unavoidable skill. Better yet, he was now back at 272 of 310, in far better shape than he'd been after the Shadow-Wisp started burning his blood and then cut straight through its armor with its spectral strike. Still, Glenn couldn't even hit this cursed demon. How was he going to defeat it? Only one way made sense, a way that was going to hurt. It had worked for him when he fought the Shrike 2 years ago, and the Winnower a few months ago, and even a Devourer from the 6 Hells. He needed this cursed Shadow-Wisp to stop dodging his attacks. Fight me, Glenn thought. The Shadow-Wisp stiffened, then darted toward him with all the speed of a striking snake. Its next bite cut straight through his steel armor as if it were nothing more than a thin shirt, yet this time the demon showed no inclination to dodge. One strike from Becca, driven by Glenn's impressive 33 strength, shattered the smoky demon like a brittle bottle. And then, of course, 3 more Shadow-Wisps darted at him from the fog. Glenn had accidentally angered them all with Fight Me because his old town guard skill angered every monster within 50 paces, not simply the monster he'd focused on, like Taunt. The 3 spectral Shadow-Wisps savaged his chest, arms, and face, even as he swung wildly with Becca. First, he lost sight in one eye, then collapsed as one of the demon strikes shattered his left knee. The pain was excruciating, yet Glenn had accustomed himself to pain like this. Even as the Shadow-Wisps tore into him, each of his own strikes hit home. Each strike crushed Shadow-Wisp. Now angered beyond reason, the demons were no longer slipping away. After some rather undignified flailing and a lot of pain, the 3 additional Shadow-Wisps all died. Glenn felt all but dead himself. He collapsed, bloody and gasping, on the foggy grass of a cloudy divide amidst 4 glowing life crystals the size of peaches. He'd won the battle, but at what cost? He opened his status sheet and grimaced at how close he'd just come to meeting his first death. HP 32 of 310. Blood 0 of 130. Experience 84,052 of 90,000. He'd gained 40 experience from killing 4 shadow wisps and 10 experience from his first scans of an antlion and shadow wisp. His experience gain continued to be impressive, but it didn't help him feel any better about nearly getting killed just now. He'd been far too reckless. If not for the ability of Fight Me to drive these demons into a suicidal rage, Glenn wasn't even sure he'd have been able to vanquish the first of them. Even in victory, he'd been savaged. His new armor had been absolutely useless against demon attacks. He knew his knee remained broken by the way his leg muscles screamed in pain the moment he tried to move it. Also, though he blinked his bloodied right eye, he had no vision in it. He was covered in blood and sweat and incapable of walking out of here on his own, or would be, if not for regrowth. Several audible snaps announced Glenn's shattered kneecap knitting itself back together. He stared up at his status sheet as both his health and blood began to tick up at a truly broken pace. Even his savaged right eye was already starting to regain vision as it knitted itself back together. The agony racking his body cooled and eased as his rare Town Guard blessing healed him faster than even a lifecaster could have managed. Normal adventurers healed no faster than anyone else. Without a lifecaster or health potion, Glenn would likely never return to Lakebrook. Yet thanks to regrowth, Glenn gained health points and blood at a truly ridiculous rate, so long as he first survived the battle. Regrowth wasn't his only savior. He also had the benefit of Unyielding, which had blessed him with 100 extra HP thanks to the shield he carried. If not for his other Town Guard blessing, he'd be at negative 68 health points right now. In other words, he would be very, very dead. Still, Glenn had wanted a challenge, and a fog full of shadow wisps had certainly offered that. 19. A Pleasant Corpse. Glenn breathed in and out and kept very still, praying he would not anger another shadow wisp before he was ready. He had just killed every shadow wisp for 50 paces in all directions, after all, and he simply had to hope the demons didn't wander far from where they spawned. Eventually, he sat up, and a few minutes after that, he stood under his own power. He opened his status sheet and whistled softly. HP 310 of 310, blood 130 of 130, experience 84,052 of 90,000. Even after his mistake in engaging that many shadow wisps, Glenn was already back at full strength after 5 minutes of rest. No wonder Mammoth Cloud Crusher and other former town guards had all reached the divine level cap. Any normal adventurer who'd fared as poorly as Glenn had in his last battle would have died without consuming expensive potions. Glenn now felt reassured that he'd be fine adventuring in Everland even on his own. He couldn't honestly have picked a worse target to fight if he'd been trying to get himself killed. Yet despite the grim odds he'd faced, he'd not only survived, but was now as healthy as if he'd gained a level. If he were a simple brutalist, Glenn would certainly be dead by now. That begged a question. Why hadn't Sean Freelash, the Guilecaster who'd suggested he come level in the Cloudy Divide, warned him about how dangerous these shadow wisps were to a brutalist fighting alone? Did the man simply have no idea how shadow wisps fought? As he picked up 4 purple peach-sized life crystals and tucked them into his unfilled bag, Glenn considered Sean's motivations. As dangerous as this recent fight had been, Sean couldn't have meant for him to die. Glenn couldn't imagine a fellow adventurer sending him to the Cloudy Divide to get torn apart by shadow wisps. No one was that desperate to level. Sean must have thought as a blazer Glenn could handle himself. Or perhaps Sean had simply never fought a shadow wisp and assumed that their low level would make them easy prey. Sean had asked if a level 10 to level 11 monster would give Glenn experience, after all. No adventurer would intentionally send another to get killed by monsters. Or would they? In a zone as competitive as Everland, could any person really be so cruel? Glenn simply couldn't believe that of another person. Adventurers in Everland might compete for monsters, but they wouldn't intentionally hurt each other. He couldn't believe anyone save a Deathcaster would do something so evil. Though, speaking of Deathcasters, there was still a party of those roaming Everland. A party that could be anywhere, Given how difficult it had been for Glenn to defeat a single Shadow-Wisp without using all of his town guard tricks, Glenn knew he didn't want to fight any more of these demons. Like cliff spiders back in Gracia, these slippery fog snakes simply weren't worth the effort. If Glenn was going to be this injured after each fight, that would make him easy prey for any Deathcasters or D-Souled that happened by. It was time to leave the Cloudy Divide. Glenn had climbed and descended 6 foggy hills before he realized he couldn't leave. He paused, cautious not to let himself get discouraged or frightened. He must have simply moved further into the divide than he'd intended while fighting those Shadow-Wisps. He looked to the sky, only to find it cloaked in swirling gray. The orange light of a setting sun still lit the fog, but filtered it in such a way it was impossible to tell what direction the light was coming from. This diffuse sunset helped him not one bit. He could keep wandering in circles for hours, climbing the same hills as he lost the light. He had perhaps an hour before dusk. Worse, Glenn belatedly remembered the other skill he'd seen when he used Soul Scan on that Shadow-Wisp. Mislead. He checked his status sheet again for debuffs, yet none were in evidence. So perhaps the Shadow-Wisps could use that skill passively. Could the monsters create this fog and mist? Glenn now had a real problem. He couldn't just continue to wander blindly up and down these hills. He'd stumble across another Shadow-Wisp sooner or later, and then he'd face a fight just like he'd faced before. He'd face a demon he couldn't strike unless he used Fight Me. Using Fight Me carelessly would anger every other Shadow-Wisp in the area at the same time, and fighting 3 at once had nearly killed him. What if he simultaneously angered 4 or even 5? They'd burn his blood and use Spectral Strike he couldn't block to bring him down. Glenn couldn't wander aimlessly without stumbling across a Shadow-Wisp. He couldn't expect any help, since it was now evident few if any adventurers actually came to the Cloudy Divide to hunt. He also simply couldn't wait around for dark, when the Shadow-Wisps would be even more dangerous. Glenn opened his status sheet, and then, frustrated, closed it. He carefully removed the blazer pin, placed it in his unfilled bag, and opened his status sheet again. His real status sheet. He scanned his sheet as he pondered. A dangerous yet intriguing possibility was already worming its way into his brain, and dangerous as it was, it might just save him. Soul Scout, Nun, Soul Seer, Dinah, Goddess of the Hunt, Experimental. Separate your soul from your body for 10 minutes and move freely. 1 hour cooldown. Glenn hadn't used Soul Scout since the terrifying night in the Deep Scorn Woods when he was half convinced he'd lost his body forever. He still remembered Zack's admonition that adventurers with a high divinity attribute could see his disembodied soul, and he didn't want to start more rumors of ghosts. He knew now he'd return to his body when it ended, but there'd been no need for it. Worse, Glenn also knew from that night in the Deep Scorn Woods that leaving his body to walk about as a disembodied soul left his body defenseless. If a Shadow-Wisp came across him while he was scouting, it might rip him apart before he returned. Would he even know his body was being attacked if he wasn't within it to feel pain? Walking the world as a disembodied soul had also been quite strange. The world itself was all shades of gray with no color, and in the Deep Scorn Woods he'd been completely disoriented. Even so, he was running out of options and time. He needed to scout these hills without being attacked, and despite the danger, there seemed no better way to do that than Soul Scout. Glenn settled into a cross-legged sit. There was always the chance a Shadow-Wisp might stumble across him and attack while he was away from his defenseless body, but thus far the monsters hadn't seemed all that mobile. Glenn was now certain that if he didn't find a way to escape these hills and quickly, he'd be doomed once darkness fell. He strapped his shield across his back in easy reach, then set Becca across his legs. He would be ready to swing the moment he returned. Lastly, reluctantly, he closed his eyes inside his steel helmet and used the Soul Seer skill he'd been hesitant to test for weeks. Soul Scout. Glenn stood, yet he didn't stand. Not physically. Once more he marveled at the sight of his own body, now clad entirely in gleaming steel armor, sitting cross-legged with Becca resting on one thigh. He looked down at his spectral body, which was his, though barely perceptible. He was a ghost. Spectral numbers appeared at the corner of his vision, 00955, counting down. He had 10 minutes until Soul Scout ended, though he could dive into his body and end it any time he wished. Yet as he looked around the hills in which he stood, he gasped without breath and smiled. It was still dark and gray, and the hills stretched in all directions, but there was no fog. Just clear open hills almost to the horizon and a gray disk of setting sun. It seemed that, in addition to the other oddities he'd experienced, fog didn't actually appear in the world of Soul Scout, or perhaps because this fog was part illusion, it was illusions that did not appear. He'd entered the cloudy divide from the east, so Glenn simply had to head toward the sunset, west, to escape, without the fog obscuring everything. He quickly realized only 4 hills separated him from the friendly fields of Evelan. He could jog that distance in a minute or 2. And then, before Glenn's eyes, a glowing purple snake flickered into view. Glenn froze. He watched in disbelief as the glowing purple snake, one that floated high above the ground, drifted all but effortlessly across his field of vision. This was a shadow-wisp, Glenn realized, and he could see its brilliant purple glow as clear as an oil lamp on a clear night. He backed toward his body, ready to dive back inside if the shadow-wisp approached, yet the fog snake simply drifted onward and out of sight. So shadow-wisps did patrol the cloudy divide, but slowly and aimlessly. Glenn spotted another soon after, to the east, but it also passed nowhere near. This was better than he'd hoped. While disembodied, the cloudy divide's fog didn't exist, giving Glenn a clear view of his surroundings. Better yet, demons glowed like beacons when he was a disembodied soul, just like that moss beast that night he ran blindly through the deep-scorn woods. Now that he knew he could see shadow-wisps while walking about as a disembodied soul, avoiding them would become trivial. They simply couldn't hide without their fog. If that was true of all demons, using Soul Scout might even let him detect a demon hiding in shimmer. Glenn waited another minute or 2 to verify there were no nearby shadow-wisps he'd missed. Another passed by a minute into his observation, the same shadow-wisp, and drifted on. Glenn now felt confident he could now escape the cloudy divide. He'd simply orient himself using the setting sun he could now see and the facing of his own body. He'd dive back inside himself and jog straight west. If he kept his eyes shaded and focused only on the ground, Glenn was confident he could avoid getting turned about in the thick mist. Even if he veered slightly north or south, he'd still exit the cloudy divide eventually if he kept running straight ahead. And if a shadow-wisp followed him, well, he'd simply run faster. It wasn't like he was being chased by Volpor this time. Just before he moved to dive back inside his body, Glenn spotted another purple form, and this one, shockingly enough, looked human. It wore what appeared to be moonlight robes, a common piece of gear for lifecasters and others. It had thick purple hair and light purple skin. Or at least the shockingly human figure's hair and skin were purple as a soul. Glenn stared a moment, struck dumb by the appearance of this new form. Was this another winnower? Yet as he stood over his still body as a disembodied soul, he saw merely a man who glowed bright purple. That man's eyes met his. That man smiled and waved. "Hello there," the man shouted to him in a world where nothing living could speak and no sound could emerge. "Are you dead too?" Glenn simply stared at the specter. This had to be a demon, like the winnower, an illusion created to lure him to his doom. Could he be lured to his doom as a disembodied soul? He already knew those with high divinity could see him while he was walking around as a disembodied soul. Even so, he'd assumed his soul itself would be invulnerable. Was it? "This place is absolutely horrid." The glowing purple man shook his disapproving head. "I honestly don't know what I was thinking, coming here to haunt. Say, you didn't happen to bring any friends out here with you, did you? I don't suppose I could trouble you for a resurrect?" Glenn knew he should dive back into his body right now. He knew he should flee this place before it got dark and the shadow-wisps ripped him apart. Yet, though his curiosity might kill him, he couldn't help but tentatively wave back. "Who are you?" he shouted. "Oh, God! One little inconvenience, and I've forgotten my manners." The purple man offered a low bow, then rose. "Arthur Everglow, level 14 Auracaster, at your service." "Glenn Greybreaker," Glenn responded with his own name instinctively before he could think better of it. Was this a real mortal soul? "You're really an Auracaster?" "The finest you've ever heard. My songs will charm the pants off any woman or man, and have on more than one occasion." He winked. Glenn didn't really care about charming the pants off anyone right now, and he had no idea why Arthur would bring it up right now. Still, encountering another person, if Arthur was indeed a person, was bizarre, because Glenn was a disembodied soul, and apparently so was Arthur. Glenn glanced at the timer at the corner of his eyes. It was now at 000745, and took another look around for glowing purple shadow wisps. None were in evidence. He had time to investigate. He turned back to Arthur. "How do I know you're not a demon?" Arthur tilted his head in thought. "What, my dear Glenn? Whatever gave you that idea?" "How about the fact that you're glowing?" "As are you," Arthur countered pointedly. "And come to think of it, from what I can see, you don't look quite dead. Is that your body over there?" He pointed in the direction of Glenn's physical body, which still sat cross-legged just beside where Glenn's soul stood. "Did you die sitting down?" Glenn belatedly realized that, if Arthur was in fact a fellow adventurer, the man might have a number of questions about how Glenn was talking to him and not dead. "It's complicated." "I imagine so," Arthur agreed. "Anywho, I suppose it's good we found each other. Would you like a song to see you out? I can't offer any real benefit, given I'm dead, but perhaps my dulcet voice will ease the pain of slipping off to the forever death. I can't say I'm looking forward to that." Glenn felt a fresh trace of worry. "Just how long ago did you die?" "Oh, it's been some time now." Arthur tapped his lips in thought. "If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say it was mere mid-morning. I'd heard rumors around the knife's edge that a caster with impeccable skills could find good hunting in the Cloudy Divide, and so out I came. Alas." "And you died here?" Glenn was starting to believe. "When you fought shadow-wisps." "Would you believe they actually burn blood?" Arthur asked indignantly. "I mean, honestly, my good fellow, how is that fair to anyone? It's practically cheating." Glenn didn't like the sound of this at all. If Arthur wasn't a trick or a demon, he was genuinely a level 14 auracaster, a fellow adventurer who'd come to the Cloudy Divide. Unlike Glenn, he'd died there. If Arthur had died this morning, he was well on his way to becoming a desouled corpse. Death was not the end in Luxterra, at least for adventurers. So long as another adventurer got them to a chapel of Celis and paid for a high-level spiritualist to use Resurrect on their ensouled body before 12 hours elapsed, they could still be brought back to the world of the living. Yet if Arthur had died this morning, he didn't have much time before his soul released. "How long have you been walking around out here?" Glenn shouted. "As a spirit?" Arthur pondered again. "Why, since I died. Yet as much as I might wish to, I cannot travel more than 50 paces from my body. It's quite poetic, honestly. I've sung many a ballad about forlorn souls trapped in old mansions or swamps, but never thought I'd be one myself." "So your body is nearby," Glenn said. 50 paces from where you are now." "Why, yes, of course." Arthur tilted his head. "And this is all very strange, isn't it? Dying and all. I've died before, of course, several times, yet I can't remember ever wandering about after I did so." "Me neither," Glenn agreed. He now had a very important decision to make. He wasn't actually dead. There was no skill in all of Luxterra that allowed an adventurer to bring themselves back to life, and the moment he returned to his body, Arthur would know something about Glenn was very strange. Yet it was almost dark, and Glenn doubted any adventurers would find Arthur before his soul departed Luxterra forever. If Glenn left Arthur's body here, Arthur would meet the forever death. So Glenn, through his inaction, would doom a fellow adventurer. Was his secret worth taking a man's life? It wasn't. It couldn't be. Because no matter how much danger he might find himself in, if a man as obviously talkative as Arthur learned his secret, Glenn couldn't live with himself if he became the sort of person who would let a fellow adventurer die. "Walk back to your body," Glenn said. "Show me where it is." "So you do have friends nearby." Arthur gleefully clapped his hands. "Oh, that's thrilling to hear. I knew you were having a lark at my expense. It's fine, really." "Sure I have friends," Glenn lied. "Where's your body? Walk to it and stand on it." Arthur turned and strolled off at a casual pace. Of course. He moved a good 50 paces before he stopped, turned and waved. "I'm right here, my good fellow." Arthur's ensouled body was due east of Glenn's position. The way out of the cloudy divide was due west. Moving further into the divide once he returned to his body was dangerous, and with Soul Scout's hour-long cooldown, Glenn wouldn't get another chance to use it before dusk fell. Yet he saw no glowing purple fog snakes between him and Arthur. It looked to be barely 60 paces, give or take. "Stay there," Glenn said. "I'll send my party to come get you." "Right, I'll just stay here, then." Arthur sounded amused. Glenn returned to his body, which sat facing south. He placed himself before it, facing north, and oriented himself. When he returned to his body, Arthur would be to his left and the exit to the cloud divide to his right. So 60 paces left, looking straight down, then perhaps 100 right. It was too far to jog. Glenn knew he could get lost. In another moment of inspiration, he uncovered the final trick that would see both him and Arthur safely out of this predicament. Or, he supposed, doom them both to the forever death. 20. A measuring bag. Glenn dived into his body and gasped, coming back to himself. He stood at once, staring straight ahead but keeping his eyes unfocused. His eyes wouldn't help him here, so he'd rely on his other senses. He reached into his unfilled bag. The cabinet he'd seen earlier today appeared once more, stretching out before him straight as ever. As a vision from the gods, the cabinet was unaffected by the monster-created mist. Mislead had no effect on perceptions outside the mortal world. Glenn found an icon for the life crystals he'd retrieved earlier, a single icon in one cubby with a small number 4 beside it, and wrapped his fingers around one. The number on the painting dropped to 3, and then Glenn pulled the life crystal free of his unfilled bag. He dropped it directly at his feet. Keeping the directions he'd focused on while disembodied in mind, he pulled out a second life crystal, reached right as far as he could manage, and dropped it as well, directly west of the first. Good enough. Glenn pivoted 90 degrees due east with his eyes still unfocused. He tromped forward with one hand in his unfilled bag. While the foggy world visibly swam and meandered, the length of Glenn's spectral cabinet pointed straight ahead. He followed the line his cabinet made. With this new reference, it became obvious both mist and ground were subtly shifting. The cursed shadow wisps were passively using mislead. Glenn counted paces until he reached 60, then dropped the third life crystal on the ground. He glanced back and reassured himself he could still make out the faint purple glow of the first 2 crystals he dropped even through the mist. Then, keeping the third life crystal he dropped 60 paces east of his original position in sight, he ranged outward in easy circles around its central glow. He found Arthur Everglow's body soon enough. He found a man with luxurious blonde locks in white moonlight robes, one absolutely covered in blood. The man hadn't been lying and had been dead, just as Glenn feared. Glenn slid back into his sheath and picked up Arthur without effort. He returned to his third life crystal and immediately decided to leave it where it sat. His life was more important than a few crescents. He stood beside the crystal and looked around. For a moment he feared he'd lost all sight of the first 2 life crystals. The fog was much thicker now, as if the shadow wisps were actively trying to keep him from finding his way home. Soon the mist shifted enough that Glenn spotted a purple glow in the distance. Success. He jogged toward the first landmark he'd created. The purple glow soon resolved into 2 purple glows, the same 2 life crystals he dropped back at his original location. He'd made it back. From here, he knew it was only 4 hills to the western edge of the cloudy divide and, Glenn hoped, escape. The diffuse light filling the cloudy divide was far redder than it had been, suggesting the sun was wending its way below the horizon. Not much time until dusk. Glenn tossed Arthur over one shoulder to free one hand. He then reached once more into his unfilled bag. He aligned the length of the phantom cabinet with the westward direction suggested by the 2 life crystals. Only then did he march forward, once again using the length of the cabinet to guide him. It allowed him to ignore the shifting fog and ground that wriggled away left or right. After he went up and down a few hills that visibly shifted back and forth, actively attempting to mislead him, the fog grew thin. Soon the fog was simply mist, and soon after that, another ragged cough sounded from directly behind him. A shadow wisp. Glenn had neither the time, energy, nor freedom to engage the cursed fog snake. He broke into a sprint. With only mist, not fog, between him and freedom, it wasn't long before he once again saw the welcome melting disk of a very red sun. He'd never been so happy to see a sunset. It was only when Glenn was fully free of the fog that he turned, dropped Arthur's body unceremoniously to the ground, and spun. He gripped Becca, pushed her up in his sheath, and twisted to free her. His weighted mace dropped into his hand, yet no shadow wisp approached. Perhaps the demon couldn't leave its fog-cloaked hills. Perhaps it had no desire to do so. Regardless, he wasn't pursued, and given it was almost sunset, Arthur Everglow was quickly running out of time. Glenn needed to get him back inside Lakebrook into a chapel of Celis right now. He once again sheathed Becca, donned his enchanted blazer pin, picked up Arthur, and balanced the man over his back. He then took off at a steady jog, heedless of the way he jostled Arthur's entirely limp body. The man was dead, after all. Glenn would never carry a live person this way. He might snap their neck, but it wasn't like Arthur could become any more dead. Glenn huffed and paced himself, trusting to his incredible vitality to keep his pace despite the weight of his steel armor, his steel shield, and Arthur Everglow. The man was, Glenn decided as he jogged, a bit heavier than his slender frame suggested. Glenn had no trouble with any of the weight. He was strong. He was a town guard, or had been, and town guards ensured adventurers survived when they could. Glenn was going to make sure Arthur Everglow did not meet the forever death, and then, afterward, find a way to explain their meeting, which remained incredibly odd. Did the soul actually leave the body and wander about like Glenn did when using Soul Scout when one died? Could those who died in battle actually talk to each other, as Glenn had with Arthur? Having never actually died before, Glenn couldn't answer that question. Also, if adventurers could talk to each other while dead, why then did no books about adventuring or adventurers speak of such discussions? If one did remain conscious as a spirit after dying in battle, being able to talk to other spirits would be a way to pass the time. What must it be like for those who died far from home? What must they think as the hours ticked away, and no help came? What had young Lillian Stoutcrag thought, alone in that cavern deep in the Water Sisters, as the hours leading to her inevitable forever death ticked away? Had she been grateful her party had escaped the mountain even though she hadn't, or had she bitterly cursed them for leaving her behind? Glenn couldn't think about any of that now. He focused on running. It was now full night, and if Arthur's estimate of dying in mid-morning was accurate, he'd likely died a few hours before noon. That meant Glenn only had a short time before Arthur's ensouled corpse became a desouled corpse. Glenn quickened his pace. Even if he ran himself ragged, he had to save Arthur's life. He knew absolutely nothing about this man other than his name and level, yet Arthur was an adventurer just like him. More importantly, a person in trouble. Glenn would never abandon anyone in trouble. The moon was climbing when Glenn, gasping for breath, finally reached the walls of Lakebrook. A long line of adventurers stood impatiently leading to the gates, a line of people arriving home after a day of leveling, though Glenn saw no townsfolk. Given townsfolk turned to salt if they didn't get back inside the walls before night fell, Glenn suspected the town guards prioritized them first. He had no luxury to wait in line, not with a dead man on his shoulder. Glenn charged right past the line of adventurers, huffing and wheezing. The closest town guard spotted him and stepped forward. The man raised his huge mace threateningly, yet faltered as Glenn approached. "I have an ensouled corpse," Glenn shouted. "He died mid-morning, I think. He needs resurrection at once." The town guard lowered his mace, yet the man still moved to bar Glenn's path. "Status sheet," the man demanded. He didn't step aside. Glenn realized then that what he was attempting would be the perfect ploy for a Deathcaster to bypass the town guards. He slowed and threw up his status sheet without hesitation, praying the enchantment on his blazer pin would hold true. The town guard barely glanced at it, perhaps just long enough to read Glenn's class. He stepped aside and shouted with impressive volume, make way! Ensouled corpse on its way to the chapel of Celis! Make way!" The other town guard beckoned urgently. Glenn, gasping gratefully, jogged closer. As he reached the second town guard, the man spoke quickly. "The chapel is perhaps 30 minutes from here. Go 2 blocks up and turn on Grand Street, then head straight west until you see it." "Got it." Glenn stumbled gamely onward. "Thank you." He knew why the town guard didn't offer to carry Arthur's body. Town guards couldn't walk more than 50 paces from the town gates while on duty, either inside or outside the gate. "Shout, make way if you can," the town guard shouted after him. "Sometimes they listen." As the crowds of Lakebrook condensed before him, Glenn summoned as much breath as he could. "Make way!" he shouted with all the authority he'd gained over 2 years as a town guard. "Make way, and sold corpse coming through! Make way!" Like a blessing from the gods, the crowd parted. Or most of them, anyway. A large number of people simply ignored Glenn's cries. Yet enough stepped aside or admonished others that Glenn was able to follow the second town guard's directions at a decent pace. His stumbles increased. He was utterly exhausted. He'd already slowed from a jog to a stumbling walk. Every muscle in his body screamed, and he suspected only regrowth was keeping him going at this point. He'd just run a very long way across Evelyn, but at least he wasn't in combat. He eventually reached Grand Street and turned due west, forcing himself on without aid. His world became pain and breathing, and placing one stumbling foot in front of the other without falling on his face. Arthur, once light, was now like a sack of armor weighing him down. Glenn refused to slow. He refused to fail this man he did not know. He refused to stop moving, and he almost lumbered past the Church of Celis before someone called to him from the top of its marble steps. A woman's voice broke through his haze. "You there! Is that an ensouled corpse?" Glenn turned gratefully and stumbled up the marble steps. After running so far and for so long, even his incredible vitality failed him. His next step dropped him to his knees, but then, at last, the great weight of Arthur Everglow lifted from his shoulders. Lifecasters had him now. "How long?" the same woman's voice demanded. "Mid-morning," Glenn rasped. "I think he died mid-morning." "Get that man on a slab," the woman ordered, "and rouse Preceptor Dusk Chaser from his slumber. You have my authorization to wake him. Tell him he's the only one off cooldown." Other voices gave assent, and then Glenn was alone. Or was he? There was a woman by him now, a blurry figure before his very tired eyes. He had a vague impression of long blonde hair and long white robes, but little else. A soft hand gently touched his shoulder. "Easy, Blazer. We'll get that man a resurrect. Just try not to die on me right now, because his is the last resurrect not on cooldown today." Glenn gasped as new warmth flooded his body. He still felt exhausted, but not as exhausted. The woman had used a skill on him, and one he'd never felt before. Again and again the warmth flooded him, and finally Glenn sat down with a gasp. His vision focused. The woman now sitting beside him did indeed have short blonde hair that sparkled in the light. She had a lovely face, kind blue eyes, and looked to be in her mid-20s, younger than any chapel spiritualist he'd met. She wore gleaming white moonlight robes, like most casters he'd met. "Better?" the woman asked. "Better," Glenn breathed. Belatedly, he flipped up the visor on his steel helmet so she could see his face. He didn't want to be rude. "Glenn Greybreaker, level 12 Brutalist." "Lucy Skygazer, level 25 Spiritualist." The woman eyed him up and down. "How far did you run with that ensouled corpse?" Glenn breathed as evenly as he could manage. "A long way. What was that skill?" "Reinvigorate. The man you just brought us is a friend of yours?" Glenn looked toward the chapel, then focused again on Lucy. "Given all I went through to get him here, after this he better be." Taking in Lucy's lovely smile, Glenn forgot his exhaustion for just a moment. Yet the last thing he needed right now was to get close to yet another person who might discover his secret, especially a level 25 spiritualist working for the Church of Celis. This woman's superiors wanted him dead. "How did he die?" Lucy asked. "Tell me everything you can remember. The Preceptor will want to know." Glenn took a moment to focus his thoughts. Lucy didn't press him. He appreciated that. He hoped she believed this was simply gathering his thoughts after an exhausting run. "I found him in the Cloudy Divide," Glenn said. "I suspect shadow-wisps killed him there. Given how dark the blood on his robes looked, I assumed he'd been there since at least this morning. I couldn't dawdle on my way back." "You ran here with that body? All the way from the Cloudy Divide?" Glenn simply nodded. "How are you not dead?" Belatedly, Glenn smiled back. "I actually have a great deal of vitality." Lucy arched one eyebrow. "I imagine that comes in handy." What did she mean by that? Did she mean what he thought she meant? No, he was letting his recent experience with Becca muddy his thoughts, though it was such nice mud. Lucy rose and brushed off the front of her robes. Now that you're recovered, I suppose we better get you inside. I'm sure your new friend will want to thank you for your effort. We're all very lucky the preceptor was visiting from East Haven." Glenn nodded as he stood with her. So the person to resurrect Arthur would be a level 40 spiritualist. Impressive. The title of preceptor was reserved for those who reached the divine level cap. Glenn had met a few masters in his time. Preceptor Fallow Peak, the alchemist, back when he first became a town guard. Preceptor Grandor, Lakebrook's scribe, in Lakebrook's library. And, of course, Mammoth Cloudcrusher. Though Mammoth naturally insisted people simply call him Mammoth. In all his days, Glenn had never met a level 40 spiritualist. Without the blessings of a town guard to help him level efficiently, Glenn imagined this preceptor Dusk Chaser must be quite old. Lucy's words also suggested the man kept his talents in reserve for a case such as this, an ensouled body on the cusp of death. As Glenn's thoughts caught up with his private quest, he mentally grimaced. Arthur Everglow would likely have a lot of questions when he woke up from being dead, and Glenn didn't want Arthur asking those questions of Preceptor Duskchaser. He doubted a level 40 spiritualist was far removed from the leadership of the Church of Celis. Duskchaser might even be part of the Church's conspiracy to stop anyone from completing the class completion quest for Soulseer. Gods, what had he done to himself? There was every chance Arthur would start babbling about his conversation with Glenn while dead the moment he woke up in front of this preceptor Duskchaser. Glenn doubted such a man would fail to guess what Arthur's story and questions meant, and even if Duskchaser wasn't part of the conspiracy, he would certainly mention it to others of his station. The Church of Celis would very quickly conclude the Soulseer they thought dead was alive, and moreover, they would know his name, the name he'd given to Lucy, Glenn Greybreaker. Yet there was nothing to be done for it now, yet to remain at Arthur's side until he woke and try to head off any awkward questions. Glenn remembered the last time he'd seen someone resurrected, Terry Evergarden, after the plague in the Crackpaw mine killed him, and Terry had slept quite soundly after being brought back to life. Perhaps Master Duskchaser would simply depart after raising Arthur. Such a man must be quite busy, and according to Lucy, they had roused him from slumber. With his mind no longer clouded by exhaustion, Glenn remembered that reinvigorate was a spiritualist skill, one which restored vitality to those who lost it. It cost quite a bit of blood. Despite using it on him multiple times, Lucy seemed unaffected. She must have a great deal of blood. "Follow me," Lucy said. She led him up the steps into Lakebrook's Chapel of Celis. As much as Glenn hated to admit it, the glorious chapel in Lakebrook made the comparably tiny chapel back in Wolfpine look like a farmer's shack. This was no shack. This was a cathedral. Huge columns of marble that conjured a vision of the brazier of life rose beyond the gleaming and wide marble steps. Statues of 9 of the 10 gods of the Pantheon stood tall along the front wall of a real cathedral. A 10th space in that wall remained open and empty. That was the space for Raylan, god of endings, or had been. Raylan hadn't had a place in the church for a very long time, or so Glenn had been taught. Now, he wasn't so sure. The Church of Celis employed shadowers. Shadowers employed deathcasters. That meant the church wasn't nearly so done with Raylan as it would have everyone believe, and the hypocrisy behind it all bothered Glenn immensely. He dared not show anything on his face. As they approached the entry to the chapel, Glenn removed his helmet and tucked it into his unfilled bag. He was no longer a town guard and no longer compelled to keep his helmet on at all times. People generally removed their helmets or hoods before entering the chapel. The main chamber of the chapel was easily larger than Wolfpine's town square, with walls of polished white marble rising a good 2 stories in the air. The ceiling was vaulted with paintings of scenes from Luxterra's history featured in round circles, everything from when Celis created the first zone to when Raylan tore it apart. All the stories of creation. Every one of his childhood instincts urged him to relax and feel safe in a place like this, and the fact that he could not genuinely bothered him. The Church of Celis, while not his enemy, remained dangerous for a man like him. It remained dangerous for any Soulseer. And as nice as Lucy might seem, he couldn't let his guard down around her. 21. A Conversation on a Slab. Lucy strode confidently through the center of the Chapel of Celis, which even now remained crowded. The chapel had 4 blessed statues of Celis with sun and moon tiles. There, adventurers and townsfolk could gain levels and reslot. Lines at all four statues were noticeably long. The chapel was open at all hours, of course, yet Glenn suspected anyone who needed to reslot or level today was eager to do it and then grab a late dinner and likely a partner for the night. Or, he supposed, get to the open blouse or the stone tower before all the most popular entertainers were already engaged. Lucy led him out of the main chapel and through several halls, then up a set of wooden stairs. Glenn mentally charted the route they took so he could take it back out, quickly if he needed to, yet he doubted he could escape from the chapel if it came to that. Still, he would run, if he had to. Finally, Lucy stopped by a single door with a tile hanging on it, a bright green circle. She smiled and looked to Glenn. "Your new friend's alive." Glenn stepped forward eagerly. "He is?" He looked at the closed door. "The green circle." "That means Preceptor Duskchaser was able to resurrect him." Lucy's confident tone and relaxed posture was incredibly reassuring. "Had his time elapsed, we would instead see a red X." "Oh." Glenn's own smile faded. "How often have you seen those?" "More often than I'd like." Lucy pushed past a moment of visible regret and smiled anew. "Even so, he's just been revived. I doubt he's yet awake. You have time for supper if you're hungry. He'll still be here when you return." "Oh, that's great." Glenn knew he was hedging just a little. "Yet I think I'd rather wait in the recovery room if that's all right with you." He kept his voice even. "And can I thank Preceptor Duskchaser?" He didn't want to meet the Preceptor in person, but he might have to. "That's not necessary," Lucy assured him confidently. "For a man as generous and kind as him, I'm certain saving this adventurer is all the thanks he needs. Also, given I ordered the Preceptor roused from his slumber, he's likely already headed back to bed. He had a very long trip down here." So Preceptor Duskchaser had simply used Resurrect on Arthur and then left the recovery room before Glenn arrived. Thank the gods. Given how long it had taken Terry Evergarden to wake up after Richard Deepscar used Resurrect on him, Glenn doubted Arthur had spoken a word. He could still keep Arthur from accidentally revealing his true class to the Church of Celis. He just needed to figure out a proper lie, and he had time to come up with one before Arthur woke up. Glenn was hungry, but food could wait, given his very life remained at stake. "Thank you so much." Glenn bowed deep and rose. "You saved us both, I think." Now Lucy colored a little. "I merely did as called upon by Celis, though—" She winced. "I'm truly sorry to ask this, but I must. The Blazers will pay for this resurrection?" Of course. Resurrect was not a cheap skill, especially given the rare reagents it required. Ensuring Arthur lived had most likely tossed Glenn into an even deeper state of debt, and all for a man he scarcely knew, a man who might accidentally betray him to the Church of Celis. No matter. He'd saved a man's life, and it had all worked out in the end. He'd do it again. "The Blazers will reimburse the church," Glenn assured Lucy. "I'll make sure of it." Her smile didn't return. "Will they take it out of your salary?" Glenn loved that she even cared about that, and reminded himself again that he had absolutely no business getting close with anyone from the Church of Celis. "Please don't worry about it. We'll handle the payment. The Blazers always do." "Of course." Lucy inclined her head. "And you may stay inside the recovery room as long as you like. If you need anything, you can ask anyone in the main chapel." She seemed just as thoughtful as Nora Rapidbloom had been, and given she was also as attractive, Glenn was careful not to let his thoughts wander where they shouldn't. "Thank you, again." "Please don't mention it." Lucy's hand lightly brushed his arm before she walked off. As Lucy made her way back down the hall toward the stairs, Glenn belatedly turned to look after her. He was, despite the situation, curious about her skills and blessings. It would be useful to know how someone working inside a chapel of Celis slotted. Soul scan, Glenn thought. Name, Lucy Skygazer, age 26, level 25, class spiritualist, HP 130 of 130, blood 300 of 300, experience 267,444 of 269,000, strength 13, divinity 28, vitality 13, wisdom 30, prowess 14, luck 20. Gear, rare, pendant of Celis, uncommon, moonlight robes, uncommon, moonlight slippers. Slotted skills, Uncommon Charged Heal Lifecaster Celis. Uncommon Cleanse Body Lifecaster Celis. Uncommon Sunlight Shard Lifecaster Celis. Uncommon Reinvigorate Spiritualist Celis. Uncommon Deterrent Circle Spiritualist Celis. Slotted Blessings. Uncommon Glowing Soul Lifecaster Celis. Uncommon Divine Blood Spiritualist Celis. Uncommon Regeneration Lifecaster Celis. Known Skills. Uncommon Burn Harmcaster Xiva. Uncommon Flash Heal Lifecaster Celis. Uncommon Cleanse Mind Lifecaster Celis. Uncommon Soul Cushion Lifecaster Celis. Uncommon Heal Wound Lifecaster Celis. Uncommon Healing Circle Spiritualist Celist. Known Blessings. Uncommon Divine Insight Lifecaster Celis. Uncommon Divine Shroud Spiritualist Celis. Quests none. Glenn's eyes scrolled across Lucy's status sheet as he silently evaluated her path to the woman she was now. She'd likely chosen Burn, a Harmcaster skill, once she reached level 4, taking the risk that choosing an adventurer skill would ensure the gods chose her as an adventurer. And the gods had granted Lucy's wish, yet after completing the ceremony of the path, Lucy had chosen Lifecaster. Something dramatic must have changed in Lucy's life between the time she reached level 4 and the time she undertook the ceremony of the path. Some event that convinced her to set aside a whole skill point, the one she'd used to gain Burn, and choose Lifecaster as her class instead. What could that be? The only other time Glenn had seen a wasted skill point, it had been on fellow town guard Tom Cumbervale outside the gate of Lakebrook. Once again, Glenn's possibly immoral viewing of someone's status sheet had led to insight into their past he'd never have gleaned otherwise. That made him feel rather guilty, yet he mentally continued his journey through Lucy's past. The more he knew about the people who worked with the Church of Celis, the better prepared he'd be to evade them. Other than Lucy's choice to choose Burn at level 4 and then discard that skill point forever, the rest of her skills and blessings seemed straightforward, if a bit aggressive. Sunlight Shard and Deterrent Circle seemed more appropriate to an adventurer out leveling in the wilderness than a woman tending the injured in a chapel. Still, perhaps Lucy still adventured in her off time. If she did need to slot skills like Healing Circle or Cleanse Mind, Glenn supposed she could do it rather easily, since she did work inside a chapel. Her currently slotted skills would still allow her to quickly ease any ailment on anyone who stumbled into the temple, and though she was not yet level 30, the minimum level required to choose Resurrect, she was well on the path. Yet the skills and blessings Lucy hadn't slotted were just as fascinating, and as a member of the Church of Celis, Lucy could easily re-slot every 24 hours. Glenn opened Lucy's spiritualist blessings as she reached the stairs at the end of the hall. He wasn't familiar with those. Divine Blood, Spiritualist, Celis, Goddess of Resurrection. Uncommon. Your blood regenerates slightly faster in combat and significantly faster out of combat. Divine Shroud, Spiritualist, Celis, Goddess of Resurrection. Uncommon. Demons of your level or lower have great trouble perceiving you. Glenn considered both blessings. Divine Blood was an obvious choice, and it made sense that spiritualists would gain a blessing that allowed them to quickly regenerate blood. Back in Gracia's Temple of Balance, Jacob Coverfall had cast quite a few